March 2028, it has been 3 years since the release of Emperor's Domain, a fantasy X kingdom-building video game that took over the gaming world with its mesmerizing graphics and immersive stories. In these 3 years, the game has accumulated over 1.9 billion players, and the number of players keeps growing every day. Last year, the game released a new feature that made it easier for players to become rich. It would reward players who complete difficult missions and achieve impossible achievements with cryptocurrencies worth ranging from $100 to $500,000. As expected, this brought a lot of new players to Emperor's Domain and also awakened the dead zeal of the lazy players. 6 months after, playing Emperor's Domain gradually became a profession that even the government recognized. And among those zealous players was Rowan. Inside a wonderfully decorated and well-maintained gaming room filled with all sorts of expensive gaming gear, Rowan, a young, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, faced his monitor with all seriousness as his fingers expertly tapped his gamepad, causing tapping sounds to fill the room. The expression on his face was intense. It seemed he was in the middle of a really challenging mission. His eyes narrowed from time to time, and the speed at which he tapped his gamepad gradually increased. Soon, a smile appeared on his face as he read the information on his monitor. You have conquered Duke Nua and seized control of Autumn Flower Kingdom. Reward: 0.9 vintage coin has been sent to your wallet. Haha. After 3 weeks of immersive gaming, I finally took down the crafty Duke. 0.9 vintage coin is definitely worth the stress. Rowan rejoiced with a smile on his face. 1 vintage coin is worth $88. 999.0.9 vintage coin is approximately $80,000. Getting such a large amount of money from simply playing video games and not investing a penny is definitely worth it. Sigh. I made a promise to rest for 2 days after conquering Duke Nua. Should I go to a hotel or visit a clubhouse tonight? Rowan contemplated. Since he bought this house 4 months ago, he hasn't stepped out. His social life is slowly dying. Going to a club could boost his declining social life a bit. He might even get some cool chicks. Getting girls wasn't difficult for him. Rowan contemplated his options. In the end, he gave up the thoughts of leaving the house. To not break my promise, I will not play Emperor's Domain for 3 days, but that doesn't mean I won't play other games. That is more than enough of a break for me, he concluded, a smile appearing on his face at the thought of rekindling his friendship with his other games. Nevertheless, when he saw the notification and countdown on his monitor, a frown quickly appeared on his face. You have completed hidden mission. Unlock the Dark Duke's Diary. You will be transported to Emperor's Domain in 34 seconds. Reward will be distributed after. Good luck. What is this? Is this some kind of joke from the developers? Rowan wondered. He also wondered why there was a diary in play here. He had defeated 3 other dukes, but he never got their personal stuff, not even their royal attire. Why would this duke be different? Why would he be rewarded with something so personal? Not only that, how would a simple diary be able to send him to another world? Not to even start with how absurd and random the idea of it was. Time remaining in 9 seconds. Time remaining in 8 seconds. The countdown to transportation continued. Rowan observed it with a frown on his face. While he didn't believe such a thing would happen, he wanted to see what would come after the notification and maybe get to observe the diary he unlocked in the game. Some random equipment could boost your arsenal and chance of conquering kingdoms. Maybe this diary won't be any different. Maybe he might unlock some secret like how to awaken magic and the secret of the Dark Dragon Empire. Time remaining in 1 second. Time remaining. Midnight. Immediately it struck 0. Rowan felt a sudden jolt, as if his entire body had been yanked out of place. The world around him blurred and twisted, colors blending into a whirlpool of light. For a moment, he felt weightless, as though he was flying through the cloud. The feeling was confusing. Unlike anything he had felt in the game or real life, it seemed like his very fabric of his being was being pulled through a tunnel of bright energy. His mind was racing, trying to understand his situation. Groaning, Rowan opened his eyes and sat up. He quickly realized he was no longer in his gaming room. Surrounding him was a strange room with an ancient mud house structure he has only seen in movies, and strangely also in Emperor's Domain that he realized he was sitting on a wooden bed. Bandage was wrapped around his stomach, and on his head, it appears this body has been injured prior to his arrival. Rowan was confused about his situation. Has he really been transported to the game world? Or was he in some kind of dream? To confirm this, he slapped his stomach, and this instantly became the worst choice of action. Instantly, the pain the bandage was hiding kicked up and coursed through his body at once, causing him to let out a small cry of pain. Almost at the same time, floating text appeared in front of his retina, and a mechanical voice resounded in his head. Transportation complete. Welcome to Emperor's Domain. Reward is being distributed. Transportation complete. Welcome to Emperor's Domain. Reward is being distributed. Rewards. SS-Rank 100x reward. SS-Rank copy. SS-Rank Eyes of Revelation. SS-Rank merge. And SS-Rank beast taming. SS-Rank 100x rewards. 4. Every achievement, big or small, there is a reward. With this passive skill, the quality of your rewards will be multiplied by 100. SS-Rank copy. Actively copy skills of anyone below SS rating powered at SS-Rank Eyes of Revelation. View the stats of everything. Humans, monsters, and items. SS-Rank merge. An active skill that allows you to automatically merge needed materials for an item. Useful in manufacturing, medicine making, and blacksmithing. SS-Rank beast taming. With this active skill, you have a 100% chance of taming any beast below SS rank. Seeing these amazing skills popping up in different windows, Rowan couldn't help but be amazed. Each skill was powerful and extremely useful, both for combat and territory development. On Earth, while playing Emperor's Domain, he was only able to acquire a C-rank merge skill. Even with the C-rank skill, he was unstoppable in the game. Now that he had the SS rank version of that same skill, he couldn't imagine just how invincible he would become. All these skills, but for what reason? Rowan wondered. He had read many novels where transmigrated characters had a goal to achieve: defeat the Demon King, become the strongest mage, and so on. But what was his purpose? A new notification flashed before him. Main quest. Evolve your territory to SSS rank. Rowan's heart sank. What? SSS rank? That's almost impossible, he muttered. I played Emperor's Domain for 3 years and barely reached B rank. Now I'm expected to build an SSS-ranked territory? The top gamer in Emperor's Domain, with a username Venerable Mario, had only managed to increase his territory to a rank. In an interview, he said it was impossible to go beyond that level, that he even set up a squad of 20 excellent gamers to work with him in conquering other territories, but they still couldn't succeed. How then could Rowan achieve it? Was there even something like SSS rank in the world of Emperor's Domain? On Earth, gamers had their limits. But in this real game world, there are no limits. Everything is achievable. The system replied, as if giving Rowan a bit of hope in his quest, but only made it worse. Back on Earth, he was playing the game from the comfort of his room, controlling his character with a gamepad and mouse. He didn't feel the pain or the difficulty of crafting out strategies. But here, he would have to go through the real deal: that if he fought, he would sustain injuries. If he tried to come up with strategies, headaches would naturally follow. It was way different than playing a game, no matter how you looked at it. Rowan shook his head. Maybe I'm just overreacting. Who knows if my territory is already B or a rank? Rowan decided to check his character panel. Open character status, he called out. Opening character panel. Underscore rank. FF rank title. Village head territory. FF rank. Winterseed village area. 20 square kilometers population. 3000 plus resources. Timber, farmlands. Small river. Rowan Winterseed, AG. 18 health. 49%. Badly injured. Power. FF rank. 1 million evolution points to evolve. Evolution point. 0 skills. SS rank 100x reward. SS rank copy. SS rank Eyes of Revelation. SS rank merge. SS rank beast taming underscore. After calling out his character panel, Rowan expected something good. But after viewing it, he realized it was the opposite of what he expected. This is outrageous, he commented furiously. System, send me back home. Rowan demanded, anger rising in his voice, that he couldn't believe the game had taken him from his good life on Earth and sent him to a backwater village. Even the resources he had at the moment were considered a curse to gamers on Earth because they offered no advantage to the players. You have an option to return to Earth after completing your mission. Until then, it's impossible, the system replied, completely dampening his mood. How could the system be so evil and inconsiderate? At least, let me know who I am. I don't even know anything about this body or the region I'm located in, he requested. Since he had no way of going back to Earth, he might as well get on with the system. Though the mission was impossible and hellishly difficult, he had 5 SS rank skills that would make it a lot easier. Memory fragment available for purchase. Cost 100,000 evolution points. Can I buy on credit and pay back later? He inquired. Affirmative, delivering memory fragment. Suddenly, a strong ache struck Rowan, causing him to let out a loud cry of pain. Holding his head, he fell off the bed, twisting his body on the cold, hard floor as the pain in his head intensified indefinitely. A few seconds later, the pain vanished, replaced by memories of the Rowan of this world and the calamity of his village. Rowan Winterseed was the only child of the former village head. Dragon Winterseed, 0.6 years ago, Dragon decisively ventured into another kingdom in search of special milk and never returned. After months of waiting, the villagers declared him dead and forced 12-year-old, inexperienced Rowan to take on the leadership mantle of Winterseed, becoming their new village head. Unfortunately, surrounding villages took advantage of their weak, inexperienced leader and attacked the village regularly, stealing their food and capturing capable soldiers as slaves. Due to the declining strength of the village's army, the men defending the border became insufficient, causing monsters like Rayax and goblins to constantly attack the village. Young Rowan tried his hardest, using every strategy he learned from his father, but there was no use. The burden of the village gradually added up, becoming a load he tried to get rid of 0.4 years after the death of his father and 4 years before today. Due to the stress of leadership, Rowan Winterseed fell ill with an incurable disease 0.2 years ago. The illness weakened his system, crippling his body and rendering him immobile. 0.6 months ago, he fell into a coma. About the village, it had plunged into more danger and poverty than it ever had. As Rowan made sense of the memories in his head, the door leading inside the room creaked open, and a group of ragged villagers came running in. "Lord Rowan, you are awake." Rowan's cry of pain from the sudden ache in his head drew the attention of everyone around the small hut. Hearing his loud cry, they abandoned their tasks and sprinted towards the room. "Young master," a beautiful white-haired young lady screamed as she flung open the locust-infested wooden door. Following behind her were 2 older women and 1 older man. All of them, including the young lady, were dressed in tattered clothes, evidence of the village's poor status. Seeing the ragged group run into the room, Rowan, who had just finished arranging his fragmented memories and realizing his identity and situation, frowned at the stats of the First Lady displayed before him. Name: Riella Vinkard. Occupation: tailor. Special skill: X2 sewing speed. Can sew clothes 2 times faster than other professionals. Status: emotional. He recognized her from his memories. Riella was the daughter of the former captain of the village's army, who had died protecting other villagers from goblins. She had been living with Rowan since then, and their relationship was very close. Seeing a healthy Rowan sitting on the bed, Riella's eyes turned wet, and she immediately ran to hug him, pressing her body deeply against him as she cried her heart out in his embrace. "I thought I had lost you, Rowan. I've missed you so much," she wept profusely. "You haven't. I'm back now, Riella." Rowan consoled her, patting her soft white hair as he turned to view the stats of the others in the room. His eyes fell on the man in front of him, whom he had also seen in the memory fragment. Name: Brandon. Occupation: assistant. Special ability: territory management. Possesses extraordinary talent in smooth running of territory. Status: surprised. Exceptional ability: where are his other skills? Rowan pondered with a frown. Almost immediately, a detailed stats with his rank included was revealed. Brandon. Occupation: assistant. Rank: special abilities, territory management. Possesses extraordinary in smooth running or territory. F rank. Lord of gambling. Probability of winning every bet, gamble, etc. is increased by 20%. Rank: he's sweet tongue. Smooth talker, can even fool a monkey into eating meat. Rank: D. Status: shocked. Brandon. Seeing this, Rowan was beyond impressed. I can keep him close to me to manage territory management while I concern myself with other aspect. While he didn't want to copy the territory management skill, he decided to copy the gambling one as it will be useful for rewards in the future, such as loot boxes and mystery cards. Without wasting time, he proceeded to copy the skill that on Brandon's character tab. A special window popped out. Confirm to copy, Lord of Gambling. Confirm. Ding. Skill, Lord of Gambling. Has been copied successfully. Are you ready to merge with Lord of Gambling? Yes. Merging. 1%, 6%, 100%. Skill merged successfully. It's pretty easy to copy skills, huh? I wonder what impressive skills I'll get to copy next. Rowan mused. Still under Riella's tight embrace as he felt the softness of her soft breasts, Rowan proceeded to view the stats of the 2 older women. Lierra and Tyora were his personal cooks, and had played a role in his life since the death of his mother. After Rowan was done noting their stats, his stomach began protesting violently for nutrition. Hearing his grumbling, Riella let go of him and stood up. Her cute face filled with worry faced him as she said, "I'll go prepare something for you to eat," and left the room. Tyra and Lierra went with her, leaving only Brandon in the room. "Young lord, it is a big miracle that you have recovered. Everyone in the village had given up on you, believing you would never be able to survive," Brandon said with a smile. Rowan nodded in response as he stood up from the bed and proceeded to the mirror in the room to observe his visage. The reflection in the mirror was that of a young man with rough jet black hair and ocean-like blue eyes. His face was well-proportioned. While he looked pretty amazing, the roughness of his hair and other poor body care factors reduced his attractiveness. Not bad, he muttered before turning to Brandon. Judging by the state of your clothes, I can tell the village has declined significantly since I fell ill. Oh, you mind explaining in detail what has happened during my absence? Rowan inquired. Your observations are correct, as usual, my lord. Not only has our village declined, but we have also fallen and become vassals under Glenwood village. Brandon began narrating with a pained voice, informing Rowan of all the events during his absence. According to him, the population of the village had decreased by almost 45% due to the war and famine that constantly tormented Winterseed village. Additionally, due to the decline in soldiers, goblin attacks had become frequent, resulting in the loss of food and lives. Glenwood had seized control over Winterseed River for their horses, resulting in farmers being unable to farm properly, thereby leading to a further decrease in food production. Glenwood Village, aren't they the village to the west that became vassals to another village during my father's reign? Has Winterseed fallen so much during my absence that we become easy targets for a small village like Glenwood? Rowan asked with a frown. While Rowan hadn't heard of Winterseed on Earth, the news of Glenwood being the weakest village was pretty popular. He couldn't believe his village was a vassal to such a weak village. It was disheartening. I apologize, young lord. Even with my strategy, I couldn't prevent these disasters, but I believe as you ascend to the position of village head once again, we will survive, Brandon said, bowing his head slightly. No need for that. We will start preparing to end the vassal relationship with Glenwood immediately and take back what is ours, Rowan said with a smile. He had dealt with far worse territorial issues online. Now was time to implement the real deal. Gather all the able-bodied men at the village square tomorrow morning for a meeting, he commanded. Winterseed Village is one of the smallest villages in the southern region that in the past. Despite its size, it was popular among other villages for its vast supply of fresh food and the strength of its defense against savage monsters. Nevertheless, this fame ended when the previous village head left to get milk and never returned. It was the bright hours of the morning. The gentle morning sun had risen, providing a bright, calm light over Winterseed Village Square, where a large number of youths and middle-aged men had gathered around Rowan Winterseed, their village head who had miraculously recovered. The village square was a large expanse of land, purely covered with green lawn grass. Every important meeting is held in this place. In the middle, Rowan stood, surrounded by his guards and Brandon. Rowan observed the men around him with a slight frown on his face. They aren't that many in number, around 500 or so, that if we should fight Glenwood, we would be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Is this everyone? Rowan asked, scanning the gathered men. Brandon nodded. Yes, sir. These are all the men fit for fighting. The rest are either too old or too young. Rowan nodded. While the numbers weren't that many, adding those men Brandon mentioned would be a waste of time. All right then, we will work with the men we have. Rowan turned to the men who gazed at him with respect and admiration. Great men of Winterseed, thank you for heeding my call and leaving the comfort of your homes to present yourselves today. That I promise the meeting will be worth it. Rowan began by giving a long speech of appreciation. If the game mechanics worked the same as the online game, a reward would be given for triggering the emotions of his soldiers. Our village has fallen into the hands of those bastards who harshly treated our people. But that will end now, as I have returned. We will claim back our land and theirs and make their people go through the same fate. Yelling the last part, Rowan lifted his hands and gazed upon the expressions of the men around him. Yeah, Lord Rowan has grown. Our village is blessed. We will fight for you, Lord Rowan. Reacting to his speech, the men cheered with determination and happiness. Goal: motivate more than 500 soldiers has been achieved. Reward: 500 evolution points. Ding, 100x reward activated. 50,000 evolution points have been rewarded. Ding, you have an impending repayment point. 50,000 evolution points have been deducted. Remaining 50,000 evolution points. 0. A series of prompts popped up before his eyes. It worked. Seeing the initial prompts, a smile crept on his face. But noticing the later prompts, the smile on his face disappeared faster than it had appeared. FCK, it didn't even wait a second before collecting the ones I owe, and I still have more to pay. Rowan let out a short sigh and waved at the men to calm down. For those of you who have completed your military training, proudly step out so I can identify you, he announced. Following his words, 5 middle-aged men from the crowd walked aside. They were tall and muscular, which displayed the evidence of the training they had undergone. After walking out, The 5 of them bowed their heads slightly before Rowan, who then nodded and proceeded. "Starting today, you 5 are our new captains," Rowan declared. "Your job is to train the untrained and turn them into soldiers." "Thank you, young lord," one of the men said, clearly moved. Rowan smiled at them. "You all deserve your new titles. Make good use of this and make our village strong again." "We will," they replied with emotions in their voices. "That is all for today. A lot of development will take place in the village and details of it will be passed to everyone. When you return home, pass the news that your village head is alive and is ready to conquer our enemies." 2 hours after the meeting, the news of Rowan recovering reached every nook and cranny in the small village. It was a thing of joy, as finally, a leader would be able to comfort them in this hard time. However, while they were joyous, they couldn't help but wish the village head would act faster. In a small hut, a woman with tattered clothes could be seen holding a baby wrapped in rag, but of better quality than the rag she wore. "Darling, are you sure the village head would save us?" the woman asked her husband with worries in her tiny voice. The baby in her hands looks malnourished and hungry. It started to cry, and the mother patted its head with tears in her eyes. "I believe in the village head. He is active now and is ready to claim back our village from those devils. As one of the new captains, will fight for our village," the husband replied. He is one of the new captains Rowan had elected today. While his words were comforting, it didn't hide the starvation of his wife and little kid. However, seeing their condition, he became even more motivated. Rowan was sitting inside his small room alone at this moment. His mind was active as he plotted out all strategies available from his game experience. System. Is the planner feature available for use in the real game world? Rowan suddenly asked the system. Planner is a special feature available for gamers in his previous life. It helps them input their goals, and the system keeps track of it, informing them about every improvement and decrement. Positive. Planner LV.1 cost 200,000 evolution points. Crap. Rowan cussed inwardly, but he already expected it as this feature costs over $2,000 in his previous life. "I need to evolve my skills and my power. I can't borrow evolution points anymore," Rowan sighed. As he fell into a deep thought once again. The wooden door pushed open and Brandon ran in. "Young lord, soldiers from Glenwood are arriving from the south." Rowan had just returned from setting up his village's defenses and was sitting in his room, deep in thought, when Brandon rushed in with alarming news. "Lord Rowan, Glenwood soldiers are arriving." "What?" Rowan exclaimed. He hadn't expected the Glenwood soldiers to return so soon and couldn't understand why they were coming to his village. Standing up, he scolded Brandon. "Brandon, why are they coming so soon? When I asked you about the state of the village, you never mentioned any war. How could you overlook something so important?" Brandon quickly explained the misunderstanding. He informed Rowan that Glenwood sent their soldiers every week to Winterseed to seize a large chunk of their farm produce and take new slaves with them. He even told Rowan how some men had tried to fight the soldiers in the past and lost their lives. "This is bad. If they take any more food from our farms, the villagers will die of starvation," Rowan muttered, contemplating with his hands on his jaw. This was a serious matter. The starvation of the villagers was not something he could allow. "How many men is Glenwood sending?" "Around 50 soldiers, my lord, and they're really strong," Brandon answered remorsefully. 50 men, we could definitely kill them if we wanted to, but that would provoke a brutal war between Glenwood and Winterseed, which would be the end of Winterseed. We can't let them take our food, but we also can't start a big war at a time like this," Rowan thought. Stuck between two bad choices, if it were a week later, he would have stood a chance against them, as he would have improved his territory and his soldiers. But it hadn't even been a day since he arrived, and his territory was already in jeopardy. "Fine then, we'll sacrifice this week's ration. In return, I'll try to copy as many attack skills as I can from the Glenwood soldiers and teach them to my soldiers." It's a lose-win situation, Rowan finally decided. "Inform the new captains. Tell them to meet me at the village square. I will set out to welcome our visitors." "All right." Brandon nodded and left the room. A few seconds after Brandon walked out, Riella strolled in with a cheerful smile on her face, happily swinging a basket of fruit. She was dressed in a short brown gown made with the poorest material, which accentuated her voluptuous curves. Taking a clearer look at Riella, Rowan noticed her seductive shape. Her bust was not unnaturally big, but wasn't small either. It was the lovable size that could fit perfectly in one's hands when they groped them. She also had a nice hip that would make even the gayest man stare twice, and her ass looked very soft. These features combined with her innocent face made her irresistible. A guy who had spent a lot of quality time with models in his previous life, he could tell that Riella's beauty rivaled theirs. With a little cleaning up and better clothes, it would become difficult to resist her charm. "Young lord, you look really stressed." Here, I brought fruits for you. Riella smiled sweetly and lifted the basket of fresh fruit she was holding. I could seem she hadn't heard about the soldiers of Glenwood approaching the village. That is very considerate of you. Riella, Rowan replied. I will eat them when I get back. Riella nodded happily and kept the basket of fruit on the small stool beside Rowan's BES. She squatted. Rowan couldn't help but take an extra look at her accentuated assets and smile to himself. After dropping the basket, Riella hopped cheerfully beside Rowan and held his hands like a little girl with her crush and said, I will go with you, Rowan. But Rowan refused her request instantly. In a situation like this, revealing someone as pretty as Riella to those soldiers would be the dumbest decision any sane man with brain and rod could make. I am off to greet the soldiers of Glenwood. I fear you can't come with me, because those bastards might try to seize the pretty, innocent woman, he replied. Pretty. Riella blushed profusely, covering her heated face with her slender hands. Her gesture caused a slight jiggling that Rowan fortunately didn't miss. But he couldn't enjoy the sight more as he had more important matters to handle. He complimented her beauty for a few moments before rushing out of the hut, leaving the flustered Riella behind. It was still the bright hours of the morning, but the sun was getting hotter, reminding the people of Winterseed of noon's approach at this moment. A small group of men led by Rowan could be seen strolling towards the southern border where Glenwood soldiers are approaching from. There were 7 in number. Rowan sat on a malnourished horse moving in front. Brandon and the 5 captains walked behind him. After a short 10-minute stroll from the village square, they finally arrived at the border, which had no fences guarding them. Rowan could see the former fences made of wood on the ground. He wondered what the cause of it was, but quickly dismissed it. When he saw Glenwood soldiers, compared to Rowan's weak group of 7, Glenwood had more than 50, and all of them rode on horses that looked stronger and healthier compared to Rowan's. The men had visible muscles and were dressed in nice leather armors that displayed the wealth of their village. In front of them, there was an older man dressed in a bright purple linen robe on a white horse, different from their black horses that he appears to be leading the soldiers. Looking at them, Rowan felt very jealous. His mind ran wild as he thought of different ways to kill these men and take all the goodies they had, but he was scared it would cause a greater war that would destroy his village at last. While his mind ran with these thoughts, his face maintained a calm look as he rode his horse, further closing the distance between them. I see the young, dumb Lord of Winterseed has risen from the dead. As they got closer, the older man mounting the white horse in front laughed while pointing at Rowan, mocking him. What a mess. Winterseed is done for. Very soon, our Lord will come and take you out of your position and obtain direct control over your village. Another soldier joined in the mockery. Winterseed men gave no reaction. Beforehand, Rowan had already warned them not to get provoked if the other party tried to mock them. Even though they felt mad that their young lord was getting badmouthed, they couldn't do anything but follow his orders. As for Rowan, he smiled as the men continued with their insults while he observed their stats and did what he came here for. Name, Fredo. Occupation, warrior. Special ability, swordmaster. Status, proud. Name, Snitcha. Occupation, warrior. Special ability, swordmaster. Status, want to take a pee. After observing the stats of the first 20 soldiers, he noticed all of them had the same special skill, which was swordmaster. The lack of versatility in the distribution of skills among them made Rowan kind of disappointed. Was expecting to copy a lot of skills that he could teach his soldiers later, but it turns out he might be stuck with just one. Fkin, useless bastards. Can't believe these pathetic men have just one skill, and it is just a random sword skill. Rowan cussed inwardly. He took his time to rain down as many curses as he could at whosoever gave them the same skills. Don't tell me, even after resurrection, the young Lord of Winterseed still can't speak when it matters? The little prick can't even stand for himself. The old man scoffed, causing the soldiers to laugh their hearts out. Young Lord, what should we do? Seeing that Rowan hasn't spoken a word, Brandon softly tapped his shoulder to get him to speak. Rowan woke up from his thoughts with the light taps. He gave Brandon a nod of acknowledgement before looking at the soldiers laughing at him. He spread his gaze among the group before clearing his throat and greeted in the most cheerful voice one can use in such a situation. Welcome, strong, handsome, and big men of Glenwood. Hearing his cheerful greeting, the soldiers of Glenwood looked at each other and laughed their hearts out once again. Who the heck greets like that? One of them said amidst his laughter, grabbing his stomach and laughing even more. But Rowan was unfazed. He continued with his unplanned greetings. You guys are free to come in and carry out your orders from your beloved lord. And remember, when you get back to your village, tell him the young Lord of Winterseed is awake and is happy with the new vassal agreement. If I'm not asking too much, you can also pass my intention to invite him for a nice feast in my village as a thank you for his good works. Rowan continued with his greeting, appreciating the soldiers and praising their village lord. While most of his words were sarcastic, he made sure to let the soldiers know of his good intentions. However, his words came as a big surprise to them, and they kept looking at him as if they were looking at a fool. The oldest especially, his aged, wrinkled face twisted in a slight frown. Is he really thanking us for taking over his village and seizing his resources? It seems the young lord forgot his brain during resurrection. But this is a good thing. Today is going to be a good day. No one will stop us. The oldest moved his horse forward a bit and replied to Rowan, "It is good that you are not trying to fight back the control of our lord. It shows you are a good leader and that you are not ready to risk the life of your people. For that reason, we will not take any of your women today and only take our regular portions of your harvest. As if I will let you take my people in the first place." Rowan scoffed, but he kept a smile on, feigning a good relationship with this man who he's currently observing through his system. Name: Waga. Occupation: warrior. Special ability: tongue of the Lord. When he passes the Lord's message, there's a 20% the order is obeyed. Status: proud, pathetic. Parrot occupation is definitely one of the worst occupations in the Emperor's domain, and that skill is the worst I have seen. Today, well, I will only copy the sword skill. You have spoken well, Waga. You and your soldiers can do what you want. You are all welcome. He greeted them in order not to appear out of place. The soldiers laughed heartily and rode their horses into the village gallantly. Some farmers in their farmland stood and watched as the soldiers marched into their village with sad looks on their faces, knowing their harvest would be taken once again. Random farmer is disappointed. Random farmer is disappointed. Several messages appear in front of Rowan, causing him to look towards the farmlands where two old farmers stood with frowns on their faces, clearly disappointed. Rowan wore a smile on his face and made a hand gesture for them to calm down. Random farmer is considering. Random farmer is settled. Random farmer hopes you work harder. Plus 10 evolution points. Reward X100. 1,000 evolution points has been rewarded. Plus 10 evolution points. Reward X100. 1,000 evolution points has been rewarded. System has collected its repayment. Rowan smiled. He turned his horse back and followed the soldiers. He gave a few orders to the soldiers around him. His words seemed wise, and he got another random reward once again. 2 hours later. The Glenwood soldiers were done collecting what they came 4.10 of their horses carried large baskets of freshly harvested wheat, rice, green vegetables, and fruits. The amount was enviable. They hadn't worked for it, yet they got to enjoy most of the harvest. While they were taking the harvest, Rowan copied their skills and merged with them to tea that moment. A fresh set of exciting sword moves replayed in his head, filling him with the zeal to grab a sword and try them out. However, he copied the skills not because he wanted to use them, but to pass them on to his soldiers. When they finished training, they would become stronger, which meant his territory would grow stronger. He was lost in thought. A beep sounded in his head, drawing his attention to a red prompt that appeared before him. Red prompts only appeared when there was a negative matter, so he knew it wasn't good news. Your territory has lost a considerable amount of resources. Seeing the message, he could only shake his head, as there was nothing he could do in this situation other than accept his unfortunate circumstances. He stood in a small field near the village exit, the green grass highlighted by the bright afternoon sun. The Glenwood soldiers were still with him, ready to deliver their final message before departing. Waga stood in front of them with a big smile on his face, pleased with the larger portion compared to last time. "This month's ration is very small," he said, though his words contradicted his expression. Hearing this, Rowan couldn't help but wish lightning would strike everyone related to Waga. "What are you saying? You've taken more than 80% of our harvest, and you're still not satisfied. How greedy can you be?" Brandon, who had been keeping his cool, couldn't hold back any longer and retorted harshly. "Yes, I have a pregnant wife who is famished, but you're eating all this and still complaining," one of the captains added angrily. Reacting, a few of the Glenwood soldiers drew their swords and rode their horses forward to challenge the unarmed captains. "Are you guys trying to pick a fight?" The captains did not back down. Though unarmed, they weren't afraid to fight these despicable pricks. "Stay calm, all of you," Rowan ordered, riding his horse between the two sides to stop a fruitless battle from taking place. Although he wanted to slay the Glenwood soldiers badly, he knew he didn't have the resources to do so and couldn't take any chances. "I apologize for my men's provocation. They haven't eaten in days and are really irrational. That I will correct them later," he pleaded. Only then did the Glenwood soldiers sheath their swords and return to their positions. "Teach your men to control their mouths. Next time, we won't spare any of them," one of the Glenwood soldiers warned. "I will." Rowan smiled back. Waga observed Rowan and couldn't help but be impressed by his leadership. "I will definitely pass your good message to my lord. When he hears of it, I'm sure he would be happy to work with you, and even consider helping your village build a new and stronger fence to prevent pest monsters, Waga said with a smile. I hope you guys get swallowed by snakes on your way back to your lord, and you all get cuckolded by goblins. I will be grateful if you do that. I wish you a safe journey back. Rowan bade them farewell. Sure, Waga replied before signaling his men to start riding toward the exit of Winterseed Village. Rowan and his men watched as they exited the village with calm looks on their faces. Only after they left did Rowan turn his back and head back to his house, followed by Brandon and his captains. Your captains are feeling bad about themselves. Your assistant wishes for your forgiveness. Several messages popped up, causing Rowan to look down from his horse at his men. They all walked behind him. With dull steps, their faces filled with conviction. Seeing their disheartened attitude, Rowan, hungry for evolution points, immediately took the chance to cheer them up. You guys did the right thing. You showed those men that we are not weak but brave. Good job. Fortunately, his words worked like magic. Brandon and the captains looked at Rowan with bright faces. Thank you for the praises. They appreciated him. But Rowan was mostly interested in the system's messages. Your assistant and captains are touched by your words and hope to do more. You have motivated them. Plus 80 evolution points, 100x reward activated. You have received 8,000 evolution points. System has taken its repayment. Remaining 40,000 evolution points. Just a little more and I will be out of debt, he thought to himself. He responded to the grateful words of his men with a smile and continued his ride home. On the way, he passed through the homes of his people and couldn't help but be disappointed at the poor state of their buildings. All the houses were mud structures with detached roofs. Due to the heavy rainfall in the past few days, most of the roofs had fallen and cracks had begun to appear on the walls. Another strong downpour, and these people would be out in the open. I will work on this after taking care of the agriculture sector and ensuring proper food distribution as well as protection of farmlands. I'm sure with my merging skills, I will be able to come up with something better in a very short time. He thought that he also noticed the poor clothing they wore. Most were lucky to wear rags, while others were either naked or dressed in makeshift clothes made of dry leaves, a vivid testament to the poor living conditions of his people. A lord ready to work. Rowan was determined to change everything as soon as he could. 12 hours after leaving Winterseed, Waga and his men could be seen riding down a lonely path of a tiny forest. The 10 horses with the harvest were in the middle, 20 soldiers rode in front, and another 20 rode slowly behind to guard it. The chances of them getting robbed were considerably low, but there are savage monsters like goblins who usually attack farmers and take their wares. Waga and his men discussed and laughed about the very poor mindset of Rowan, calling him weak and laughing at him for letting them take all his farm harvest without protesting. That Rowan guy is a big fool. If I were one of his villagers, I would kill him and take his place as the new lord. One of the soldiers laughed heartily with his hands on his stomach. He learned nothing from Dragon. While I hate Dragon, I can't deny that he is a really strong leader who would not take such disrespect. If it was him today, I am sure most of us would have returned to the Lord with injuries or might not even return at all, another added. Too bad that bastard didn't get to pass his nature and strength to his son before running away like a prick to get lost in God knows where. Who knows? Maybe a hobgoblin found him and killed him. We're lucky there is no hobgoblin in our village. If not, even us 50 would not be able to stop it. The soldiers discussed their way throughout the journey. Waga joined in a few of their discussions to buy some time and not be bored soon. They arrived at a large mass of land, guarded by a tall and strong-looking wooden fence. The guards mounting the fences saw them and opened the gate for them, letting them into the large territory of Glenwood. The houses here were of better quality, most crafted with brick and others with mud, but these mud houses looked very solid and their roofs were made firmly with bamboo. The villagers were dressed in clear fabrics made out of sheep cotton. They were vibrant, healthy, and most of them even had the guts to be very fat. If Winterseed people were here, they would definitely be envious of them. Waga and the soldiers rode past. The villagers, seeing the new supply of food, couldn't help but smile and wave at the gallant soldiers. Very soon, they arrived at the vicinity of Glenwood Lord. His house was very big and beautiful, showcasing his status. While it doesn't look like the castle of a king, compared to Rowan's ugly mud house, it could be considered one. Inside, a very fat middle-aged man could be seen sitting on a long chair with 2 Winterseed women sitting beside him patting his fatty chest, which made the fatso smile in pleasure. Waga, you have returned. Tell me everything I need to know. Were you able to get me another fine woman like I requested? The fatso asked with a smile on his greasy, ugly fat face. The women patting his chest had sad expressions on their faces. It was evident that they were not comfortable listening or doing the bidding of this fatso. Lord Fagin, Sadly, I wasn't able to get you a new woman, but there is good news. The portion this time is 2 big baskets more than the last one, and I also have other news for you, my lord. The young lord of Winterseed has recovered. Waga's news caused the whole room to be silent for a short second as everyone digested the news. The women stopped patting the fatso's chest as the revelation sank in. The revelation that their lord has recovered from his incurable disease was big news, one that gave them new hope of freedom. But the fatso received the news differently. His control over Winterseed is now threatened with its lord awakening. Tell me more about him. Did he try to fight you guys? Did he try to provoke away? Did he ask for his village back? Tell me everything at once, he requested, his greasy chest heaving up and down as he seemed to be unsettled. But Waga replied with a smile and gave him the shocking news. What? He did not fight back. He even invited me over to his village for a feast to thank me. The fatso was confused. What sort of lord would be happy to have his territory controlled by another? Could that guy be a cuckold but in territory? Yes, we were shocked as well at first. We thought he would ask us to go back. But he welcomed us. And when his men tried to pick a fight, he stopped them and apologized. Waga replied. He continued speaking, telling how all the villagers didn't respond to them stealing their harvest. As he kept speaking, the women patting Lord Fagin's chest began to lose their hope slowly. They could not believe that their lord would accept such a thing. This means they would be slaves to this fat old bastard. Forever, it was a nightmare, as for Lord Fagin. He felt even more pleasured. His pleasure was akin to a villain who has just stolen the protagonist's lover. His fat, ugly face couldn't stop smiling as his thoughts ran wild with pleasure, giving him lots of mindgasm. Okay then, this is what you should do. 2 of your followers cuss you with all their being. 2 of your villagers wish that you get arped and eaten by a horny goblin. 2 of your followers wish for you to get swallowed by a spring of fire. 2 of your followers wish your manhood never rises again. 2 angry followers wish you sleep and forget to wake up. Ayo, who the FCK is wishing me all these? Why are you targeting my demon manhood? For heaven's sake. Rowan roared. It is now a new day after the visit of Glenwood soldiers. In fresh morning, dew fell from the bright sky on the green leaves of Winterseed farmland. The villagers have returned to their normal lives, working and farming as best as they can in order to reach the expected portion before Glenwood soldiers arrive again to claim them in the southern part of Winterseed. There is a vast land cultivated by the villagers for farming wheat and vegetables on a special part of the land. There was a plantation filled with tall fruit trees. More than 100 farmers could be seen walking on their pieces of land with tired expressions on their faces, even though they enjoyed what they did. Women and children carried big and small baskets, respectively, to collect the ripe wheat and vegetables that a group of children could be seen in the fruit section, running around and collecting ripe fruits that had fallen. The scene was peaceful and serene, showing the unity among the villagers, as they worked together for something to eat. Rowan and Brandon could be seen standing in the middle, observing everything with keen eyes, taking every detail into consideration as they set out to make plans to better the production in these farmlands. An elderly farmer could be seen standing beside them, explaining the situation of the farm in the past months. My lord, the small river we have has been seized by Glenwood soldiers, and they have asked us not to come close to it or else they will take our lives. But without an adequate supply of water, we would not be able to grow wheat, and wheat is one of our major nutrients. The farmer complained. His worries could be heard through his old, shaky voice. Fortunately, the dew that falls every morning is enough to guarantee an adequate production of leafy vegetables, garden eggs, and tomatoes. Thanks to the rain of your father, we were able to plant some trees in his time, and with his guidance and protection, those trees have grown, and their fruit has become one of our major supplies in the past few years. Since the trees have already matured, they no longer require much water. But that can't be said for wheat and the other grains, he continued. Going deeper into his complaint, in his previous life, Rowan only employed NPC farmers like this old farmer standing beside him to take care of his farmlands and produce food for his territory. He has never studied anything about this section. Also, he never had any further education in the area of agriculture save for basic knowledge. Thus, he was mostly naive about this topic. However, even with his limited knowledge of this topic, he understood that the agriculture of his village is badly affected and needs to be worked on quickly. Also, 2 weeks ago, we noticed a shortage of fruits and garden eggs in the morning when we returned to our farmlands to work that we do not know what or who harvested them in the night while we lay in our various homes. If that should repeat itself, we will starve for a really long time again, the old farmer added. My lord, our soldiers did a little investigation of this matter 2 weeks ago, and we suspect that it is the handiwork of Rayax, Brandon quickly said to Rowan before he could even reply to the farmer. Rayax are active pest monsters that mostly operate at night, and they tend to destroy farmlands, most times stealing the matured fruits for themselves. They are really troublesome monsters. I have faced a few of them in my past life, and they are a big pain in the ass, Rowan scoffed. About the river, do not worry about them. In a week or so, we will gain back our control over it, he said to the farmer, assuring him. But have you tried adding other types of food to your farms? I notice we have no legumes growing on our farmlands. Why is that? He asked. Legumes are a major supply of protein, and the plants have a high fertility rate and a very short life cycle of approximately 3 months. The common ones like peas and beans take less than 3 months to mature through the seed phase to maturity. If they could plant something like this, they would have more food to eat in less than 3 months. It was really not a bad suggestion. There are other crops that Rowan would want them to grow, but the land they cultivate is very small and might not contain them. We have no seeds in our possession, my lord. We used to grow lots of beans back in the days and save up seeds to plant another season. But after you fell ill and Glenwood came, we had no choice but to devour the seeds, leaving us with nothing to grow more, Brandon explained. Rowan couldn't help but sigh. Even his supply of seeds was not something he could be happy about for a developing village. Seeds are very important resources in the agricultural sector. FCK, my pathetic luck for letting me get a downgraded village like this as my territory. How long would it even take for me to evolve this territory if everything is in shambles? Rowan discussed with the farmer more that he gave them some simple modern methods to make their farming work simpler and more efficient. The seed issue was settled quickly. Rowan decided that he would get those seeds when he was done conquering Glenwood. With the resources he obtains from them, he would construct new fences. Also, with the resources, he would finally be able to test his SSS-Rank merge skill for the first time and see how they work. That if it works as he thought it would, there would be a lot of inventions he would love to put in place in his village. Now, I have to get to my soldiers and teach them the sword master skill I stole from those bastards. After completing his supervision of the farmers, Rowan set out on his next sub-dash mission. As he prepared to leave, he heard a sudden beep sound in his head. You have settled into your role and have started making necessary developments. The creator has noticed your seriousness and will now release the necessary features. Command Reveal feature to view it. As Rowan rode his horse down to the village square where the soldiers were already waiting for him, he decided to study the new message. Creator, this is my first time hearing this title. Who might this creator be? The developers of the game or some sort of supernatural being? Rowan wondered. His sudden transportation from Earth to this world was still something he couldn't understand, and he was curious to know who or what sent him here and why. Anyway, that was something for another time. For now, he wanted to see this new feature the system spoke about and learn if it was something useful. Reveal feature, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Ding. You have unlocked a new viewboard. Performance. Performance. Call out when you intend to view your performance and closeness to your final goal. Your main mission has been received, and the requirements for each level have been released. The system will now reveal your next requirement. Evolve territory 2 F rank. You must have land 40 SKM superscript 2 current 20 SKM superscript 2 population 5,000 current 3,000 500 active soldiers current 505 military power F rank current FF rank agriculture F rank current FF rank power F rank current FF rank wood grade authority staff current none Rowan read all the requirements with a calm expression on his face. He was currently walking through his village and couldn't show any negative emotions. Otherwise, his people would panic. I need to increase land mass and population, and the others include developing special sections of the village, but this authority staff. An authority staff is the greatest symbol of a lord. It displays the authority, identity, and power of the lord. According to tradition, when a lord is defeated and his authority staff is taken from him, the one who defeats him instantly becomes the lord of his territory. That IT is that simple and sacred. However, the last authority staff was taken away from Winterseed by Dragon, and since he didn't return, no one has been able to retrieve it, meaning Rowan would have to find one for himself. Getting one is almost impossible. The IT might take ages to find one and could involve killing another lord and taking over their authority staff. Luckily, I already have Glenwood Lord on my kill list. That Matafaka would not only pay for everything he's done to my people, but also lose his authority as a lord. The simple thought of it made Rowan smirk deviously. He hadn't stopped smirking when he heard a ding sound once again. Ding. A reward came with the features. 10,000 evolution points have been rewarded. 100x rewards activated. 1 million evolution points have been rewarded. System has taken its repayment. Remaining 0 evolution points. 960,000. Rank F skill. Lord's voice has been rewarded. Lord's voice. Each time you speak to your followers, their motivation increases by 10%. 100x rewards activated. Skill will now evolve. F rank Lord's voice. S rank super voice. Super voice. Just your cough is enough to motivate your followers. When you give a speech, their motivation increases by 100% and their work efficiency increases by 200%. Seeing these new rewards, Rowan was very happy. Not only had he paid back the evolution points he owed the system and had extra, but he also got a new skill. I never knew the 100x rewards worked on skills too. I thought it only applied to evolution points and other rewards that have a numerical value attached. Rowan whispered with a smile on his face. My lord, is there any problem? Brandon asked. He heard Rowan's whispering and wondered if anything was bothering him. No problem. Keep moving. We need to start today's training session early so we can end before dawn and make lots of improvements, Rowan replied with a smile. My lord, sorry to say this, but we do not have any battle techniques in our possession anymore. Most of our best blocking techniques and sword techniques were stolen by Glenwood soldiers when they first arrived, and you, my lord, haven't had any proper sword practice. Rowan understood Brandon's perspective of the issues. Sadly, he could not tell him about his special skill that enables him to steal other skills. Even if he told Brandon, there was a 100% chance Brandon would not believe him. Do not worry, Dad. I always watch my dad use his best sword techniques while training with the soldiers, and I'm very sure I'll be able to pass on his technique with ease, Rowan lied. Brandon looked at Rowan but had no reply. Your assistant finds your words hard to believe. Your assistant is motivated by your confidence. Your assistant wishes you won't fail to teach the soldiers. At noon, Rowan was already done passing the basics of the swordmaster skills to the soldiers that the hot afternoon sun beat down on Winterseed Village. A group of topless men could be seen at the village square, swinging their swords in a refined manner, following a synchronized pattern. Rowan and Brandon stood under a tall tree in the village square, observing the soldiers as they trained their bodies to the limit. The weather was unbearable, but these men, who had their family and village in mind to protect, continued training without stopping. Rowan's super voice also helped in the matter, motivating the soldiers to train harder and increasing their training efficiency twofold. Luckily, Rowan's current status as Lord and Tutor allowed him to view the stats of his people and observe the rate at which they comprehended the skill. Bala, Warrior, Status, Training, Skill, Swordmaster, Comprehension, 10.44%. Judu's, Warrior, Status, Training, Skill, Swordmaster, Comprehension, 9%. Roland, Warrior, Captain, Status, Training, Skill, Swordmaster, Comprehension, 17.56%. The captains have a far better comprehension rate than the others. They will be able to comprehend the skill fully in less than 5 days, while it will take the others around 8 days. Not bad at all, Rowan thought. The next time Glenwood visits is in 6 days. By then, he would have trained captains ready for battle and would finally begin his plan to take over Glenwood. Time ran by quickly. The hot afternoon sun disappeared from the sky as dusk began to settle. I tea this moment, Rowan decided, to dismiss his soldiers and return home. As Rowan strolled toward his hut after completing his session with his soldiers, he heard Riella's cheerful voice calling out to him and looked up. He saw Riella running towards him, her slender figure swaying gracefully with every step. He couldn't help but notice the bouncy motion as her chest moved up and down. Rowan, you left so early and didn't eat the fruits I left for you, Riella complained as she hugged him. You should take eating seriously, Rowan. I don't want you to fall ill again. Due to the weak texture of their clothes, Rowan could feel the full softness of her chest pressed against his as he hugged her. He brought his hand down to her waist, feeling the perkiness of her behind. It was a heavenly sensation. These weak clothes aren't a bad idea if you think about it from another perspective. Rowan's perverted thoughts rang out. It is a bad idea. He soon changed his mind when he noticed that the bulge of his pants was getting bigger. But Rowan did not panic. He simply ended the hug before she could notice. Thanks to the poor light from the moon, she wouldn't be able to see. Don't worry, I will eat more after I have a nice bath. Would you like to join me? Riella's face turned a beautiful shade of red as she interpreted his words in her mind. She couldn't believe he would suggest such a thing. What do you mean? She asked, backing away with a red face. Under the moonlight, her blush couldn't go unnoticed by Rowan's shameless gaze, and he found her reaction very cute and innocent. The sudden zeal to break this innocence made his heart beat faster. We used to bathe together when we were young. Don't you remember? You always laughed at my small Winnie and all that. Now my Winnie is grown. Don't you want to see it? Rowan smirked. He fully understood that his words were not suited for someone as pure and innocent as Riella. But he continued, ensuring to paint a lewd picture in her mind to see her reaction. And just as predicted, Riella fell for it. Her blush became redder and hotter, and her breathing became ragged. She covered her face shyly and replied, "I don't want to see your WNE. Are you sure? It has gotten bigger and matured enough to start making children." Rowan continued teasing her. "Gee, good night. I have changed the fruit. Eat it." She couldn't take his teasing anymore and ran away with her hands covering her ears. She can't be this pure and innocent with such a wicked body, Rowan noted to himself before walking inside his hut to relax for the day. Entering his small hut, which only consisted of a big bedroom and a small bathroom, Rowan saw a basket of fruit lying on the stool beside his bed. He quickly recalled what Riella said before running away. This morning, he had left too early, even before Riella could come serve breakfast. Throughout the day, his stomach had remained empty. It was only at this moment, seeing the fruit, that his stomach began to react, grumbling hungrily. Beside the basket of fruit, he also saw a wooden bowl containing food, still hot and spewing out steam, spreading a calm aroma across the room that increased his hunger. I guess this was also prepared by Riella. She is indeed wife material. When all this is done, I will make sure to make her my first wife. She deserves it, Rowan whispered. Without wasting time, he took off his upper clothes, washed his hands, and proceeded to devour the food like a madman who had never tasted good food before. After devouring the soup, he couldn't help but comment on the splendid taste that made his stomach protest for more. Even with the scarcity of nice ingredients, she was able to prepare something so delicious, remarkable. Rowan grabbed an apple from the basket and began to chew on it, enjoying the taste of fresh fruit for the first time since he transmigrated. Character status. He decided to check how much progress he had made. Territory: Winter Seed Village, FF. Area: 20 square kilometers. Population: 3,000 plus. Resources: timber, farmlands, small river. Performance. Reveal: Rowan Winterseed AG. 18 health, 100% power. FF rank, evolution point. 960,000 skills. SS rank 100x reward. SS rank copy. SS rank eyes of revelation. SS rank merge. SS rank beast taming. S rank super voice. FF rank swordmaster. There were not many changes in his character status except for the new arrangement in the performance tab, which he already knew about. Aside from that, there was swordmaster, which ruined his stats by being ranked FF. Rowan simply could not bear seeing such a weak skill among his stats. If he could, he wanted all his skills to be B rank at least. Only then would he be able to use them to their full efficiency. Not wasting time, he clicked the skill, Swordmaster, FF. An active compilation of basic sword attacks, when activated, increases efficiency and attack power with bladed weapons by 25%. Requirements to evolve skill, 50,000 evolution points. Evolve. Ding! Congratulations, you have evolved the skill, Swordmaster FF, Swordmaster F. Requirements for next rank, 75,000. Evolve. Ding! Congratulations, you have evolved the skill, Swordmaster F, Swordmaster E. Requirement for next rank, 150,000. Is there no way to keep on evolving the skill without me having to say evolve after each round? Negative. FCK. Evolve again. Ding! Congratulations, you have evolved the skill, Swordmaster E, Sword Grandmaster D. Requirement for next rank, 250,000. Continue. Congratulations, you have evolved the skill, Sword Grandmaster D, Sword Grandmaster C. Requirement for next rank, 500,000 evolution points for 135,000. Insufficient evolution points. Rowan sighed. Seeing the insufficient evolution points message, he was a little disappointed about how expensive it was to evolve the skill. However, he was still glad he had been able to evolve his skill so much in such a short time that in the game, one can only evolve their skill every week, which is equivalent to a month in the game's time. In his head, a large amount of data, including exclusive and amazing sword techniques, appeared. Curious, Rowan clicked the skill to view its new stats. Sword Grandmaster, C active sword skill, compilation of genius sword moves. When activated, efficiency and attack power when using a bladed weapon increases by 300%. Impressive. Rowan concluded. While his power is still at FF rank, which is equivalent to that of an average man, this newly evolved skill changes everything. The skill increases his attack power with a sword threefold, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. With this boost, Rowan would be able to wage war against 5 of Glenwood's soldiers and win easily. Help! Rowan was prepared to sleep when he suddenly heard a loud scream for help, followed by further commotion. Your followers are disturbed. 30 of your followers have collapsed due to fear. Your followers pray for your divine intervention in the matter. Your followers are escaping towards the north. A series of red prompts flash before Rowan's retina, indicating the precarious situation of his territory. What the heck is happening? Rowan wondered as he jumped out of bed, ready to go outside and see what was going on. As he reached for the door, he could hear the sounds of hurried footsteps outside his hut as the villagers ran helter-skelter, screaming and praying for help. Just from the hurried footsteps and the fearful tones of their voices, Rowan could tell that it wasn't a simple situation. He couldn't help but become even more curious to find out what was happening. Rowan was very close to the door when Brandon and Roland, one of Rowan's new captains, abruptly rushed into his hut with worry etched on their faces. Roland, middle-aged and tall with a huge body, was imposing. Although Rowan had only known him for less than a week, he had already noticed how strong and reliable he was. Roland is also one of the fastest learners of the swordmaster skill. Right now, he was dressed in a ragged robe, and a small sword was strapped to his waist. When Roland and Brandon saw that Rowan was okay, they let out a collective sigh of relief. "Young lord, sorry for barging in without knocking. We were in a hurry to ensure you were safe and forgot to inform you of our entrance. I sincerely apologize," Roland quickly said. Rowan nodded. He wasn't really concerned about their abrupt entrance. He had already expected the soldiers to storm his hut before heading towards the source of the distress to keep him safe at this moment. He was more concerned about the source of this commotion. Without wasting time, he sought answers from both of them. "We don't know what is happening yet, young lord, but 2 of our captains and their soldiers are headed in that direction to protect the villagers. I also sent 2 of my men to watch out and report to me immediately," Roland responded promptly. "We should head there as well. Who knows if it's an ambush by those pathetic Glenwood soldiers?" Rowan suggested, and without waiting for their response, he began heading outside. "Young lord, it doesn't look good out there. You should stay indoors. We don't want anything happening to you," Roland said, rushing towards Rowan to stop him. "Roland is right that if they capture you, it will be the end of our village. But if you're alive, our village will have hope of revival," Brandon added. As Roland and Brandon tried to stop Rowan from leaving, 2 young soldiers arrived in front of the hut, panting heavily from running. Roland recognized the 2 soldiers as part of the squad, sent with the others to scout for danger and report back. Stepping outside, he asked, "What is the report?" "Greetings, young lord. Greetings, Capta." The 2 young men began, bowing and greeting Rowan with respect. "Spare the formalities and get on with the report," Rowan said impatiently, prompting them to speak faster. The young men nodded and began their report, starting with the almost unimportant details of their journey and how they got the information. It turned out they hadn't reached the location of the chaos before discovering the cause from escaping villagers. No wonder they arrived so early. "Goblins!" When Rowan heard the source of the commotion, he couldn't help but yell in shock. "Yes, my lord. There's only a small group of them, but they are very strong. We fear there is a bigger group ready to strike soon," the young men said with shaky voices. "This is very bad. We haven't made enough preparations against those vile little creatures. How are we going to survive this?" Brandon panicked. Just by his tone, one could tell how terrified he was of goblins. Even Roland, a fearless soldier, had a worried look on his face as he observed Rowan, waiting for his response to the situation. As for Rowan, he was deep in his thoughts, recalling past events on Earth. Back then, goblins were one heck of a monster for an FF-rank territory to handle. In fact, they were nicknamed the Doomsday of FF-rank territories by gamers. Even some F-rank territory lords would find it difficult to handle them. Goblins are crafty little creatures with strength equivalent to a full-grown adult and to be precise. One of them could craftily take down someone as huge and strong as Roland. They're even more hazardous when they're in a group. Unfortunately and fortunately, Rowan didn't get to face this monster as an FF-rank lord in the game because his territory was way stronger than that when he started gaming. Even his weakest soldier back then could single-handedly take down a group of 50 goblins. However, now that he was an FF-rank lord, he couldn't help but imagine the destruction those vile creatures would bring to his territory. "That won't happen on my watch. Those ugly little bastards will regret attacking my territory today," Rowan thought. "We are going there immediately," he declared with a stern voice. Brandon and Roland exchanged worried looks. They were aware of the immense danger ahead and didn't want their beloved village head to get involved. However, seeing how determined he was, they couldn't help but let him be while rushing behind him. As Rowan made his way towards the south where the chaos was taking place, he saw many villagers running in his direction. He saw women running with their babies, teenagers trying to rescue their crushes and escape with them, the elderly moving as fast as they could. Everyone was escaping. With this amount of disorderliness, he would end up losing more followers to other territories than to the goblins. Roland, Organize your men and station them at the north border to prevent anyone from leaving or entering the village. I will accompany the other captains to take care of the danger in the south while you ensure the escapees are safe." It was the dark of the night, and havoc grew in Winterseed Village, beginning from a simple scream of fear and instantly transforming into a chaotic scene as everyone ran for their lives. The moon hung in the sky, illuminating the village with its crescent glow, providing enough light for the soldiers to fight and for the villagers to escape. Under the calm moonlight, Rowan, Brandon, and two young soldiers could be seen hurrying towards the battlefield. "Efkin! Hell, this is not good at all. Those bastards have succeeded in turning my village upside down." Rowan cursed inwardly as he gazed upon the destroyed mold houses that on his right. The roof of a mold house was on fire, and on his left, several collapsed mound houses lay in ruins. Seeing this amount of destruction, Rowan understood that they were getting closer to the battlefield. After a few minutes, the sound of weapons clashing reached their ears a few steps more, and Rowan found himself facing a chaotic battle. Rowan's breath caught as he took in the chaotic scene before him. He could see his soldiers dressed in their torn, dirty clothes fighting desperately. Their faces were streaked with sweat and dirt as they fought with all their strength. Despite their tiredness, they kept swinging their weapons, driven by sheer will. Battling against them were goblins, ugly, green-skinned creatures with sharp, yellow teeth. Their red eyes glowed with cruel joy as they grinned and laughed. Some wore rough armor made from animal hides, while others were nearly naked, with only leaves covering their lower halves. The goblins held crude weapons, wooden clubs, spears with crude metal tips, and jagged pieces of metal they used as swords. Even though their weapons were rough, with their naturally evolved strength, they were difficult to fight against. With their short size of about 4 feet 4 inches and large numbers, it became difficult for the soldiers who were trained to fight humans to battle against them. Rowan evaluated the battlefield for a few seconds before charging in with a grim look on his face. "Lord Rowan, you can't go into the battlefield." Brandon chased after him, trying to hold him back. Brandon didn't have any special fighting skills, so he was helpless and useless on a battlefield like this, especially against crafty goblins. While Brandon had no impressive skills of his own, he knew Rowan was the same. Rowan never had any proper battle practice before now. Even the sword moves he taught the soldiers were moves he said he learned from his father just by watching. How could he then battle against goblins? Rowan didn't heed Brandon's calls as he was dead set on slaughtering these vile creatures that came to disturb his peaceful sleep. Rowan's eyes scanned the battlefield, quickly landing on a badly injured soldier trying to crawl his way out of the fight for safety. The soldier had a small sword in his hands. As Rowan had no weapon of his own, he made a quick sprint for the soldier. "Young lord." The soldier was shocked to see Rowan appear before him. "You did a good job. I will make use of your weapon for now." Rowan flashed him a quick smile and spoke a few words of encouragement before grabbing his sword. "Your soldier is touched and honored by your words. Your soldier is on the verge of tears." Rowan disregarded the message and dashed toward the battlefield. Thanks to the moonlight, he was able to see clearly in the dark. And also, thanks to the short size and distinctive skin color of the goblins, he would be able to avoid injuring his own soldiers. Goblin health. 89%. Special skill. Night vision. Copy. Status. Happy. Rowan set his eyes on his first goblin. It was fighting against a soldier, laughing happily as it craftily inflicted numerous injuries with its crooked spear. I can even copy skills from monsters? Incredible. Lord Rowan. The soldier, just like the others, was shocked when he saw Rowan charging towards him. "Let go of this one. I will take care of it. Go and assist the others." "Yes, Lord Rowan." The injured soldier stepped back, causing the goblin to tilt its ugly face towards Rowan with a grin. It was glad that Rowan was uninjured and would like to change that. Hit. Laughing maniacally, the goblin sprinted toward Rowan, who was just 6 feet away from it. Rowan smirked, seeing the goblin charging with no caution. It had already taken Rowan as one of the weak soldiers, which instantly became an advantage for him. Wasting no time, he activated his offense. Sword Grandmaster activated on weapon. Attack power and efficiency have increased by 300%. Rowan could feel the short sword in his hand buzzing with invisible energy. The goblin was already close to Rowan and was stabbing its crooked spear toward his chest when Rowan's hands moved swiftly, deflecting the attack with ease. The goblin was shocked that Rowan blocked its attack so easily that it took 2 swift steps backward and observed Rowan with questioning eyes before laughing maniacally and attacking again, this time swinging the spear with all its strength. Rowan blocked quickly and immediately used his free hand to grab the wooden handle of the spear, completely disorienting his opponent. While grabbing the spear, He rendered the goblin immobile for a short second, but that short second was all it took to slash its neck, decapitating it. With a thud, the headless body of the goblin fell to the ground, and its head rolled toward it as a pool of blood began to form beneath it. Beside the corpse of the goblin, Rowan noticed a small glowing piece of metal IT was blinking as if to draw Rowan's attention toward it. You slayed X1 goblin, plus 20. Evolution points, plus 1 chunk of crude iron. 100x reward activated. You have received 2,000 evolution points, 100 chunks of crude iron. You've received your first item in unlocked inventory. Inventory Stage 1 Store all items here. Available slot, January 10th. You can now access inventory from your character status. After the goblin's death, Rowan witnessed a shocking scene unfold beside its corpse. First, a small metal piece, about the size of a baby's fist, suddenly appeared. Then, within seconds, the metal piece multiplied 100-fold, forming a small mountain of metal beside the goblin's lifeless body. Almost simultaneously, several prompts appear before him. You slayed X1 goblin, plus 20 evolution points, plus 1 chunk of crude iron. 100x reward activated. You have received 2,000 evolution points, 100 chunks of crude iron. You've received your first item in unlocked inventory. Inventory Stage 1 Store all items here. Slot 0/10. You can now access inventory from your character status. This is incredible. 100 chunks of crude iron from just one goblin. This feels like a cheat code. If players back on Earth heard about this, they'd be so jealous they might hang themselves. Rowan thought with excitement. But his jubilation was short-lived. The battle was still raging. He stretched his hand over the mountain of crude iron and muttered, "Store." As he spoke, a dim glow enveloped the crude iron, and the next second, it vanished. X100 crude iron stored in inventory. Rowan turned back to the battlefield. His soldiers were beyond exhausted after battling the goblins for more than 30 minutes. Surviving that long against these vile creatures was a miracle, given the ghastly injuries many had already sustained. Hungry for evolution points and more crude iron, Rowan stepped onto the battlefield and began slaughtering every goblin in his path. Standing at a distance, Brandon watched in shock as Rowan dominated the battle, his mouth agape. How could this be? Brandon had known Rowan since he was an infant and had watched him grow into the man he was today. But never had he seen Rowan lift a weapon, not even a kitchen knife, and yet here he was, dominating the battlefield like a seasoned sword emperor who had fought countless battles. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Since Rowan recovered from his illness, he had become invincible. He was now exceptionally intelligent, even outsmarting his own father, who was considered a great lord. His decisions left everyone in awe of his newfound wisdom. Not just Brandon, but the soldiers were also puzzled by how extraordinary their lord had become. They watched him fight, each swing of his sword making them wonder if their young lord had suddenly gained the memories of a 1,000-year-old sword emperor. While they were in awe of this fantastic moment, Rayax came dashing towards them, her beautiful face filled with worry and remorse. Tears gathered in her eyes, threatening to fall at any moment. As she approached, she couldn't help but notice the heated battle between humans and goblins, the same goblins that had taken the life of her beloved father. Their ugly faces reminded her of the day her father's mutilated corpse was returned from the border, his body barely recognizable after being brutalized by those vile creatures. That it was a day she could never forget. The day she lost her only family and gained a new one in Rowan. But on this chaotic night, she feared she might lose yet another family to the same monsters. "Rowan," she called out in panic, her voice quickly catching Brandon's attention. Brandon and the injured soldiers beside him turned toward Lierra, concern etched on their faces that it was not a good idea for a woman to approach a battlefield filled with goblins. "Lierra, what are you doing here? You should be at the north side with the other villagers." Brandon hurried towards her, trying to caution her, but Lierra was too worried about Rowan to heed his warning. "Where is Rowan? I went to his place and was told he's here. Why did you let him come? Have you forgotten that he's not ready yet? Do you want him dead?" She vented her frustration and anger at Brandon, unable to believe that someone as wise as him would allow Rowan to take such a risky move. Brandon, knowing how close she was to Rowan, quickly understood her worries as he too was concerned from the start and even tried to stop Rowan from joining the battle. But now, he decided to reprimand her for coming to the battlefield. "I understand how much you care for Lord Rowan, but you need to care for yourself as well. Goblins are not creatures women should get close to, especially young, beautiful women like yourself," Brandon went on, reminding her of the horrific past where women had been kidnapped by goblins and are, until they lost their sanity and became nothing but useless vessels of their past selves. Lierra listened, but her eyes were scanning the battlefield, searching desperately for Rowan. Her heart pounded, refusing to rest until she saw that Rowan was alive, and well, yes, she scanned the area. Her eyes locked onto a figure moving skillfully across the chaos, swinging his sword at every goblin he encountered, cutting them down with a single, clean slash. The darkness made it hard to recognize him at first, but she could see his blade gleaming, dancing harmonically in the night, obliterating his opponents with ease. After about 10 seconds of desperate observation, she finally recognized him. "Is that Rowan?" she asked, interrupting Brandon's ongoing fatherly advice. "What? She wasn't even listening to me," he thought. "Yes, that's Rowan. See, you had nothing to worry about," Brandon replied. "The young lord is impressive. There was no need for you to worry. You should leave now before those vile creatures set their eyes on you and try to capture you." He tried his best to make Riella listen to his words, but it was futile. Her eyes were glued to Rowan. "Your soldiers are motivated by your valiant actions. Your followers are astonished. Your followers wonder if you are another person. One of your followers wishes that you get stabbed in the heart and die." Meanwhile, as Rowan fought, incessant messages from the system kept popping up every second. He ignored them all until his eyes landed on one. "WTF. Someone wants me dead in this battle. Who could that be?" After about 2 hours, the battle between Winterseed and the goblins finally ended with Winterseed miraculously emerging victorious. It was past midnight. The moon still hung in the sky, casting its dim crescent glow over the village. The soldiers of Winterseed could be seen leaping across the battlefield, laughing and celebrating the war they had just won. They lifted their weapons high in the air and danced around the corpses of the goblins, their shoulders linked together in shared triumph. Some soldiers circled around Rowan, who stood in the middle of the battlefield with a calm, triumphant smile on his face, praising and thanking him for rescuing them from the tight clutches of death. Though exhausted from the long fight, it didn't stop them from celebrating. It was a joyous moment. Rowan stood in their midst with a triumphant smile. But that smile wasn't from the war he had just won, but from the windows popping in front of him, carrying messages of his rewards. "Your territory has successfully eradicated small group of goblins. Your rewards have arrived. You have unlocked a new reward. Mystery cards. Mystery card. Special reward granted at the end of important achievements. Each card contains random rewards ranging from evolution points to special ability. You have received X1 basic grade mystery card. 100X reward activated. 100 basic grade mystery cards ding." Mystery cards have been stored in inventory. Seeing the rewards, the smile on Rowan's face broadened. In his previous life, he had only been able to obtain less than 10 mystery cards throughout his gaming journey, and most of them were basic grade ones, which are the lowest grade of mystery cards. Nevertheless, the rewards in those mystery cards, despite its low grade, became an important asset in his kingdom-building journey in Emperor's Domain. Aside from a lowest basic grade, there are common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, and the highest grade, divine. A single legendary grade mystery card could boost an FF-rank lord into a C-rank lord in less than a week with the reward stored in it. And the same applies to territory.as for divine grade mystery cards. They would boost the same lord into S-rank in the same amount of time, maybe even shorter. Just thinking about what he might obtain from the basic ones he got was already filling him with a lot of thrills that he couldn't help but reveal a crazed grin. Sadly, he could not take them out now that he needed to be alone before he could check them out. One of your followers wishes you death. One of your followers feels disgusted at your grin. This should be the same person who wished me death earlier during the heat of the battle. This person is nearby, judging that he can see me grin right now. But who the heck is this person? Rowan looked around him, observing the faces of the soldiers, but he could not find anyone who stood out among the other soldiers. All of them looked equally happy and danced around, jubilating. He even went as far as using his eyes of revelation to check the status of all the soldiers on site, but they all had the happy status. Could this person be a mole sent by another village, or someone who simply loathes my existence? Rowan wondered. That moment, Brandon and a worried Riella approached Rowan. "Rowan." Riella's voice trembled as she called out to him. She rushed to him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Do you have any idea how terrified I was? You shouldn't have left the house, not with those goblins swarming the village. What if something had happened to you?" Her voice wavered, betraying the fear and worry she had held back during the battle. Rowan smiled and accepted her hug with gratitude. He was very happy that someone cared for him this much, especially someone from the opposite gender. In his previous life, Rowan had a lot of intimate activities with beautiful ladies, even famous celebrities, but never built a relationship with any of them. Thus, he was pretty new to having someone care this much about him, and he couldn't deny that he cherished it so much. Some of the soldiers stopped and watched the interaction between Rowan and Riella with smiles on their faces. Most of them already knew about the close relationship between the two of them when they were young. They already expected both of them to marry when they were old enough, and now seemed to be the perfect time. They whispered among themselves, wishing their young lord a merry relationship. Your soldiers wish that you have a good time tonight. Your soldiers pray for unlimited stamina while doing it. Your soldiers agree in their minds that she is a worthy candidate. Rowan raised an eyebrow. These fuckers. How dare they doubt my stamina? He separated from Riella and gazed upon the faces of the soldiers, each of them having a proud smile on their faces, gazing at him. Even Brandon nodded at him, approving his relationship soundlessly. Rowan sighed. They weren't wrong that a good lord deserves a good wife. Good wives. He took an extra gaze around and finally announced. You are all incredible today, Rowan said, his voice strong yet warm. We fought as one. And because of that, we sent those goblins back to the hell they crawled out of. You've saved our village. I couldn't be prouder of each and every one of you. Thank you, Lord Rowan. May your reign be long and fruitful. Everyone responded in a loud voice. Amen to that. We should get back to our homes and have a good night's rest. For those of you whose homes were destroyed by those vile creatures, do not worry. I will build you a better and stronger house soon. One where you will be able to sleep without any fear of someone breaking in. You are the best, Lord Rowan. Those whose homes were destroyed became really excited and looked forward to their new homes. The soldiers were dismissed after a brief discussion. Everyone returned to their various homes. Rowan, Brandon, and Riella were escorted to the north side to meet the other villages to inform them of the victory. After a few hours, Winterseed Village finally returned to its peaceful self. Since all the soldiers were beyond exhausted, no one guarded the borders. And no one was afraid, though. They had already faced a bigger danger, and the odds of something else happening were very low. After everyone left for their various homes, Rowan escorted Riella to her quarters, which were just beside his own hut. Even with the memory of this world's Rowan, he hadn't realized that they lived so close to each other. This was mainly because neither of them had much free time and were rarely home, except at night. And even at night, Rowan was always busy. After ensuring Riella was safely indoors, Rowan returned to his room, eager to see what the mystery cards held for him. Once inside his hut, he locked the door and strolled happily to his bed. Open inventory. Inventory available spots 8 out of 10. Crude iron X 900 basic grade mystery card X 100. I can't believe I have this much crude iron from just one small battle. IT would have taken ages to obtain this much on Earth. Unfortunately, I have no blueprint available yet. Otherwise, these would have been extremely useful. Rowan let out a short sigh. He had no crafting knowledge, and his territory lacked professionals in the crafting aspect. If he did, with this much raw material, he would have been able to create bulk quantities of useful equipment. I hope I get some blueprints from these mystery cards, he thought. Without hesitating, he went with what was important at this moment. Open mystery cards. Ding, you have a large number of mystery cards. You can open max 20 at a time. Continue. Yes/no. Rowan would have loved to open the mystery cards one at a time, but it requires patience and time, 2 resources he simply didn't have right now. Thus, without a single hesitation, he agreed that a window appeared before his eyes, featuring 20 shiny bronze rectangular cards. The 20 cards flipped, and their contents were revealed in a separate window, making it easier and more efficient. Opening. X20 mystery cards, revealing content. X1 basic grade swords, X3 basic grade spears, X1 skill book 30,000 evolution points have been added to your status. The rewards displayed before Rowan. The weapons and the skill book floated midair with a dim glow wrapped around them, making them look like something out of a virtual reality game. Seeing the contents, Rowan wasn't that ecstatic. Except for the skill book and the evolution points, the other rewards weren't that impressive, but it was still better than the content he would have gotten if he did not possess 100x rewards. Firstly, he observed the stats of the weapons with Eye of Revelation, and they weren't that bad, but they weren't that good either. Just normal weapons with a minor 10% boost in attack powers. IT wasn't that impressive. Using such weapons would only be advantageous against same-level opponents when a wielder possessed superior technique or greater powers. Rowan simply stored the weapons in his inventory to AS. For the skill book, Rowan tried to view its stat, but it was impossible. For unknown reasons, Eyes of Revelation refused to activate on it. Perhaps the content remains a mystery until I open it. With no other option, he grabbed the skill book from midair, and the glow surrounding it immediately vanished. The book was slim and had a shiny back. Rowan couldn't help but wonder how skill books functioned in reality, since in the game they only needed a simple key click to reveal their book's content. Skill book grants a random skill. Once learned, the book becomes blank and useless. Note: if the skill is unlearned, the book can be transferred to a follower from manual learning. This is new. In the game, it was impossible to share a skill book with followers. But system, would I automatically learn the skill after opening the book like in the game? Because I don't want to risk learning it and having to teach them myself. Rowan asked. He waited, but there was no response from the system, so he decided to just open the book and see what would happen if he auto-learned the skill. He could easily transfer it to his followers, but it would take time today as Rowan opened the skill book. A bright light flashed, making him squint. The light was so intense that he had to shield his eyes. The air around him buzzed with energy, and it felt like something Rowan had never felt before. It was exhilarating. After a few seconds, the blinding light vanished and glowing texts appeared on the only page of the book. Threadmaster Apprentice Training increases the efficiency and effectiveness of training new tailors by 300%. This skill is unranked and can't be upgraded. Learn skill. Yes/no. A skill for tailors. Not bad. I already have someone in mind to give this to. Rowan thought that in this village, there are fewer than 10 people who are experts when it comes to sewing, and Riella is one of them. In fact, she possesses the best sewing skills. With a skill like this, Riella would be able to raise new tailors from the interested villagers, and when the village gets a proper supply of clothing materials, those tailors would play a good role in making more clothes in a shorter time. Clothing is one of the main issues of the village. Rowan could not help but be happy with the new skill. Thankfully, he did not automatically learn the skill as he suspected. He just has to store the book for now and pass it to Riella the next time he sees her. After the first set of mystery cards, Rowan became even more impatient to reveal the content of the other mystery cards. Opening X20 mystery cards revealing content. X18 basic grade swords. X1 beast egg. A beast egg. Rowan jumped up with excitement in his eyes. Finally, something that interests him has appeared. Beast eggs. Rowan's voice trembled with excitement as he leaped to his feet, his eyes locking onto the egg that hovered in the air before him. This was the moment he had longed for. His first step into the world of beast taming. As someone with a powerful beast taming skill, receiving a beast egg was an invaluable experience. And as someone who had never tried beast taming before, Rowan's joy was even greater. Without wasting time, he reached for the egg, his face alight with excitement. He couldn't wait to see what kind of beast it held and what special power it might possess. The beast egg was about the size of a baby's head, and Rowan had to use both hands to hold it carefully. Dropping it would render it useless. As Rowan observed the egg, information about it quickly appeared before him. Beast egg contains random magical beast. Time to hatch, 72 hours. Seeing the lengthy hatch time, Rowan wasn't bothered and immediately activated his beast taming skill on it. Ding. Your SSS-Rank beast taming skill has activated. The hatching period has been reduced. New time to hatch, 30 seconds. The next 30 seconds felt like an eternity as Rowan watched the egg. What kind of creature would emerge? Would it be strong? What abilities would it have? His mind raced with possibilities that a faint crackling sound suddenly broke the silence, and a small crack appeared on the egg's surface. The crack spread, snaking across the shell. Rowan leaned in, his heart pounding with anticipation. Tiny pieces of the shell began to fall away, revealing a soft glow inside. The light grew brighter as more of the egg broke apart. Finally, with a sharp crack, the top of the egg split open, and a small creature began to emerge, still partially hidden in the glowing light. Rowan watched with excitement, eager to meet his new companion. The newly hatched creature hovered in the air, its small, gray body perfectly smooth and unblemished. Its skin was soft, almost velvety, with tiny patches of fur starting to appear along its back. And limbs. Observed Rowan with a gaze filled with innocent curiosity and a hint of playful mischief. From its appearance, it was easy to tell it was male. Ding. Beast egg hatched successfully, revealing details. Nickname. Not applicable race. Ashfire Wolf Foundation Realm. Low stage. Unlock skills. Fireball. LV1. Can shoot a fist-sized fireball with a cooldown time of 3 hours. You've tamed your first divine beast. You've unlocked divine beast plane. Beast plane. A pocket dimension with suitable conditions and adequate energy for all divine beasts. Ashfire Wolf. These beasts were incredibly popular in the game. They started out weak, but became extremely powerful as they grew stronger and older. I can't believe I got this from a basic mystery card. Rowan rejoiced that it took a lot of self-control to keep himself from screaming in excitement that a skill book and a beast egg after opening 40 mystery cards was not bad at all. If 40 had these too, then the last 60 must contain something even more precious, like blueprints, he thought, glancing at his new pet. The Ashfire puppy was still looking at Rowan with its big, adorable eyes. The curiosity in its gaze remained, but there was a hint of annoyance, as if it was disappointed in Rowan for leaving it hanging for so long. "Come here, little one," Rowan said softly, reaching out a hand toward the creature with a gentle smile. "Blaze, that's what I'll call you," Rowan continued, his voice filled with determination. "You're going to grow strong, and we'll see what kind of magic you can really wield." "Ding, nickname Blaze confirmed." Rowan ignored the system message, staring at the puppy in his possession with a calm smile. This moment, he felt like a father whose wife had just given birth. As for little Blaze, the annoyance in its gaze intensified with each passing second. "Your pet is furious. Your pet is hungry. Your pet wonders what sort of father you are. Your pet asks, 'Do you want me to die of hunger?'" Rowan could only stare at these prompts with a blank expression as he realized a major problem. What would he feed his pet? While Rowan experienced a whirlwind of emotions opening his mystery cards, something different was unfolding in Glenwood. It was late at night, and the moon still hung in the sky. Inside a spacious, luxurious bedroom with intricate details adorning the walls and a large bed, the very fat Lord Fagin lay sprawled, his large figure nearly covering the bed as he twisted his body in ways that seemed impossible. His annoyingly loud snores echoed through the room. Standing beside his bed were two beautiful women, their dark gazes fixed on his sleeping form as their minds wandered, contemplating their next actions. Both women were striking, with long, luscious black hair and faces that accentuated their maturity. One looked older, seemingly in her early 30s, while the younger one appeared to be in her early 20s. The older woman was Lierra, and the younger was Lierra. Lierra and Lierra were the same women who had been taken from Winterseed because of their beauty and brought to Glenwood to serve its perverted lord. They were also present when Wara and his men reported to Lord Fagin about their visit to Winterseed. After spending over 2 years in this hellish place, both women began to long for home. But escape seemed almost impossible. They were weak and would likely be tortured if caught trying to flee. Nevertheless, they never lost hope, believing their Lord would come and save them. But this hope was shattered when they received the report. Tonight, they decided to take fate into their own hands. Standing on the right side of the bed, Lierra clutched a small knife in her hands. One didn't need to think twice to guess what she was about to do. Standing opposite her, Lierra looked terrified and worried. "Lierra, are we really going to do this?" she asked, her voice trembling as she glanced nervously at the door. "I can't take it anymore. I've waited long enough," Lierra muttered, her grip tightening on the knife. "I can't sit by and hope anymore. Lierra, we have to take matters into our own hands." Hearing her reply, Lierra felt helpless. She was afraid of getting in trouble with these people. She wanted nothing more than to kill this fat bastard after all he had done to her, but she knew it was impossible to do so and get away with it for Lierra. She had already made up her mind. She lifted the knife above Lord Fagin's body, ready to stab him. Her heart pounded in her chest, a part of her still hoping for another way. But that hope had long been extinguished. There was no one coming to save them. Sadly, before she could get her revenge, the door creaked open, and 2 guards walked in. Hearing the creaking sound, Lierra swiftly hid the knife beneath her dress, while Lierra shivered in fear. Even though she wasn't the one holding the knife, the guards looked at both of them with suspicious gazes. "What are you two still doing here?" they asked in low voices, trying not to wake their sleeping lord. "Lord Fagin asked us to stay beside him while he rested. If you want, we could leave now," Lierra quickly replied. The guards continued to eye them suspiciously before moving toward the bed to wake Lord Fagin. Lierra quickly signaled Lierra, and both women swiftly left the room before Lord Fagin could awaken. After a series of calls and soft taps from the guards, Lord Fagin finally rose, his furious eyes glaring at them. "Sorry for waking you, Lord Fagin, but the spy from Winterseed is here," the guards quickly explained. "Was that why you had to wake me up? Can't you listen to his report and pass it on to me when I wake?" Lord Fagin grumbled, a deep frown on his face. "We did as you said, my lord, but he refused. He claims he has very important, juicy information that he must deliver directly to you." Lord Fagin's eyes narrowed as he sat up, his annoyance replaced by cold curiosity. "Juicy information? Huh. This better be worth my time." His voice was a low growl as he motioned for the guards to bring the informant in, his mind already racing with different possibilities. Rowan, oblivious to the plot building up against him in Glenwood Village, continued staring at Blaze with a blank expression on his face, while Blaze stared back with anger evident in his face. "So what kind of food should I feed you with?" Rowan asked curiously, as he really had no idea what he was going to feed his pet with. If understanding his question, Blaze's furious gaze became even more intense. IT let out a soft but furious growl and then lunged at Rowan's hand, trying to bite him, but its small teeth barely touched Rowan's skin. Rowan held Blaze up and just stared at it while it flailed in the air, squeaking and swiping its little claws, trying hard to reach him, but failing. Calm down, little guy. I will get something for you to eat very soon. All right, your Popsy is very poor right now, but you should be happy I still took you in and did not throw you away like some scumbag dads. Despite Rowan's words, Blaze continued to swipe its little claws in the air angrily. AT this moment. Rowan realized he would go through a whole lot of drama with Blaze, and he was ready for it. After a few minutes of flailing and fussing, Blaze finally settled down, reluctantly allowing Rowan to cradle it in his arms, but it was still very annoyed that in truth, it wasn't really that hungry. After hatching, all divine beasts receive a sustainable amount of nutrition that sustains them for a really long time before they can fend for themselves, especially the flesh-eating divine beasts. Blaze was simply acting too much. Rowan patted Blaze's head, but instead of getting a calm and lovable reaction, he almost got his fingers bitten by his mischievous, toothless pet. He could only nod his head and proceed with opening his mystery cards, hoping to get a better reward. Opening X20 mystery cards. Revealing content. X2 basic grade swords. Seeing this one made Rowan frown as he didn't get any sort of special rewards like the first two. He wondered if the rest would be like this. Opening X20 mystery cards. Revealing content. X5 basic grade swords. X5 basic grade spears. 100. 0 evolution points have been added to your status. Damn it. Rowan cussed out inaudibly. At this point, he began to lose hope that the next and final round of mystery cards would contain anything useful. What he needed the most at this moment are blueprints, so he would be able to use the crude irons in his possession. Rowan would also appreciate some sort of fertilizers or maybe raw material for clothing, but that is very unlikely to come out of a basic grade mystery card. Before opening the final round, he prayed in his heart to whosoever controls his luck to bless him with good luck. Reveal the last set, he commanded and watched with hopeful eyes as the rewards were revealed before him. Opening X20 mystery cards, revealing content. X5 basic grade food pills, X7 basic grade swords, 80. Evolution points have been added to your status. Seeing the rewards, his expression dampened as there was no blueprint among it. He was really hoping to get one, however, on a second thought. These rewards were actually good, especially the glowing green pills hovering in the air ahead of him. Even Blaze looked especially excited as he saw the green pills floating in the air. His eyes widened greedily, and a single line of drool slid down from its mouth. Food pill. Basic grade of very good nutrition for divine beasts. When eaten, it prevents hunger for 24 hours. 24 hours per pill wasn't that bad. With this time and the amount of pill Rowan has, he wouldn't have to worry about feeding Blaze for at least 5 days. Coincidentally, those 5 days were all he had to prepare before the next arrival of the Glenwood soldiers. IT felt as though the cards had reserved these rewards just for him. Growl. Blaze started growling hungrily at the sight of the food pill. Rowan, noticing its reaction, had no choice but to feed it one. He took one of the food pills, saving the others along with the swords in his inventory. He tossed the pill into the air, and Blaze quickly leapt from his arms to catch it midair, landing softly on the bee. IT began devouring the pill almost immediately, an ecstatic look on its face. After finishing the pill, Blaze lay on the bed, twisting its body as if asking Rowan to pick it up. When Rowan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to starve his mischievous pet. Earlier, it had protested when he tried to carry it, but now that it was full, it wanted him to pick it up. Blaze kept rolling on the bed and even let out soft and cute growls, trying even harder to make Rowan pick it up. Rowan scoffed and opened the divine beast plane. A blue-colored swirling portal suddenly appeared beneath Blaze. Before Blaze could even protest, it was swallowed by the portal and was transferred into the divine beast plane. Through the sensory link, Rowan could see the beast plane through Blaze's eyes. That IT was breathtakingly beautiful, a vast expanse of nature that seemed untouched by time. That IT was a very vast and beautiful natural habitat with tall trees and beautiful carpet grasses that crawled on the surface. From Blaze's vision, Rowan could see a big river flowing and a tall mountain far away. If Rowan should approximate the size of this place based on what he has seen, this place should be as big as the smallest continent on Earth. Rowan was observing through Blaze. He noticed that Blaze had already gotten used to the new place and was jumping around happily. Wasting no time, he called off the sensory link and proceeded to have a nice rest. This night has been the busiest since he transmigrated. There would be other harsher nights, but he was sure he would be strong enough by then. That IT is a new morning, and the villagers are happily returning to their various farmlands with pride and happiness. After hearing how their young lord defended them last night from the hands of goblins, their hope of getting their village revived to its peak increased, and they were all ready to work towards it. That on a random street in Winterseed, a large group of villagers could be seen marching towards their farmlands with happy smiles on their faces as they discussed. Who could have thought that our young lord would be blessed with immense sword knowledge after resurrecting? A man said to his colleagues with a proud smile. He is one of the soldiers whom Rowan rescued yesterday. Haha, our village is blessed. Before, my hope that we would be freed from Glenwood slavery was low, but now my hopes are high. I believe Lord Rowan will make Winterseed a big name again, his colleague replied. Today, I will train very hard to comprehend that sword technique he is currently teaching us and make sure to impress him. The young soldier clenched his fist and said with determination. But did you hear the discussions by the captains last night? One suddenly asked. Huh, what is it? You know, I wasn't around the captains too much, the other replied with a curious expression. Yeah, I knew that. You were away guarding the villagers, and when you were away, the captains had a brief discussion. They believe a larger group of goblins will attack very soon. And there's a 50-50 chance a hobgoblin will be leading them. Hobgoblin? Yes, that's what they said. But the chances are low. They might not come with a larger group, but we should still prepare for the worst. This was the discussion of two young soldiers who escorted the villagers to their farmlands. Among the large group approaching the farm, there were others who discussed different topics, especially how Rowan told them he would build their houses very soon, and the fact that their village would soon have a big war against Glenwood. Following these discussions from the villagers, a lot of windows popped up in front of Rowan, summarizing their conversations and also informing him about certain important details. One of your followers prays continuously for your downfall. One of your followers voices out his hate for you. At this point, Rowan was already used to this specific message popping up every now and then, making him wonder who the hell hates him this much and why he hasn't been able to find them. However, he was very happy to receive these kinds of messages. If not, he would have fallen into a big trap in the upcoming war. Taking his attention off the system, Rowan's eyes fell on the door, which creaked open at that moment as Riella's pretty figure walked in, holding a tray of food. A beautiful smile appeared on her face when her eyes met Rowan's. Good morning, Rowan. I brought you something to eat. Riella greeted with a cheerful and angelic voice as she strolled towards Rowan, who was standing beside his bed. Rowan couldn't help but smiled. It was very early in the morning, and she was already bringing him food, which could only mean that she had woken up very early to prepare it. He was very grateful for that. He watched as Riella squatted innocently and placed a tray of food on the small stool beside his bed. However, her figure was too wicked to do something innocent without triggering a reaction from Rowan. As she squatted, her soft clothes hugged tightly against her figure, accentuating her curves. Seeing this, Rowan couldn't resist the urge to spank her. He lifted his right hand and gave her a light tap, causing a low spanking sound to spread across a small radius. Feeling the gentle tap on her behind, Riella's face turned red hot as she flushed profusely. She stood up abruptly and stared at Rowan with a flustered expression, which made her really cute. Thank you for waking up so early to prepare something for me to eat, Riella. Rowan smiled at her and thanked her, acting as though he hadn't just teased her behind. Rowan dash, she let out in a low tone, her face still red as she wasn't used to being touched in such a manner, especially by Rowan, who she had a crush on. Seeing her flustered expression, Rowan continued to tease her verbally. What, Riella? You know you're so pretty, and I couldn't contain myself anymore. We're both adults now. Remember? Our urge to do it and procreate when we see those we love becomes higher and harder to resist. He spoke in a low and charming tone as he stepped closer to her. When all this is over, I want you to be the first woman in my life and carry my babies. He continued as he stepped closer to the flustered Riella. He pulled her in for a romantic hug, wrapping his hands around her waist and pressing her body against it as he hugged her. He patted her hair lovingly as her head gently relaxed on his chest. Remember when we were young, you promised to be the mother of my unborn kids. Now is the time to keep that promise. While patting her, he whispered in her ear, his whisper summoning an electrifying sensation within her. Unable to hold back any longer, Riella quickly pulled away from his embrace. Her slender hands reached for his head, drawing it down as she stretched her body to press a deep kiss against his lips. As Riella's lips met his, she closed her eyes, savoring the warmth and softness of the moment. Her heart raced as she poured all her unspoken feelings into the kiss, her body leaning into his as if drawn by an invisible force. For a brief second, Rowan was stunned by her sudden fierceness, his eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't expected her to act so boldly and initiate their first kiss. But his initial shock disappeared as he accepted her kiss and reciprocated it. Riella was new to kissing, and her kiss was somewhat amateurish, but Rowan preferred it that way. It was better for him to teach her than for her to already be experienced. Rowan's hands moved swiftly, one settling on her waist, the other gently cupping the back of her head, pulling her closer as he slowly dominated her mouth with his tongue. Both of them enjoyed a passionate kiss that lasted for more than a minute before Riella realized what she was doing and shyly pulled away. She was so deep into her feelings a minute ago that she didn't realize what she was doing until now. I can't believe I just did that, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she tried to steady her breathing. Without waiting for Rowan to respond, she spun around on her heel, her feet moving on their own as she bolted towards the door. I have to go. Rowan simply watched as her gracious figure bolted out of the room with a smile on his face. This is what I'm talking about. An innocent wife who doesn't even understand how to display her love and lust. The next time we meet in private, she might try to explain herself or explore that same feeling. I don't mind teaching her. She's my woman, after all, he said to himself. But then he realized something important. FCK, I forgot to give her the skill book. He cussed loudly. He was too focused on his lust that he forgot the skill book. Well, he couldn't really blame himself. She was just too adorable. Letting out a sigh, he walked towards his bed to eat breakfast, but before he could sit back and eat, the door opened. Brandon and Roland walked in with questioning expressions on their faces. We saw Riella running out of here. Was there a problem? Roland asked curiously as he observed Rowan's lips and noticed the wetness. Rowan only smiled and replied, no problem at all. But his response made the men even more suspicious. Your captain looks at you with suspicious eyes. Your assistant sarcastically thinks there's definitely a problem. The day went smoothly. Rowan started by accompanying Roland and Brandon to the southern border, which is the closest to the farms and where the goblins attacked last night. Their assumption was that the goblins would attack again, and they would pass through this side of the village since it is surrounded by vegetation. And beyond it, there's a very big forest that none of the villagers have dared to explore in the past few years. Rowan suggested that they venture into the forest, cut down trees, and use the timber to construct a strong fence around this area to prevent goblins from attacking again and also to prevent Rayax from stealing their crops. Brandon was against the idea. According to him, going into the forest at this time would be a very bad decision as they might not survive. Rowan agreed, but he wasn't sure about his decision in the end. Rowan made another decision to build a tall guardhouse around this area. They would station guards there at night to keep watch and inform them each time they spotted anything strange out of course. This wouldn't just be on the south border, but on every major one. With this, the problem of the defenseless border was solved, but there were other bigger problems, including food, shelter, and mainly the suppression from Glenwood. While these problems were significant, Rowan didn't panic at all and decided to solve them gradually. Worrying and rushing to solve the problem would only result in costly mistakes that might require starting over to prevent this. He decided to take it slow. Before Rowan left the farmlands, the farmers rushed toward him and complained about the water supply. It had badly affected their crops, with most of them dying due to the inadequate water supply, and some were experiencing slow growth. I'm already aware of this issue. Be patient with me. When we are done defeating Glenwood, we will take back control of the river, Rowan assured them. The farmers agreed, but they were still concerned about the high rate of low productivity in their crops. After leaving the farmlands, Rowan rushed to the village square, where the youth were already waiting for him, and began training them with Swordmaster. Sadly, he could only teach them the lowest level of the skill because it was impossible to impart such an advanced skill to these soldiers who were still FF rank in terms of power. Rowan was different from them. He could advance his skill without limit at any stage. Fortunately, this brought up a new and very important question for Rowan. How would he be able to help his soldiers evolve? Your soldiers would be able to evolve by cultivating special techniques that involve training their inner powers. Luckily, the system was there to answer him this time. And how do I obtain this special technique? He asked. 3 seconds passed, and there was no response from the system, but he could only sigh. It seemed he would have to figure that out himself. He turned to observe the soldiers, who were training with a lot of determination on their faces. Roland and the other 5 captains stood in front, practicing at a speed and with a determination that outmatched that of the other soldiers. The comprehension of the technique had improved drastically among the soldiers, especially among the captains. 2 captains had reached 50%, while Roland and 2 other captains were already at 60%. 2 days from now, they would be able to wield the skill and unlock its full potential. Then they would take on the role of teaching their soldiers. Rowan was very proud of their speed, though he knew it was mainly due to his display last night. The more he observed them training vigorously, the more impressed he was, and the more hopeful he became that they would win the war against Glenwood. But I fear that we have a mole in our midst, he thought to himself. Those series of hateful messages he got could only mean there is either a spy in their midst or someone who is after his position. He was not entirely sure about the first one. But he could not stake the survival of his village by neglecting that possibility that if there was a mole in their midst, the best solution would be to root them out. But since he couldn't figure out who that person was, he decided to implement a brilliant plan. It was now afternoon, and the heat of the sun intensified, making it very difficult for the soldiers to train. Roland and the captains kept training while rivers of sweat poured from their bodies. Despite the harsh weather conditions, their determination to protect the village intensified. They gritted their teeth and continued swinging their training swords, following a swift pattern. But this wasn't the same for the younger soldiers. They all swung their swords with weary expressions on their faces. Due to the harsh weather, some began to make a series of mistakes in the execution of the technique. Time to rest, everyone, Rowan announced. Following his loud voice were sighs of relief and the sound of many young soldiers collapsing on the ground. Roland and the other captains simply stopped swinging their swords and took in large breaths. Our beautiful women will arrive with lunch soon. While we wait for them, I want you all to gather around. We have to start preparing for the upcoming war, Rowan announced. The village square is large. At the center, there was a clear field for training, and on one side, there were lots of trees that served as shade from the sun. The soldiers dragged their worn-out bodies towards that area and found suitable spots to sit. As they all made their way towards it, Rowan received the usual message. One of your soldiers' hearts skipped a beat at your words. One of your soldiers grinned widely and awaits your strategy. Rowan observed as many soldiers as he could with his inspection skill, but none of them had anything that gave them away. This person must be a master at cloaking their true emotions, he concluded after failing to catch them all. After all the soldiers had gathered, Rowan opened up and revealed his battle strategy, including the time they would initiate their attack and the different formations they would use. His battle strategy was impressive, shocking even veterans like Roland. But their impression wasn't what Rowan was looking for. One of your soldiers' hearts beats fast. Enjoy hearing your strategy. The same soldier calls you foolish for revealing your battle strategy to them. Seeing this, Rowan realized that his suspicions were correct. This person is a spy, but a smile crept onto his face. He had only revealed the strategy for two good reasons. One was to understand the identity of this hater, and the other was to set a trap. Author note: last chapter for today. Thanks for reading. We are now 20 chapters in a novel, and I would appreciate detailed reviews from you guys this week. Let's set a goal for bonus chapters. 50 Power Stones. 1 bonus chapter, 100 Power Stones. 3 bonus chapters. These chapters would be released immediately after we reach these thresholds. Peace. Same day. Outside Winterseed Village's territory, beyond the southern border where the farmland sits, a group of more than 100 young soldiers could be seen marching toward a vast forest several meters away from them. Each of the soldiers held a different cutting tool, from knives to axes, but the number of swords was higher since they didn't have many cutting tools in the village except for swords that in fact. Most of the swords they held were the ones Rowan got from the mystery cards he opened last night. Rowan was riding a horse, leading them toward the forest that was almost a few minutes' walk away. He observed the forest with a calm expression on his face. The forest was very big and seemed to cover more than 200 square kilometers, about 10 times bigger than the whole of Winterseed Village combined, that a lot of tall trees could be seen stretching toward the sky. And apart from the tall trees, there was other vast vegetation. Brandon, accompanied by 2 captains, walked beside Rowan. Brandon had a pretty gloomy look on his face as he was very skeptical about the journey. After Rowan finished sharing the battle strategy with the soldiers, he was shocked to hear him suggest that they all venture into the dark forest to fell trees for timber. He tried talking Rowan and the group of young soldiers out of it, but they all ignored his words. Rowan was set on building the guardhouse as soon as he could, and the young soldiers were very curious to feel what it was like outside Winterseed, as they had been locked in the village their whole lives. When neither Rowan nor the soldiers listened, he tried talking to the 2 captains, but the 2 captains were dead set on protecting their village. When he told them it was risky, they responded with, "Would you rather we sit down and do nothing or build guardhouses to prevent the event of last night from repeating itself?" Hearing their question, Brandon realized there was no way to talk them out of it. So he relaxed. When they prepared to leave, he decided to accompany them. I heard pest monsters like Rayax are very active in the forest. Do you think we would encounter one? Not too far away from Brandon, 2 young soldiers began discussing excitedly. I hope we don't. They are very powerful, and my grandfather said they are bigger and fiercer in comparison to goblins, the other replied. Democrat, Minnesota. While I hope we don't face one, I wish to see what they look like. Yeah, me too. Who knows? Maybe we might face one, but there's no need to panic. Our capable Lord Rowan and captains would be able to defend us. Hearing their discussions, Brandon could not help but shake his head in disappointment. The adventurous minds of youths are really dangerous and foolish. He thought at IT was still the late hours of the afternoon, and the intensity of the sun's heat had decreased by almost 60%, making the weather conditions more favorable to work. Rowan and his soldiers were now standing before the entrance of the forest, observing the vast vegetative species surrounding them. The calm sound of leaves dancing to the silent beat of the wind gently drifted across, and the singing of birds and other animals filled the forest with a sweet cacophony. So this is the South Forest everyone in the village is scared to visit. IT doesn't look anything special or different from forests on Earth. Some of them on Earth look even scarier than this, Rowan thought. Looking at the forest, he realized there were more than enough trees to rebuild his village, but he lacked the equipment to take the trees down. Fortunately, they only needed to fell at least 7 trees to build 4 guardhouses, one on each border, so they wouldn't be needing much equipment. The number of soldiers available and the few pieces of equipment they brought with them were already more than enough to take care of it, though it would take a very long time. I wish I had some sort of crafting knowledge. I would have manufactured my own version of saw machine, and obtaining timber would be very easy and less time-consuming, Rowan sighed. His zeal to obtain the crafting profession grew bigger in his mind. However, as Rowan made lots of new decisions and calculations beside him, Brandon gulped a mouthful of saliva nervously. That it was evident on his face that he wasn't comfortable standing so close to the forest, as he appeared to recall some rather sad memories. All right, everyone, let's get ready. Our work starts here. We'll take down the big trees near the entrance first and only move deeper once we're done with these. Which, of course, won't be anytime soon, Rowan stated. The soldiers nodded and began preparing their tools, ready to work. They all looked very ready to start swinging their swords against these trees. It would be a great way to test out the progress of their sword training and the amount of strength they could exert with their swords. Brandon looked at their smiles and was still shocked at how they could be this calm and happy about something so dangerous. None of them looked scared or worried despite the numerous scary tales they've heard about the South Forest and the monstrous calamities dwelling within it. Yes, he was worrying. He failed to notice Rowan observing him. Brandon is still scared, but he has the right to be if Rayax are said to be stronger than goblins, who even the captains couldn't defeat easily. Then it was really not advisable to come to the South Forest, which is their permanent habitat. Rowan thought he needed a way to safeguard his soldiers. Thankfully, he had one. Also, everyone, let me introduce you to the newest member of our village, Blaze. Saying that, Rowan mentally called out Blaze from the divine beast plane, where it was having the best time of its life jumping around, exploring the beautiful landscape. A portal quickly appeared, only lasting for a split second before disappearing and leaving Blaze in the arms of Rowan. Blaze relaxed in Rowan's arms and observed all the strange faces with a frown-like expression on its face. Its adorable orange eyes scanning all the faces. Following Blaze's appearance, the eyes of all the young soldiers widened and their jaws dropped. What sort of power does their lord possess to make a beast appear out of thin air? Glenwood village Lierra and Lierra sat among a group of young women of varying ages. The oldest among them was Lierra, who was in her early 30s, while the youngest was a pretty lady who looked no more than 19. Each of them carried unique beauty that made them truly irresistible to the opposite sex. All of them were captives from Winterseed, trapped in the clutches of Glenwood's perverted lord. They all shared the same wish, to leave and return home. Living in Glenwood could not be considered living at all. While Lord Fagin was very perverted towards them, he hadn't been able to defile any of them because he was impotent, and his erection was as small as a baby's pinky. However, he made them do a lot of embarrassing activities every day to pleasure himself. He made them confess to him daily and remind him that he had a dragon's dick, which was far from the truth. That he also made them dance, shake their bodies seductively, and do other humiliating activities. Women who respected themselves and cherished their dignity. Being forced to do such activities was akin to drinking poisoned tea this moment. They sat in a dimly lit room inside Lord Fagin's house, looking at Lierra, who stood in front of them with a serious expression on her beautiful face. The room was very big, with cleaning and farming equipment taking up most of the space. Lierra observed their faces before speaking in a serious tone. The number of guards at the gate will be very small today because of the stupid party taking place. We can use that opportunity to escape. After hearing her words, the others looked at her with frowns and questioning expressions. You're still on this, Lierra. You know we can't escape even if we try. Glenwood is not like Winterseed, which has a very weak border defense. We will be caught before we even reach the gate. One of them responded. The others nodded at her reply. There was no one among the women who didn't know about Lierra's stubbornness, while all of them wanted to leave. Lierra was more serious about it and ready to take unnecessary risks. Lierra gently turned her head to the speaker. They would only catch us if we escape without any plans. With a solid plan, I'm sure we will be able to leave. But why isn't any of you asking me? Why the sudden seriousness? All the women exchanged gazes. When have you not been very serious? They asked. Lierra could only sigh. I know you think I'll get into trouble for always trying to leave and take matters in my hands. But if we don't leave now, we will lose our home to these people. Winterseed as a village will cease to exist. What do you mean, Winterseed will cease to exist? Lierra asked with worry in her voice. Good question. Early this morning, I snuck into the battle chamber and overheard Fagin and his men plotting to invade Winterseed. They plan to kill our young lord and seize control of everything, Lierra revealed, causing the women to gasp in surprise. That is very bad. Didn't young Lord Rowan say he wouldn't go against the vassal decree? Why are they trying to kill him even though he is on their side? One asked. Yes. Weren't you the one who told us Lord Rowan is not going to take any action against them? Lierra listened to the questions before replying. That's what we heard, but it seems Fagin has a spy in Winterseed. Whatever that spy told him, it's made him want to kill Lord Rowan, but we can't let that happen. Lierra discussed the situation further with the women, finding it hard to make them take risks alongside her. After some back-and-forth conversation, they finally came to a conclusion. Fine, if we want to escape successfully without being caught, then we have to draw the attention of the men away from the gate, one of them suggested. Lierra nodded. That was actually her plan from the beginning, but knowing them, she knew they would most likely not accept it, which is why she never mentioned it. I will stay behind to do that. Lierra stood up and volunteered, causing everyone to look at her, especially Lierra. Lierra and Lierra were captured on the same day. When they arrived, the young soldiers of Glenwood always tried to have their way with her. Lierra was always shy and unable to fight back. Lierra had been the one driving off the young soldiers. She saw Lierra as her little sister and always protected her. Hearing that Lierra was volunteering to do something so dangerous made her very sad and worried. Are you sure? She asked, her worries evident. Lierra calmly nodded. The soldiers on duty today are among those who always tried to woo me, that I'm sure I'll be able to distract them easily. You don't have to worry about me. As long as your mission to inform Lord Rowan is successful, I would be very happy, she replied with a smile. Lierra could not believe her ears without her around. Those perverted little pricks would use force on Lierra and defile her. Barely thinking of those little pricks laying their hands on Lierra made her angry, but she could only sigh. All right then, that is settled, she let out. 4 soldiers sat beside the gate with their swords relaxing on the ground. They all looked to be around the age of 19 to 23.2 of them were devouring chicken wings while the other 2 drank beers from big mugs. Meh, I hate that old geezer. How can he send us to the gate and deny us such a big party? I heard all the maidens would be present, and Lord Fagin even planned on inviting those hot chicks from Winterseed. One of them complained, taking a big sip of beer. I'm still pissed at the captain. He could have sent others, but he decided to send us. One old geezer. I heard he's pursuing that fierce Winterseed woman, the one called Lierra, another replied. Oh, Lord Fagin's favorite BTCH. Yeah, that one. Democrat, Minnesota. The captain is pretty ballsy to chase Lord Fagin's woman, the young soldier said with a laugh. We all know Lord Fagin can't do it with those women. They're better off with the captain. The young men discussed among themselves, unaware of the group of women sneaking close to them. Lierra turned her head to the women hiding behind a building close to the exit of Glenwood and nodded. Then she adjusted her dress and started walking toward the soldiers. The young soldiers were still talking when they noticed her, and their mood lightened up. Like ants attracted to sugar, they all ran towards her. Lierra, you look so pretty today as usual. Lierra, come play with me. I have big balls. Lierra hated their disgusting remarks, but she played along, revealing a charming smile. The men at the party are really old for me, so I came to look for you guys, she said in a voice capable of making the soldiers' little brothers twitch with excitement. Come with me. My balls aren't the only thing that's big. My room is as well. How about we see all your rooms first? I'll pick the best one, Lierra replied. As the boys came closer, their lust became even clearer, but it was just what she wanted. She gave a hand signal to Lierra and the others, and they immediately ran towards the half-open gate. They noiselessly pushed it open and ran out. Before leaving, Lierra turned to look at Lierra with a sad expression. She swore to come back and rescue her. In the southern forest, the soldiers stared at Rowan in blaze, dumbfounded there, eyes and mouths wide open in shock. When they saw a powerful-looking wolf fall out of thin air, they immediately assumed it was a divine beast. Their shock and curiosity only grew. A divine beast? I can't believe it. Lord Rowan has a divine beast. What? A divine beast. Those powerful creatures blessed with divine powers. My grandfather used to tell stories about them, but he always said a village like ours would never lay eyes on one because only powerful kingdoms and empires have what it takes to raise and use them. My grandfather also told me that a single divine beast can wipe out a group of 100 hobgoblins in less than 3 minutes. This is insane. Lord Rowan has truly awakened with God's blessings. Our village will be great again. The young soldiers reacted, voicing their shock and excitement. As for the captains and Brandon, they were too stunned to speak. Unlike the young soldiers, who only heard about divine beasts in midnight tales, the three of them had actually encountered divine beasts before, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. They could still remember the day when a giant golden eagle flew past their village at a devastating speed, powerful enough to fell tall trees and shatter numerous buildings. It was a sight etched in the minds of anyone at least 50 years old in Winterseed. If their village had a divine beast, the possibilities for greatness in the future were endless. The young lord was truly blessed. Rowan and Blaze observed everyone calmly, Blaze with curiosity and Rowan with pride. But this was no time to bask in pride. This is my pet, Blaze. It's a divine beast and will certainly grow very strong in the future, Rowan began. I know most of you are scared we might be suddenly attacked by monsters, so I'll let Blaze patrol the area. With its keen sense of smell, it will detect the arrival of any monsters, he continued. Hearing his words, the villagers felt relieved, especially Brandon, who let out a loud sigh. With that issue settled, everyone grabbed their equipment and proceeded to work. Each tree was assigned 10 soldiers, who swung their swords against it in rapid motion. Some did it plainly, while others tried to use the swordmaster technique they had been learning. Very soon, the once quiet forest was filled with the cacophony of soldiers working hard. Even Brandon lifted an axe and swung it against the thick trunks of a very tall tree. Despite being in his late middle age, he still had a lot of strength and was able to work. The two captains joined in as well, working together since their pace was much faster than the younger soldiers. They both used their swordmaster skills, following a uniform and strong pattern as they swung their swords. However, taking down a tree with very thick trunks would take them around 30 minutes. For the young soldiers, it would take about 2 hours because the trees had far bigger and stronger trunks than those on Earth. Rowan sat on his horse, watching them work with an impressed smile on his face. Blaze was perched on his shoulder, observing the area with curiosity, its round eyes almost glowing with intensity. As they both watched together, Rowan suddenly noticed a change in Blaze's stats. Blaze, race, Ashfire Wolf, Foundation Realm, low stage 1%, unlocked skills. Fireball, LV1, the 1% beside its cultivation realm wasn't there the last time Rowan checked Blaze's status. Seeing it now made a smile creep onto his face. This is incredible. It hasn't even been 24 hours, and it's already making progress, but I never saw Blaze actively absorbing mana. Could it be that it absorbs mana passively? Rowan wondered. If that were the case, it would be incredible, especially since Blaze was still in its infant phase, a period of playfulness in its life cycle. With this kind of speed and passive mana absorption, Rowan could only imagine how fast active absorption would be. The thought made him smile, and he couldn't help but punch Blaze's fluffy cheeks. Squeak, squeak. Blaze let out 2 dismayed squeaks and gave Rowan a cold glare, as if telling him not to touch it. What? You're my pet. You should be happy with my touches and praises, you little rascal, Rowan grumbled. Blaze responded with another cold stare and returned to observing the men with keen eyes. Rowan couldn't help but frown. This pet was indeed mischievous. Last night, it only let Rowan touch it because of the food pill. Now that it wasn't hungry, it had become unfriendly again. 3 hours slowly passed in the South Forest. IT was now the cool and bright hours of the evening. This moment, 6 trees had been successfully taken down, and another 5 were in progress. The captains were the first to succeed after about 30 minutes. Then they moved on to another tree and finished it in less than an hour. After taking down the second tree, they began bucking the fallen ones to make them smaller and easier to move back to the village. On the other hand, it took a group of 47 soldiers to take down the other 4, and those soldiers fell to the ground, worn out after succeeding. Only the 2 captains still had energy, displaying the difference between them and the others. Rowan didn't just sit down and watch them work. After the first hour of sitting and interacting with Blaze, he decided to supervise. He was currently supervising a group of tired young soldiers who were swinging their sword with their last bits of strength. They were already very exhausted. I should help at least, Rowan thought. However, before he could assist them, Blaze began to make a series of loud squeaks, drawing both Rowan's and the soldiers' attention. Blaze squeaked loudly, eyes wide with terror, its fur bristling as it clung tightly to Rowan. The mischievous glint in its gaze was gone, now replaced by pure fear. Rowan's eyes narrowed as he sensed that something was terribly wrong. Shriek. A loud and terrifying shriek blasted across the entire area. Rowan and the soldiers were working diligently when, without warning, a loud shriek blasted across the forest. It was not just loud. It seemed to vibrate through the very air, echoing from somewhere dangerously close. Following the bone-chilling shriek, small animals fled the area in panic. Rowan's eyes widened, and he quickly alerted, "Everyone, move away from the trees, fast." Even before his sudden call, the soldiers had already begun backing away from the trees out of fear. Brandon also moved with them. The fear on his face was evident. The captain stopped removing the fallen trees, grabbed their swords, and sprinted towards Rowan. "Lord Rowan," they called out in unison as they arrived beside Rowan, who was backing away while looking at the forest. Blaze was still on his shoulder, letting out terrified shrieks and clinging to him. "A monster is nearby, and it's already been alerted by our presence that it should be coming towards us as we speak," Rowan said with a frown on his face. As Rowan was discussing the current situation with the captains, loud, heavy steps suddenly sounded from within the forest. The monster was already nearby. "Demon, we didn't even go deep into the forest." Rowan cursed through gritted teeth. Though he had been warned beforehand about monsters, he still didn't expect that one would truly come, even without venturing deep into the forest. The only valid explanation was that the noise had awakened whatever monster was coming towards them. But now wasn't the time to think. Rowan took out the 2 swords left in his inventory and held them in both hands. He took an assertive stance, clutching the swords, ready for battle. "Everyone, grab your weapon and prepare to engage in battle soon. Remember all the sword techniques you have been practicing? This is the time to put them to use and defend yourselves. That understood," he announced. The soldiers gulped nervously, grabbed their weapons, and began stepping back, eyes fixed on the forest, ready to see what enemy they would be facing. Even Brandon clutched his axe, preparing to fight for his life. The atmosphere around them was serious, and the tension was palpable. The steps from within the forest grew louder every second, causing the soldiers to panic even more. Rowan and the 2 captains, standing in front of the 100-plus soldiers, kept their eyes focused on the path ahead of them. Due to the tall trees and the large amount of harsh grass, seeing what lay beyond the first row of trees became impossible. They could only see darkness. Rowan received many messages about the terrified state of his soldiers, but he ignored them. Then another window opened containing a challenge, his first challenge since he transmigrated. "A challenge has been triggered. Challenge: defeat the threat without losing anyone. Reward: 20,000 evolution points." I wasn't planning on losing anyone in the first place, thought Rowan. "Blaze, get ready. Your fireball will be needed in this fight, all right?" He whispered to Blaze while his eyes remained fixed on the forest. Blaze let out a low squeak, accepting his words. 30 seconds passed, and the steps grew even louder and stranger. It was as though there was more than one monster coming towards them. The soldiers gulped, sweat dripping down their faces. Since they joined the army, for most of them, this was their first intense moment. The first time they ever felt that if they didn't fight, they would die. As the steps drew closer, their heartbeats became even faster. However, all of a sudden, the steps halted, plunging the area into a short moment of deep, awkward silence. "What's happening? Why did the steps suddenly stop? Is it over already?" Rowan wondered. His thoughts were the same as everyone's at that moment. Following the ear-piercing silence, the rustling of bushes spread across the area, drawing their attention toward the thick bush at the edge of the forest, which seemed to be shaking violently. Rowan's grip on his swords tightened as the rustling grew louder. His eyes narrowed, scanning the trembling bush ahead. Then, unexpectedly, a small rat darted out of the bush, squeaking frantically as it scurried across the ground. That it was a tiny creature, harmless and insignificant in comparison to the fear they had just experienced. The soldiers gasped in surprise and even began to chuckle in amusement. Was it just a rat causing all the commotion? They asked themselves. "Just a rat," Brandon muttered. He couldn't believe what he had just experienced. But before calmness could fully settle, the ground began to tremble again. This time, the sound of heavy, thudding footsteps was much louder and more menacing than before. Rowan's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the true danger was yet to come. "Get ready," he shouted, his voice cutting through the soldiers' fleeting amusement. The urgency in his tone brought everyone back to full alert. From the very spot where the small rat had emerged, the bushes suddenly exploded outward as a large group of gigantic, rat-like monsters surged forward, their red eyes glowing with malice. Each of them was around the size of a large dog. their fur matted, and their teeth bared, dripping with saliva. They all looked hungry for flesh. The soldiers' faces turned ashen as the horde bore down on them. The brief moment of relief vanished, replaced by sheer terror as the reality of the situation hit them like a tidal wave. Democrat, Minnesota it. Rowan cursed loudly, his frustration and fear mixing as he prepared to confront the oncoming threat. Blaze looked at the monstrous rats, each one at least 7 times its size, with wide, terrified eyes. Its life hadn't even lasted a day, and already it was facing a battle against terrifying monsters. How cruel could fate be? Rowan observed the monsters storming out of the forest with keen eyes. He hadn't expected this many monsters to suddenly attack. He was cautious enough to not enter the forest. But sadly, that could not stop the monsters from picking up on the sound of nearby human activities. These monsters, Rayax as they're called, are rat-like creatures. Among all the monsters known to mankind, Rayax are the only omnivores. They eat edible plants and fruits when available, and when they aren't, they start eating smaller animals and humans. They're truly dangerous at this moment. Watching more than 200 of these monsters storming towards them made some of the young soldiers wet. Their pants. The loud, collective marching of the Rayax as they drew closer was terrifying, as were the bright red eyes that seemed to pierce deep into the young soldiers' souls. As the Rayax drew closer, the soldiers became even more terrified, with some even considering running back home. Everyone, this is a fight for your life and your people. The moment you let your guard down, you lose everything you hold dear in this life. Rowan addressed them once again. With his super voice activated, his words immediately motivated the young soldiers. Grabbing their weapons, they let out a collective war cry, confirming they were ready to fight. Attack! Following Rowan's words, all the soldiers charged towards the Rayax, with the 2 captains in front, running at a speed unmatched by the young soldiers' shriek. Seeing their prey running aggressively towards them, the Rayax let out a collective shriek, and their red eyes glowed even more intensely. Running ahead of the soldiers, Rowan was the first to reach his first Rayax. The Rayax immediately leapt towards him, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp, jagged teeth ready to bite Rowan's neck off. Your pet has activated Fireball. However, before it could reach Rowan, a fireball the size of a man's head blasted towards it, hitting it. The Rayax let out a painful shriek as sharp burns inflicted its body while its fur began to burn. It was a painful experience for the Rayax. It lost all its will to fight and fell to the ground. Blaze has slayed Rayax. Rowan looked at Blaze, clinging to his shoulder, and flashed him a proud smile before returning his eyes to the monster-human battle. Ahead, the soldiers and the Rayax clashed completely, the Rayax attacking with their sharp teeth and claws while the soldiers fought back with swords. With gritted teeth and determination to survive, they swung their weapons. Fear was evident on their faces. The voice in their heads kept telling them to escape as soon as possible, but the determination to not be cowards and survive pushed them further, making them appear fearless in the eyes of their predators. Brandon, who hadn't swung a weapon his entire life, was swinging a heavy axe at this moment. I refuse to die at the hands of filthy monsters like you, he muttered to himself repeatedly as he swung the axe. The axe met the head of a Rayax. The Rayax fell to the ground, but wasn't badly injured. It gave Brandon a glare and charged at him once again. This time Brandon stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the Rayax. When it closed the distance, he immediately swung his axe again, but it only managed to make the Rayax fall into a brief second of heavy dizziness. Taking the opportunity, Brandon continuously swung the axe, hitting the same spot until a ghastly wound appeared, digging deeper into the Rayax's tough body with every swing. Being a man without powers or combat training, it was naturally difficult for Brandon to fight a monster around twice as strong as him. With an axe, a captain like Rowan would have taken care of the Rayax in about a minute, but it took Brandon much longer. Only after 6 minutes of continuously hitting the same spot did the Rayax bleed to death. My first kill. Brandon's eyes widened as he observed the corpse on the ground, finding it difficult to believe he had just killed something he dreaded for most of his life. However, not only Brandon had his first kill in this battle, a large number of young soldiers did as well. The IT was their breakthrough and a reminder that, though monsters are strong, they lack intelligence and sheer will. The battle continued. The bright evening gradually turned dark, speaking volumes about the amount of time that had passed. This moment, the battlefield had become bloody. Corpses of the gigantic Rayax lay bare on the ground, piled into small hills in some areas. Unfortunately, the loss wasn't entirely on the Rayax side. Many soldiers had been badly injured and had fled to the back. Currently, only around 55 soldiers out of 120 were still battling the Rayax. whose numbers had also drastically decreased. Rowan could be seen in the heart of the battlefield, executing his sword technique and slaying Rayax as fast as he could. Even Blaze was genuinely involved in the battle, having burned 6 Rayax with its fireball. You slayed X3 Rayax plus 50 evolution points ding. 100x reward activated, 5,000 evolution points have been added. You slayed X2 Rayax plus 40 evolution points ding. 100x reward activated, 5,000 evolution points have been added. As Rowan continued to fight the Rayax, he realized they were easier and faster to kill, about twice as fast as the goblins. They were so weak that Rowan could kill 3 of them in less than 5 seconds, gaining chunks of evolution points. I haven't evolved my power yet, and I'm already this strong against Rayax. What if I evolve? How strong would I be? Rowan pondered, the sheer thought of becoming extraordinarily strong filling him with passion to slay more and farm more evolution points to aid his evolution. It's getting really dark now. The Rayax will have a strong advantage over us when it is completely dark due to their night vision, he thought. I was too carried away in the fight with goblins and forgot to copy their night vision skill. Luckily, these Rayax have it. Rayax health, 89%. Special skill, night vision copy, yes and no. Status, hungry without hesitation. He copied the skill and merged with it immediately. Skill, night vision, FF rank, copied successfully. Merging with night vision FF rank, completed. Night vision FF rank, passive skill, grants clear sight in dark places. As this skill merged with Rowan, he felt his vision become much clearer, as though it was still the bright hours of morning. Great, he rejoiced inwardly, and immediately stormed towards the Rayax, charging at him. With a simple swing of his sword, the head of the Rayax detached from its body. The fight continued for about 2 more hours before the last Rayax dropped to the ground. We've won! Brandon let out a loud scream of excitement. We did it! We did it! The young soldiers quickly joined him in rejoicing. Even the injured joined in. It was a miracle that they survived, but Rowan stared at his system with a frown on his face. Challenge: defeat the threat without losing anyone. Status: active. We have slain the Rayax down to the very last one. So why is the challenge still displaying active? Rowan frowned. He turned to scan the surrounding area. With night vision, he could see more clearly, and there was no Rayax in sight, not even a single moving rat. Is there something wrong with the system? He asked himself. But before he could question the system, a very loud and terrifying footstep was heard. The mere step caused the ground around them to tremble, quickly ending the jubilation. After defeating the horde of Rayax, the Winter Seed soldiers began to jump around in joy, unaware of the danger approaching them. Their celebration hadn't even lasted for 3 minutes when, suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. That a loud, thunderous step echoed within the forest, much louder and fiercer than anything they had heard during the Rayax attack. The sound alone was enough to freeze the blood in their veins. What is happening? The young soldiers asked, fear evident on their faces. They had just risked their lives, fought with all their strength against the horde of Rayax, and now something bigger was coming for them. Was peace really so difficult to attain? When Brandon heard the loud step, he was even more terrified. This is bad. He immediately ran toward Rowan. Lord Rowan, we have to leave immediately. Staying here for even a second is signing our own death warrant. Rowan turned to look at Brandon, easily noticing the fear on his face. The same went for Blaze, who repeated the same scared reaction it had earlier, reminding Rowan of another looming threat. We can't leave, Rowan replied firmly. If we do, whatever monster is coming will storm the nearest human settlement, which is obviously our village, and we don't have defenses strong enough to withstand it. The 2 captains tried to come up with a plan, but none of their ideas were suitable for the situation at hand. Take all the men and leave immediately. I'll deal with the monster myself, Rowan declared, shocking everyone. Lord Rowan, we can't let you do that. It's too risky. The 2 captains immediately rejected his idea. Leaving their young lord behind was something they couldn't even imagine doing. We should all leave together, Lord Rowan. Our village is getting better since you recovered. We do not want anything happening to you, Brandon said. Some of the nearby young soldiers overheard this and silently rejected it inwardly. Though scared, they didn't want to leave Rowan behind. This is our only option. Leave immediately. That I can handle it. But the same can't be said for you, Rowan reiterated, his tone serious to show that he meant his words. Brandon and the 2 captains stared at Rowan for an extra second. Taking this step was very drastic and against their will. What would happen if the hope of their village got badly injured or died? Winterseed would simply become hell on earth, a vast difference from the heaven Rowan had started to build. Everyone leave. It is an order, Rowan yelled in a furious tone. Their faces turned somber, but they had no choice. "Please do not leave us again, Lord Rowan. Lord Rowan, please come back alive, that we believe in you." The soldiers called out one after the other as they grabbed their weapons and began sprinting toward Winterseed. The captains and Brandon stayed behind for a few seconds before leaving with the rest, their minds frantically praying for Rowan's survival. Only after they had covered a safe distance did Rowan turn his eyes back to the forest. The steps echoed even louder, and the vibrations grew even more intense, but Rowan stood his ground. Sending his soldiers away was his way of ensuring success in his challenge. He couldn't afford to lose any of his men, nor could he afford to lose such a large amount of evolution points. Squeak Blaze, still terrified, started tapping on Rowan's neck as if telling him to run away. Blaze, a divine beast, had a natural ability to perceive mana, and the mana this monster radiated was extremely strong and terrifying. Rowan gave Blaze a brief look before sending it back into the divine beast plane. Blaze was sucked into the plane by the portal. It kept squeaking, trying to make Rowan change his mind. Shriek. At that moment, a loud shriek echoed across the area as the surroundings shook, plunging the scene into a terrifying silence. Unlike the horde of Rayax, who only made the bushes rustle, this creature's presence made even the tall trees sway. Shriek. Another loud shriek echoed. Following it, a monstrosity beyond anything Rowan had ever seen stepped out of the forest. It was a more terrifying version of the Rayax, about 3 times bigger than even the largest elephant on Earth. Its body was covered in jet black fur, making it invisible to anyone in the dark. It was only thanks to Rowan's night vision that he could see it clearly. The Rayax halted in its steps, sluggishly observing the corpses of its kin. This gave Rowan the time to observe and prepare for the fight. Rayax General, Boss Monster, Health, 100%, Special Skill, Resistance Status, Observing. A Boss Monster, this is going to be a harsh fight. Rowan whispered to himself as he observed it. He noticed that it had a different special skill from the other Rayax and immediately copied it. Skill, Resistance, F-Rank, copied successfully, Resistance. Passive skill, grants the ability to resist 20% of attacks ranging from physical to magical. Merge. Seeing the skill, Rowan was amazed. This would be his first defensive skill, and the stats weren't It was also his first time seeing a monster with an F-rank skill. The others always had FF rank skills. Without wasting time, he merged with the skill. Instantly, he felt a new sensation entering his body, one that he couldn't describe with simple words. Threat has entered rage mode. All stats have increased by 200%. Beware, sadly. Rowan didn't have enough time to explore his new skill before the system alerted him. The Rayax General's eyes locked onto Rowan, glowing brightly with rage. From where Rowan stood, he could see the Rayax General's body trembling with anger. This was going to be a hard fight, but Rowan was ready. It was the dark of the night. Brandon and the rest of the soldiers could be seen sprinting toward the village with disturbed expressions on their faces. None of them were happy after leaving their lord behind, someone they were supposed to protect until their last breath. Brandon and the 2 captains had the worst expressions. They still hated themselves for being so weak and having to rely on their young lord for protection. As they got near the boundary of the village, a loud, bone-chilling shriek swept across the area, reaching their ears and filling them with panic. Some farmers working nearby heard the shriek as well, but it wasn't as loud and terrifying as what the soldiers heard. Still, it was enough to put fear into their fragile minds. That is the cry of the monster. Lord Rowan must be facing it right now. Oh, gods of our ancestors, grant him strength and divine protection. They all prayed silently in their minds. As they crossed the border and arrived in Winterseed, they saw some farmers looking at them with questioning and confused expressions. The farmers had seen them leave alongside Rowan, and now they returned without him. What might have happened? Among these people was Lierra, who had come to collect fresh fruits for Rowan. She was holding a basket of ripe apples. When she heard the commotion, she immediately left the basket and went toward the large group of soldiers returning. "Where is Lord Rowan?" she asked Brandon, who was standing in front of the soldiers, breathing hard to catch his breath. She could easily tell from their tired expressions that they had run their way here and that it wasn't just a normal run. They were running from something. While Riella's question was directed at Brandon, all the soldiers heard it, and they became really ashamed. "Lord Rowan will be back very soon. He asked us to come back to the village first," Brandon replied, struggling to come up with a proper answer. However, his answer wasn't convincing. He tried to hide his panic and embarrassment, but it was evident to everyone. "How could you all leave Lord Rowan close to the South Forest all alone? It doesn't make sense. There's something you guys are hiding from us," one of the old farmers shouted in a loud, suspicious tone. The other farmers agreed. There was no logic in what Brandon said. Slowly, it began to grumble. Riella looked at Brandon with a questioning gaze, waiting for a genuine answer, her heart already beating fast. Expecting the worst point, one of the captains standing beside Brandon couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to speak his mind. Lord Rowan is fighting a monster and will return soon. But until then, it's not safe to stay near the South Forest. Everyone, head back to your home. The mention of monsters caused a loud and disturbing reaction from the villagers. They quickly recalled last night's event that almost destroyed their village. This is not a request anymore. All of you, go back home. The same captain shouted again, with a deep frown on his face. The villagers looked at the huge captain. He was one of the strongest men in the village, and his name was Bryce. Captain Bryce managed to make everyone leave. After they left, he stayed behind with the other captains to guard the border. Brandon, though scared, stayed behind with them. About 3 minutes later, Roland and the other captains returned with deep frowns on their faces. They immediately began berating Bryce for leaving Rowan behind. However, when they heard the full story, their eyes widened and they completely understood how dire the situation was. Threat has entered rage mode. All stats have increased by 200% for 60 seconds up to where. Seeing this warning, Rowan realized that it would be even more difficult now to defeat the Rayax general. But he wasn't fazed. He has so many cards up his sleeves that he hasn't used YETAS for the Rayax general. After observing the corpse of his fellow race, it became really pissed and glared at Rowan while charging up inside. It was dark of the day, and two monsters of different races could be seen glaring at each other in the dark. The breeze whipped past their faces, but they remained unfazed, ready to devour their opponent. The Rayax general let out a bone-chilling shriek and began charging towards Rowan, its clawed feet digging against the ground as it made its way towards its prey. "Come on, little monster." Rowan grinned, clutched his sword, and charged at it. They closed the distance almost immediately. The Rayax general whipped its clawed fist towards Rowan, trying to decimate him with just one move. Rowan halted in his steps, dug his feet into the ground to provide balance, and then blocked with his sword. The clanging sound of their collision spread across the area. The Rayax general didn't halt after the block. It kept punching and clawing continuously while letting out low, angry shrieks. Rowan remained on the defense, testing the strength of the Rayax general. It is pretty fast for a big monster, but that is due to rage, he noted, his eyes analyzing the attack pattern of his opponent. Right now, the skills at work are Night Vision, Sword Grandmaster, and Resistance. Using these skills, Rowan did not back out and kept defending himself, waiting for the perfect time to strike. Rage of Threat has deactivated. That's it. Rowan yelled inwardly. The attacks of the Rayax general had already decreased by twofold, making it very weak and slow. Nevertheless, its punches still carried enough power to turn a soldier into meat paste. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rowan made a quick dash to the right side, evading the claws of the Rayax shriek. The Rayax general shrieked in annoyance as it slowly tilted its huge figure to search for its opponent. Its movement was sluggish as expected. Now behind the Rayax general, Rowan kept his sword back in his inventory and tried to leap onto its neck. Sadly, the huge figure of the Rayax was difficult to climb up to with just leaping. Thus, Rowan made use of its fur to drag himself upwards towards the neck. The Rayax general, feeling the itching sensation as Rowan climbed its back, began to move its body dangerously, trying to shake him off while letting out shrieks that carried its annoyance and anger. Unfortunately for it, and fortunately for Rowan, its big figure made its movement very sluggish, and while it threatened to throw Rowan off, Rowan was still able to climb onto it successfully. Without wasting time, Rowan wrapped his hands around the neck of the Rayax to provide support and balanced a shriek. Shriek. The Rayax general kept moving, fearing that its death was near as Rowan was now. Very close to its weak point, its shrieks now carried its fear of death and frustration. "Die, you F-kin monster!" Rowan yelled as he summoned his sword from his inventory and stabbed at the neck of the Rayax. Shriek. As the cold blade stabbed into the neck, the madness originating from the fear of death kicked off in the heart of the Rayax general, and it began shrieking continuously, whipping its body with no fear of wounding itself. Rowan found it even more difficult to keep his balance at this moment. Even while grabbing its furs, his balance wasn't guaranteed, and he was almost tossed away. "F-kin monster!" Rowan cursed as he kept his sword back in his inventory, and then used both hands to hold himself. From his height, if he is tossed away, he would definitely sustain ghastly wounds, and that is one thing he could not bear, as there is a wave incoming, and it would be pretty messy if he is not in his best state then. "Stop thrashing around, madafaka!" Rowan cursed again. His hands grabbing the furs were already hurting pretty badly in the early hours of dark night. Before the moon had risen, near the southern forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. Like a man battling a gigantic bear with his bare hands, bone-chilling shrieks echoed around the area, and the frustrated curses of a man could also be heard, making the scene truly chaotic. Rowan, still gripping the fur of the Rayax general, came up with several strategies to handle his current situation, but none would work unless he hurt himself in battle. Sustaining injuries to prevent death was often the only sane step to take. However, if Rowan followed this advice, he would lose the upcoming war, which would also mean death. He was in a tight situation. Blaze wishes to offer assistance. Your pet says it could help. These messages appeared in front of him. Rowan thought about it for a second before opening the Divine Beast plane. Blaze floated out of the portal that appeared in front of the Rayax, causing the creature to stop its frantic movement for a moment as it observed the extraordinary phenomenon taking place. IT let out a low sound of confusion. Taking this opportunity, Rowan climbed up and wrapped his hands around its neck in a choking motion. Blaze, use your fireball on its nose, Rowan suggested. If Blaze were to use the fireball on its eyes, it would only make its movements more frantic and might even activate its rage once again, making it much more difficult for Rowan to win. Blaze let out an obedient squeak before activating its fireball, shooting a ball of flame at the nose of the Rayax general. The fireball started by burning its long whiskers away before scorching its nose, making it difficult for the creature to breathe as it began letting out heavy breaths in an attempt to recover. Using this opportunity, Rowan summoned his sword once again and stabbed it as fiercely as he could into the neck of the Rayax general. He observed its health and noticed it dropped by 20% with the stab. Thus, Rowan continued stabbing until the Rayax general lost a large amount of blood and collapsed on the ground, weakened. Rowan jumped down and, with a final stab, took the life of the Rayax general. You've slain boss monster, Rayax general. Plus 2,000 evolution points, 100x rewards activated, 200,000 evolution points have been added. Ding! Threat has been defeated. Challenge completed successfully. Reward plus 20,000 evolution points. 100x reward activated. 2 million evolution points have been added to your account. Seeing the messages made Rowan smile profusely, especially when he saw the reward for slaying the boss monster. I haven't evolved my power yet, even though I have more than enough evolution points, he muttered. If he had evolved, he would have easily slain the boss monster. But the evolution points he would have gained would be very few. The C-rank lord would gain nothing from defeating a Rayax general, and an F-rank would only gain a small amount of evolution points. As someone naturally greedy for evolution points, he decided to take the risky approach of endangering his life for more. As Rowan was lost in thought, Blaze started making loud noises to draw his attention to the corpse of the Rayax general. What is it, Blaze? Rowan asked, turning his attention to Blaze, who was using its head to point at the corpse. When Rowan focused on the corpse, something caught his eye, making him dash toward it immediately. A monster core, he exclaimed with exhilaration that he couldn't believe he had obtained a monster core from killing the Rayax general. Monster cores are condensed mana reserves that reveal themselves after a monster's death. For most monsters, it emerges immediately after they die, while for others, you have to dig into their skull to find it. However, it's very rare to get monster cores from F-rank and FF rank monsters. The mana from monster cores can be absorbed and used for various purposes like crafting. IT can also be sold for money, though this option is out of Rowan's reach for now. Rowan ran and grabbed the tennis-sized monster core. Now holding it in his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement as his mind raced through different ways he could utilize the monster core. He arrived at a perfect decision. He made up his mind to give it to his pet to absorb the mana. He turned to look at Blaze, whose eyes were already focused on him. You can use this, right? He asked. Blaze nodded its head rapidly. Not wasting time, Rowan tossed it gently to Blaze, who leapt into the air to catch it with its mouth. I don't know how long it will take for you to absorb the mana stored in this, but I'm sure it will aid your culti. Rowan was unable to finish his sentence when he noticed something extraordinary. After catching the monster core, Blaze swallowed it without hesitation. Blaze's body was suddenly surrounded by a faint, golden glow that lifted it into the air. Its eyes closed as it entered a deep meditation, the light pulsing gently around it. As the glow intensified, Blaze's small form hovered in the air, absorbing the mana from the monster core. Rowan watched in awe as this took place, but he never expected that Blaze would be able to absorb the monster core just by eating it. Normally, it would have to absorb the mana using the usual absorption/meditation method, which would take days or even weeks. After a few minutes, the glow around Blaze began to fade, and Blaze's body gently descended. That moment, a series of prompts popped up in front of Rowan. Ding. Your pet Blaze has broken through from low-stage Foundation Realm to mid-stage Foundation Realm. Ding, your pet Blaze has broken through from mid-stage, Foundation Realm, to high-stage Foundation Realm. Ding, Fireball LV1, Fireball LV2, 30 minutes cooldown reduced to 5 minutes. Ding, your pet has awakened a new skill, Flame Synchronization LV1. Underscore Glenwood Village underscore it has been 12 hours since Lierra and the other Winter Seed women escaped the premises of Glenwood for tea this moment. Lierra could be seen standing inside a large room, breathing heavily as she looked at the bodies of 3 men lying on the floor in front of her, in a pool of their own blood. They were the same 3 soldiers guarding the gate earlier, who would try to have their way with her when they discovered Lierra wasn't around to protect her, as usual. After she left with the 3 of them, one of them took her to his room, which was quite large, even bigger than some houses in Winter. As the soldiers argued with each other about who would have her in the end, she scanned the room and found a dagger lying beside the big bed. Sneakily, she walked closer, grabbed the dagger, and hid it under her gown, after staying with them in the room. For about 10 minutes, she rejected it, saying the room wasn't good enough, and then she was taken to the room she is currently standing in. As usual, the 3 soldiers argued once again. Using the opportunity, she stabbed them in the back. However, being someone who had never heard a fly before, she immediately felt different as a sense of remorse, guilt, and other negative emotions flooded her system. What have I done? She asked herself for the umpteenth time. Tears threatened to drop from the corner of her eyes. She looked at the corpses once again, and her heartbeat intensified. How would she bear the guilt of this forever? How would she even explain this to the others when they arrived? What would they do to her if they found out? So many thoughts rang in her head at once, causing her to have a slight headache. What should I do now? What should I do? She repeated to herself. As she whispered these words to herself, she heard footsteps approaching. Her eyes widened, and she immediately panicked. She quickly sprinted to the door and locked it from the inside to prevent anyone from entering. Milson, come on out, man. You're in big trouble with the captain. Are you inside? Come on, answer if you're in there, or else you're going to be in more trouble than you already are, came a voice from the door. The owner of the voice knocked and tried to open the door several times. Each time he attempted to open the locked door, Lierra's heart skipped a beat. She only relaxed when he finally left. She returned her gaze to the corpses and quickly made up a plan in her mind. She couldn't let herself get caught in the middle of this mess. Even if she could escape and return to Lord Fagin without getting caught, she would be in deeper trouble, as she would have to answer for her sisters. I hope they are okay and my sacrifice doesn't go to waste, she muttered as she began acting on her plan. It was the late hours of a dark night, with only the moon hanging in the sky, providing light over a narrow path in the middle of a dense forest leading to Winter Seed from Glenwood, where a group of 6 beautiful women could be seen running at top speed. Lierra could be seen running in front, her expression accentuating her determination to reach their destination. The other women looked really worn out, having run all the way with minimal rest. Lierra, let us rest. My legs can't bear this anymore, one of them complained. I agree. My legs hurt so much. We need to find a place to rest now. It's the middle of the night, for heaven's sake. Another joined in. Lierra stopped in her tracks and looked at the others. Her expression was serious at first, but then she let out a sigh, and it relaxed. If we rest now, we might fall asleep. Falling asleep in a forest filled with wild beasts and monsters is not true rest, she said. We know that already, but still, we are not beasts that can continue without rest, they complained. Lierra and the women argued a bit about what to do as they were discussing. The neighing sound of a horse reached their ears, causing them to look at each other with fear and panic in their eyes. They have sent their soldiers already, one of them exclaimed. Let us hide. Immediately, they ran into the forest and found trees to hide behind. The sound of the horse galloping towards them grew louder and louder by the second. After a few minutes, the horse finally closed the distance. From where Lierra hid, she spotted a large carriage driven by 2 white horses. She had stayed in Glenwood for almost 2 years, but she hadn't seen anything like this, which made her wonder if it was really Glenwood soldiers chasing after them, or someone else. The horse-drawn carriage drew closer to her. The sweet singing voice of a man reached her ears. Beautiful nights. In D forest so bright, gotta reach D village. Business tonight, pray, job bless me. With rewards so right. Hearing the voice and the accent, she realized it wasn't one of Glenwood's soldiers, but she still wasn't sure. Even if he's not from Glenwood, we still can't trust him. Who knows what he'll do if he finds 5 beautiful women stranded in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night? I can't even begin to imagine it, she thought. But then suddenly, the horse stopped moving, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The women hiding behind the trees began to panic, wondering if the rider had seen them. Lierra gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. The door opened in the carriage, and a young man with long white hair tied in a ponytail walked out. He was dressed in fine clothing with golden embroidery that glittered in the dark. He looked far superior compared to anyone from Glenwood. The young man squinted his eyes as he observed different spots in the forest, coincidentally looking directly at the spots where the women were hiding. 5 beautiful women hiding in a deep woods at night? That no good. Whale hiding from? Just tell me. Mia go help ya. As the stranger highlighted from the carriage, the women felt a strong sense of fear as they looked at him. It was nighttime, and the moonlight was very dim, so they couldn't see his face clearly. After he came down, he looked around the forest and, astonishingly, found the exact spot where all of them were hiding, as though he could see them clearly even though the thick trees were obviously blocking his sight. How? The 6 of them all had the same question in their minds at this moment. They were out of his sight, yet he still spotted them precisely. How was that even possible? As for the young man, he observed their location once more before speaking. 5 beautiful women hiding in the woods at night. That's not good. What are you all hiding from? Feel free to tell me, and I'll help you. His voice and accent were foreign, but he had a friendly tone as he spoke. Lierra and the other women were shocked. His accent and the fact that he found them, even though it seemed impossible, were truly frightening. What did this person want from them? Lierra was stuck in a tight position. Keeping quiet in this situation was not a good idea since the man had already found them. Who are you? How did you find us? She asked. The young man's eyes darted immediately to the spot where she was hiding, and a smile crept onto his lips. My name's DeAndre. No need to worry about how I found you all. While we're chatting, why don't you step out of your hiding spot? It's not really safe. Hearing his response made the women question his identity even more. However, at this moment, they had no choice. They could already tell just from his unrealistic, precise sight that he was not ordinary. Lierra was the first to step out. She walked toward DeAndre, her eyes fixed on him, revealing her uncertainty. The other women followed her, revealing themselves completely to DeAndre, who observed them with a calm smile on his face. The women left a lot of distance between themselves and him, but he wasn't worried about that. DeAndre proceeded to ask them a few questions. Their names, where they were coming from, where they were heading, and why they were hiding. Lierra answered the questions as brilliantly as she could, keeping out all the details that could hurt them. Hearing her response, DeAndre realized that they were in a pretty harsh situation. No need to worry anymore. I'll take you all back to your village. My carriage has enough room for all 6 of you. You can have a proper rest while you're in there, he replied with a smile. You want to help us? Why? Lierra asked with a frown. No reason at all. Just being a gentleman who wouldn't leave lovely women like yourselves alone in this lonely and dangerous forest, DeAndre answered. The women looked among themselves. Based on what they had heard from the stranger and the aura he gave off, he seemed really friendly and kind. However, they would not let their guard down just because of that. Men would do anything to get in a woman's underwear. This thought kept ringing in their ears, making them even more cautious. I understand, it's tough for you all to trust coming with me, feeling like your privacy's at risk, so I'll ride up top on the carriage. Unfortunately, my carriage doesn't have a coach box, as I've never really needed one. I could use one at a time like this, DeAndre replied. After hearing his words, the women doubted in their hearts. But they knew they had no choice in this matter, as this man did not look or feel ordinary to them. To be able to precisely spot them in the dark was extraordinary. They wondered who he really was. After further thoughts, they finally agreed to go with him. When they gave him their response, DeAndre smiled happily, like he had just won a jackpot. Then he waved his hand gently in a noble manner and led them to the carriage. The women exchanged looks before walking towards the carriage while DeAndre stood behind. Magically, before they got to the door, it opened by itself, shocking them. Don't worry about that, you'll be even more amazed when you step inside, DeAndre boasted. The women swallowed nervously before stepping into the carriage one after another. Just as DeAndre said, they were astonished by the view inside the carriage. From the outside, it looked only like a wooden container with no sort of decoration, but the inside was the total opposite. It was a very big room, with more than 6 large beds placed in it, and there was still more than enough space to fit 3 more beds. There was also a very large cupboard at the far end of the room made of fine wood on the walls. There were glowing crystals that provided a soft glow, giving it a very luxurious appearance. This is amazing. The rooms in Glenwood can't compare to this one in terms of beauty. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. The women reacted excitedly as they sprinted towards the beautiful beds. Lierra watched with a serious expression, which relaxed after a few seconds. This is amazing, she thought before strolling toward her bed with a neutral smile on her face. She was sad Lierra wasn't here to enjoy this view. What might she be going through in Glenwood right now? I hope those bastards didn't lay their hands on her. She thought that DeAndre observed the women's reactions from the door with a proud smile on his face. I told you all you'd be even more surprised, didn't I? Hee. Anyway, if you're a bit hungry or thirsty, feel free to help yourself in the cupboard. There's some fresh food in there, plus a bit of wine and water if that's what you fancy. He spoke to them for a few seconds before shutting the door and climbing onto the roof of the carriage. Open inventory, he muttered. Following his words, a large system interface appeared midair, displaying many items in different spots that if Rowan were here, he would be very envious. DeAndre took out a can of beer similar to the ones on Earth and closed the inventory. He then muttered a few strange words, and the horses began speeding through the narrow road down to Winterseed Village. Time to reel in a new customer, he said with a smile on his face as he took a big gulp. Ding. Your pet Blaze has broken through from low-stage Foundation Realm to mid-stage Foundation Realm. Ding. Your pet Blaze has broken through from mid-stage Foundation Realm to high-stage Foundation Realm. Ding. Fireball LV1. Fireball LV2 to 30 minutes cooldown reduced to 5 minutes. Ding. Your pet has awakened a new skill. Flame Synchronization LV1. Flame Synchronization. At this level, grants 20% mental synchronization with fire. Rowan observed the congratulatory messages with a shocked expression on his face. He then looked at Blaze, who had already begun descending to the ground after having 2 stages of breakthrough in his cultivation in less than 2 minutes. Blaze's eyes shone with brilliance as it landed on the ground. Its body seemed to have undergone some noticeable changes. It now looked a little bigger than it was a minute ago, and a calm, fiery aura surrounded its body. After landing, Blaze began jumping around in joy, excitement clear on its face, before sprinting towards Rowan and leaping into his hands. This feels so good. I feel a lot stronger after eating that. A strange voice echoed in Rowan's head, sounding like that of a 2-year-old baby who had just started to speak. Rowan turned to look at Blaze strangely. This was the first time he had heard such a voice in his head. It appeared that Blaze had not only grown physically and in cultivation, but had also grown mentally, creating a better connection between them. This is a great development, Blaze. When we get home, you'll get 2 food pills as a reward. Rowan smiled and patted Blaze's head. You better fulfill your promise. Blaze replied cheerfully. Blaze, race, Ashfire Wolf, Foundation Realm, high stage, 7%. Unlocked skills. Fireball, LV2, Flame Synchronization, LV1. Rowan decided to observe Blaze's stats one last time before sending it into the Divine Beast plane. After sending Blaze back, he turned his gaze to the Rayax general's corpse lying among the smaller Rayax corpses, with a disappointed expression on his face. This much meat could have fed the village for at least a month. But unfortunately, the meat from Rayax contains poisonous elements that lead to various harmful effects, including night blindness, which can only be cured with special herbs. Rowan sighed and began making his way down to the village. Many plans were on his mind, and much work needed to be done. The days remaining before the war were dwindling. He still needed to implement several strategies to ensure a safe victory. I still have a mole to catch as well, Rowan muttered as he strolled home. No matter how much I use my observation skills on that person, I never managed to figure out their identity. This person is truly a master spy. Too bad he's not on my side. He would have been a very important asset in the war. Winterseed Village. Inside a random hut, Roland could be seen sitting in a shabby room with his wife and son. He was standing, leaning against the wall while his wife sat on the bed holding their baby, who looked much healthier than he did 2 days ago. Darling, why didn't you go to help Lord Rowan? You know our village would be doomed without him. He's our only saving grace now. She paused, her voice trembling slightly as she looked at their son. Without him, our son's future would be filled with sadness and hardship. Roland didn't reply, but the frown on his face became even more evident. Though he understood the reason Bryce left, he still felt that leaving was a bad decision. He'll be okay, he murmured. How? His wife immediately refuted. I don't know, but he will be okay. I believe that. You shouldn't worry about that now because it would only cause you more stress, and stress at a time like this is not good for your health. My health is only this good because Lord Rowan returned. Remember, look at our baby, she urged, her voice tight with worry. He's getting healthier, yes, but that could all change in an instant. If anything happens to Lord Rowan, Glenwood will sweep in like vultures. They'll enslave us, take our homes, and turn our children into servants. Or worse. This isn't just about losing a leader, it's about losing everything, she continued. Roland and his wife had a major argument, with Roland trying to calm his wife down while she bombarded him with reasons she couldn't. She also mentioned a fact that made Roland even more worried. You said you and the captains would stand in place of our lord if anything happened to him. Have you forgotten that our village no longer possesses a staff of authority? Have you forgotten? Lord Rowan is only the Lord now, because he is the direct descendant of Dragon Winter Seed. If anything happens to him, we will never get a real lord unless a staff of authority is found. Without a lord, our village would be claimed easily. Roland rethought everything. Rowan is only seen as a real lord because of his father. The only reason Glenwood can't take full control of their village is that a lord is still alive, ruling it if anything should happen to Rowan. Even if they chose another village head, as long as he is not a direct descendant of Rowan and doesn't possess a staff of authority, his position would be invisible to Glenwood, as he is not a recognized leader. With that, they can easily take over Winterseed without even needing to kill him because he wasn't a lord in the first place. The dynamic of leadership in the vast world of the Emperor's domain is strange, mysterious, and unique. After rethinking these words repeatedly, Roland finally realized the difficulty of the situation. His eyes shone with a cold glow as he grabbed his sword, strolled towards his wife, knelt before her, and caressed the baby in her arms before looking up at her face. "I'll be back very soon," he said. Without waiting for a reply, he ran out of the house. His wife watched him with a proud yet sad expression, silently praying for his and Lord Rowan's safety. However, as Roland stepped outside, he was shocked to see all the soldiers, both young and old, marching toward the South Forest. "You're coming as well?" Bryce asked him. Roland nodded. Together, the soldiers, concerned about their lord's safety, began storming the South Forest in the dark hours of the night. The villagers, after hearing of their lord's heroic actions, began to doubt his survival. Women prayed, children worried, and a few brave men stepped out of their homes, ready to face whatever adversary lay beyond the village border. This moment, more than 400 men could be seen marching towards the south in trance. "Do you think Lord Rowan's okay?" someone whispered. "What kind of monster did he face? That shriek, it didn't sound like an easy fight," another added. "We pray Lord Rowan is still alive. I don't mind laying down my life for his as long as our village gets to see him in the morning. He is the only one that can save us and take us towards greater heights." They all discussed among themselves, sharing the same thoughts filled with worries, doubts, and a tiny spark of hope. Roland, Bryce, Bruce, Josh, and Oliver, the 5 captains, marched gallantly in front of their soldiers as they got closer to the border. They all kept praying for Rowan's safety. Meanwhile, beyond the border, Rowan could be seen strolling toward the village with a big smirk on his face. "I wonder what meal Riella prepared for me today. Though, I'd like to eat her before eating," he thought with so much joy and calmness, a deep contrast to his village's current condition. As he got closer to the border of his village, he began hearing loud footsteps, sounding like the marching of 1,000 soldiers towards a battlefield. What is happening? Rowan's heart skipped a beat as he began to panic. "Don't tell me Glenwood is already attacking my village. But that can't be. I would have gotten a notification that something like that is taking place." Rowan looked in the direction of the village. There was no one in sight. He could only see the farms and the big trees that made up the southern part of Winterseed. His worries increased by the second. He brought out the swords from his inventory and began sprinting towards the village at top speed. Unafraid of the heavy footsteps heading his way, he sprinted towards the village. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings in search of danger. But there was none. The area was serene and peaceful. Only the footsteps altered the calm environment. However, unaware of their lord's arrival, the soldiers kept discussing as they marched even faster towards the border. The moment. They were just a few meters away from leaving the territory of Winterseed. Their faces held grim expressions. Their hearts prayed for the safety of themselves and their lord. Their hands clenched their weapons intensely. The 5 captains marching in front finally made it past the border. Roland and Bryce signaled the soldiers to a quiet halt. Bryce had a frown on his face. "If Lord Rowan is still fighting the monster, there should be noise coming from that direction, but I can't hear anything right now. Not even a shriek from the monster," he said. The others agreed. "What could this mean? Please, let it not be what I think it is. Is Lord Rowan dead?" "No, it can't be." The soldiers reacted one after the other after hearing Bryce's words, while the other captains frowned. "Keep your voices down, everyone. Do you want to draw the attention of the monster towards the village?" Bryce reprimanded the young soldiers immediately. The noise they were generating at this moment could wake the monster if it was anywhere nearby, leading to many unplanned casualties. "We should march forward. No matter what the fate of our beloved lord is, we must not cower behind in the village," Bryce announced again, and they began marching again. However, before they could move ahead further, someone in the group spotted a dark figure speeding towards them. The figure sprinting towards them had the same structure as a human being. However, its speed and the way it ran made it difficult to categorize it as a human being. That IT must be a monster. Something is running towards us, he alerted with a shaky voice. His voice immediately triggered the soldiers. They stared ahead, and with the very dim light from the moon, they were able to make out a figure running towards them at a speed they hadn't witnessed before. The young soldiers panicked immediately. Some of them even started praying loudly to their ancestors to grant them protection. The captains, who had experienced battles in the past, were also perplexed. What monster could run at such inhumane speed? A humanoid monster. This is more dangerous than we already expected. Everyone prepare your weapons and get ready to attack on my signal. Roland quickly drew his sword and stood in front of the soldiers, observing the approaching monster. The soldiers did the same. At that moment, everyone had their weapons ready. Roland observed their expressions for a few seconds, lifted his sword, and dropped it down swiftly. Attack! Following his words, the soldiers let out a collective battle cry and began sprinting towards the monster. The sound of their feet as they ran towards the monster echoed across the area. The moon hung in the sky and graced them with its dim glow. The air around them was thick with tension and all their pent-up emotions. Nevertheless, as they stormed their enemy, they noticed something really strange. Why is it not moving anymore? One soldier asked his colleague as they ran together. I don't know. Maybe it is afraid of our numbers. His colleague replied uncertainly. The ancestors are indeed gracing us tonight. The monster has been weakened by the mysterious powers of our valiant forefathers. As the soldiers discussed, the captains became even more confused. Bryce and Roland frowned deeply. What was the meaning of this? Why would the monster suddenly stop? Is it preparing a powerful magical attack to blast them out of the battlefield, or maybe activating its inner magic to gain an upper hand? Whatever the case, it remained a mystery to them. Wait, did that monster just facepalm itself? Someone suddenly voiced out. IT was a sight that shocked everyone, but a monster facepalming. How rare was that sight? Is this some sort of new breed of monster with the same brain as humans? All of Rowan's pent-up anger, worries, and panic died down when the soldiers came into sight and their stats appeared before him. They were none other than his very own soldiers. He facepalmed and let out a loud sigh before proceeding to speak in a loud voice. Everyone, it is me. Where the hell are you all running towards like that? He let out with a tinge of annoyance in his voice. Following his voice, the soldiers halted at once. Their collective reactions spread across the air. One of your soldiers fainted from shock. 100 soldiers sighed in relief. 100 soldiers collapsed in relief. 200 soldiers praised the gods for their protection. Your soldiers wear smiles on their faces. 2 of your soldiers grit their teeth. 2 of your soldiers curse their luck that you are alive. 2 of your soldiers stomp the ground in annoyance and curse the monsters for not killing you. Seeing the last 3 prompts, a tired expression appeared on Rowan's face. There are 2 of them now. How troublesome that I couldn't even catch the first one. And now they have multiplied. This is going to be a difficult task, he muttered. He used his inspection skill to check all the soldiers his eyes could meet at this moment. But there were no changes. They were all the same. No one looked too out of place or had a status that sold them out. This made Rowan even more confused, as it seems his suspect have a pretty tricky ability to camouflage their emotions and fool everyone, including his system. Rowan could only let out a sigh and forget about them. After all, he already had an active plan in place, ready for the war that is to come. Even if the number of spies multiplies, his plans would still prevail. Wearing a smile, he strolled to meet his soldiers and calm their hearts. As they walked back to the village, Rowan began giving details about his accomplishments after they left. His cool tales of defeating a giant Rayax monster with flashy sword moves and impressive movements made the younger soldiers admire him even more. The captain smiled with pride as they listened to their young lord, and on the other hand, Rowan farmed a large chunk of evolution points. 480 soldiers are inspired, plus 5,000 evolution points. 100x rewards activated, 500,000 evolution points have been added. Your captains are proud of your accomplishments. After Rowan and the soldiers returned, the villagers who had refused to sleep, knowing their lord was in trouble, stepped outside their homes to welcome them with happy smiles, some even breaking down in tears. With Rowan surviving against a powerful monster, their hope for a better tomorrow grew even stronger. Only after Rowan retired to his room did they leave for their various homes, with no worries in their hearts. They could now sleep and await a new day. Brandon and Riella stayed with Rowan the whole time, refusing to leave his side. Brandon only left after Rowan retired to his room, but Riella, who looked very worn out from crying so much, refused to leave. You should go to sleep, Riella, Rowan said with a calm smile. While he would not reject a beauty sleeping next to him, he could not trust himself to stay sane during the process. Judging by her current state, such activity would only wear her out even more. I want to stay with you, Riella replied in her sweet, angelic voice, her head bowed shyly as she fidgeted with her fingers. Are you sure? You know, two adults of opposite genders can't sleep in the same room without the urge to make babies arising. Oh, you really want to carry my babies so soon? Rowan asked. He opened his door and took a step inside the hut, looking back at Riella, whose face had turned red following his words. She stuttered. Rowan noticed her difficulty in coming up with an answer and couldn't help but smile appreciatively at her innocence. Oh God or goddess of sex, this faithful believer prays that you make my little brother lazy tonight, for thy servant finds it difficult to control in the presence of temptation. Rowan prayed inwardly. Riella was still standing, and from the looks of it, nothing he said would change her mind. All right, come sleep with me tonight. I know you're worried I might do something risky again. Rowan surrendered and let her in. Riella smiled cheerfully as she walked into the room. As she passed him while entering, Rowan had to fight the strong urge to spank her. After Riella got in, Rowan locked the door from the inside and walked closer to Riella, who sat on the bed, her innocent eyes scanning the room, even though she had been in it before. Riella, I have something I would like to give you, Rowan said. What is that? Riella asked. It's a book containing a special tailoring skill. A special tailoring skill? Riella's eyes lit up after hearing his reply. Yes, Riella. The skill will increase your efficiency in the art and also give you the ability to transfer your tailoring knowledge easily to others interested in learning. Very soon, we will have bulk supplies of raw clothing material, and I want you to be in charge of it. This skill will make your work much easier and faster. The more Rowan spoke, the more interested Riella became. As someone who loved her art, she was always ready to use it to help Rowan and the village at large. Hearing that she would get to help made her really excited. She became so excited that she stood up abruptly, facing Rowan with a cheerful smile and proclaiming her readiness. Rowan nodded with a smile, already knowing she would accept. Without wasting time, he brought out the skill book and gave it to Riella. She was so curious to observe the skills that she ignored the fact that the book had appeared out of thin air. Immediately after receiving the book, she flipped it open, eager to see what awaited her on the first pages. There were a series of texts and illustrations that she understood easily. She read through them in a matter of 2 minutes and flipped to the next page. Riella, comprehending skill, Threadmaster Apprentice Training, 10%. As she flipped through the pages of the skill book, Rowan couldn't help but notice. Her rapid comprehension to IT was even more shocking than the comprehension speed of the captain's IT this rate. She might end up comprehending all of it in less than an hour. It was indeed a significant comprehension speed. And just as he predicted, after 1 hour, Riella has comprehended Threadmaster Apprentice Training. Successfully, skill will level up the more Riella utilizes it and makes progress. As Rowan observed the prompts, Riella closed the book and turned to him with an excited look on her face. I have comprehended it completely, she exclaimed happily. That's really fast and impressive. Come here, Rowan responded with a smile, hugging her and patting her back in his embrace. Riella couldn't stop smiling, happy she was able to impress Rowan and had acquired a skill to help the village. You can start gathering those interested tomorrow. Once we've taken over Glenwood, I'll construct a large place for you and your student. I'm certain you'll do a great job. Rowan continued, his praise making her smile even more. Her motivation was boosted not only by his praises, but also by his super voice. As her motivation grew, Riella began happily chatting about some creative ideas she had, how beautiful they would be, and how they would sustain the villagers in different weather conditions. She chatted with him. She felt very free and peaceful. She felt no need to hide anything from him. They talked for more than an hour before Riella finally fell asleep on Rowan's chest. As she slept peacefully, Rowan couldn't help but observe her face with a calm smile as his mind raced with many thoughts. It was strange, even to Rowan, that a woman as sexy as Riella was lying on his lap. Yet he didn't feel the need to sexually devour her as he did with other women in his previous life. He wondered if it was because his feelings for her were true, pure love, and not carnal lust, or if the god and goddess of sex had actually answered his prayers and made his little brother weak for the night. After a few minutes, Rowan too fell asleep as the weariness from the previous battle kicked in. The atmosphere in the room was serene and peaceful, a stark contrast to the atmosphere looming over Glenwood. Glenwood Village hasn't been the same in the last 24 hours. It first started with the blasting of the announcement trumpet, followed by the message of 5 of Lord Fagan's women. This report brought about the beginning of chaos, as soldiers stormed all the streets in search of the women. They entered every house in Glenwood, turning everything upside down in search of them. Sadly, there was no result. Seeing that there was no sign of them in Glenwood, Lord Fagin, infuriated, asked his horsemen to ride down the path leading to Winterseed in search of them. "If you find them and they resist, kill them," he said to the horsemen before sending them out in search of the women. While he gave these orders, Lierra hid behind a room and, sadly, heard everything. Those words kept playing over and over again in her head, causing her to tremble as emotions surged inside of her. She ran back to her quarters and couldn't keep a calm composure. Her mood dampened, eyes reddened, and breath ragged. She simply stared at the walls, recalling those words over and over. Again, sadly, her alone time wasn't even peaceful as two soldiers soon stormed the room and dragged her out. They dragged her body across the rough ground towards the large hall Lord Fagin used for receiving his guests. There, she could see the different able-bodied men and some classily dressed women gathered together, looking at her with hateful eyes. "Drag that BDCH over here," Lord Fagin roared in anger. The guards immediately obeyed. They dragged her and tossed her in the middle of the hall, where all the eyes in the room could reach her. She could only let out a short cry of pain as her body ached from the rough toss. "You, where are your sisters?" Lord Fagin asked with anger blasting from his voice. Lierra could only look at him with terror, refusing to answer. "Are you deaf? Answer my question. Don't act like you are not aware of your sister's plans to kill my soldiers and escape." Lord Fagin's round figure stormed towards her, his fatty flesh swaying disgustingly in the air. "I don't know," Lierra replied. "What do you mean? You BTCH." Lord Fagin planted a slap across her face. "How dare you lie in front of me?" Lierra held her face, now inflicted with the stinging pain from the slap. She realized that it would be even harder to get herself out of this situation. "I wasn't told about their plans. You have to believe me," she immediately replied, tears falling from her face. "Fake tears, Lord Fagin. She is clearly lying. This BDCH is definitely in on her sister's plans. Who knows? She might even be the one who killed those young, innocent soldiers in order to aid their escape." One of the women in the room said with a scoff. "I agree with you. Someone like her does not deserve to live anymore. We should get rid of her immediately." Another woman supported. Lierra could tell easily why these women were actively against her just from the wrinkles on their faces. Both are almost the same age as Lierra, but unfortunately, their skin wasn't as healthy as hers. The women of Glenwood never liked any of them from the beginning. Some men joined in condemning Lierra, suggesting that she be killed immediately. However, one of the captains couldn't help but smirk evilly. "Lord Fagin, she looks too weak and innocent to have committed such a crime. How can a woman of such structure kill 3 of our well-trained soldiers at the same time? That is impossible. It is obvious the others grouped up to kill them before leaving," the captain suggested with a serious expression on his face. As he spoke, Lierra couldn't help but observe him, and she immediately recognized him. He is Captain Stannis, the same captain who has been trying to steal Lierra from Lord Fagin. Why is he trying to help me? What sort of sick thoughts is he harboring towards me right now? Lierra's worries increased. The room became real noisy after Captain Stannis' suggestion. Everyone, especially the women, disagreed with his suggestion. Stannis remained calm and didn't even bother to argue with them. He kept his eyes fixed on Lord Fagin, who was fuming like a balloon ready to explode anytime soon. "Why are you so pissed off about the departure of women you can't even make love with? I would soon lay my hands on that thing. And when I do, I will claim those women and make love with them every day and ensure you watch." His sick mind raced with dark thoughts. He turned to look at Lierra and winked at her. His wink was quickly met with a feisty glare, which caused him to lose composure. Nevertheless, he quickly gained it back. The noise in the room continued, growing even more every second. The tension in the room was palpable at this moment. "Quiet down, all of you," Lord Fagin barked. The room immediately fell silent. Only a few murmurs could be heard. "I said cease it," he barked again, and the noise died down completely. Everyone turned their heads towards him, ready to hear what he had to say. "All these issues started because of your poor security management, Stannis. You were supposed to be in charge of defense while the party was going on, but instead, you drowned yourself in alcohol and left 3 tiny soldiers to guard the gate." Lord Fagin complained with a dark expression, facing the captain who spoke in favor of Lierra earlier. "How dare a dickless fat FCK speak to me in such a manner?" Stannis cursed inwardly. "I'm very sorry, Lord Fagin." He bowed his head and apologized. "Keep your sorry to yourself. You have to take care of this mess because you started it. You will have to apologize to the families of the young soldiers and then take your men outside to search for those women. You are not allowed to return unless you find them," Lord Fagin declared. Hearing his words, The room fell into a deeper silence. Every eye turned to Stannis with pitiful looks. Some who had grudges against him found the order really appealing. But Lord Fagin, Stannis grumbled. No, but, Stannis, if I were you, I would kick off my mission immediately. After saying this, Lord Fagin sat back on the large chair in the room. His body already worn out from talking too much, he waved his hand, and almost immediately, two maids brought out two trays containing different delicacies. Stannis observed Lord Fagin for a few seconds before storming out of the room, swearing in his heart to get his revenge as soon as possible. As Lord Fagin ate his meal, he asked the guards to haul Lierra away and lock her up. Lierra let herself be taken away without uttering a single word as she was being taken away. Her eyes glowed with a sharp glare of deep hatred that was felt by those who looked in her eyes. Some of the women couldn't help but shiver at the intensity of hatred radiating from those eyes. They were only able to maintain proper composure after she left. Lord Fagin, one man in the room who had been quiet throughout the previous ordeal, finally spoke up. What is it? Lord Fagin grumbled. We need to be ready for war, the man responded. Why? Is it because of small place like Winterseed? Their total number of people isn't even as big as our army. Lord Fagin scoffed and cleaned his mouth with a napkin. Those women have stayed with us throughout most of our meetings. They have heard a lot of our core battle strategies. If the Lord of Winterseed lays his hands on those strategies, his victory would be easier. So you're trying to say those women left to give out our battle strategy? Lord Fagin asked, not even taking his suggestion seriously. Strategy or not, he believes Winterseed, with their small army, wouldn't be able to defeat his. Not only are his soldiers much greater in number, but they are also well-trained and much stronger than Winterseed's. Yes, my lord, I suggest we attack now, before Winterseed gets the time to act on the information they've received, the man responded. Lord Fagin scoffed, grabbed a chicken wing from the tray, tossed it into his mouth, and devoured it while everyone watched. You shouldn't concern yourself with that. How can their young lord, who hasn't experienced any battle in his life, gain the ability to understand our strategy and make a counter-strategy? It is impossible, he said. Everyone in the room agreed. They believed Winterseed stood no chance at all, except the one who brought the suggestion. He could only shake his head in pity. Morning arrived quickly, and the sun resumed its duty, providing light to the people of Winterseed. They immediately returned to their daily activities as soon as the first light touched the land. Farmers rushed to their fields, while soldiers, following Rowan's suggestion, did early morning exercises before continuing their duties, some heading to the borders, others to the village square to await training. Everyone in the village was busy and content with their tasks. Rowan woke up a bit later than usual, the weariness from fighting the Rayax general having faded away. Good morning, Rowan. Riella's voice greeted him, drawing his attention. Riella, you're already awake? Did you get enough rest? Rowan asked, noticing the food on the table and realizing she had woken up early. I did. Rowan, I made something for you, she replied, pointing to the food. Rowan sincerely appreciated her gesture. He quickly rinsed his mouth before sitting down to eat. As usual, the meal was delicious. As Rowan ate, he noticed Riella still standing in front of him, her hands folded behind her back that a sweet smile graced her lips. But it was her eyes that caught his attention, bright with an unmistakable hint of eagerness and curiosity. She watched him intently, as if waiting for him to say or do something. Rowan couldn't help but wonder what she was expecting. Is there something you want to ask me, Riella? He asked. I want to see it, she replied in a cheerful tone. Her response left Rowan confused. What is it she wants to see? Don't tell me she wants to see my dragon. See what? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Blaze. Riella's reply made Rowan curse his own thoughts, feeling ashamed. Nevertheless, he wondered how she knew about Blaze. You know about Blaze? How? He asked. Riella replied almost immediately, explaining how the young soldiers wouldn't stop talking about the cute and powerful divine puppy Rowan had summoned out of thin AI, as she narrated. Her curiosity and interest surged even more as she eagerly anticipated seeing Blaze. Seeing how interested she was, Rowan could tell she had already fallen for the tales of Blaze's cuteness, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Damn it, Blaze, how dare you be so popular with the women at such a young age? Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and summoned Blaze from the divine beast plane. As usual, a small portal appeared, and Blaze floated out of it, landing in Rowan's arms. Where are my food pills? You promised to give me 2 when you return home. Blaze immediately demanded after arriving in Rowan's arms. Rowan sent it a cold glare and communicated telepathically. Dream on that you've sinned against me by stealing the heart of my woman. That's not fair. I didn't ask to be made this cute and irresistible. Give me my food pills, or I'll scratch your face with my claws. When did you become a cat? Try that, and I'll cook you that I bet your meat would taste amazing. Rowan threatened playfully. Blaze trembled slightly in his arms, clearly shaken by Rowan's thoughts. Their exchange lasted only a few seconds, unnoticed by anyone else. Blaze made his appearance. Riella's eyes lit up with excitement. The tiny creature's soft, brilliantly colored fur and innocent, oversized eyes that seemed to peer into her very soul. Every aspect of the little divine beast instantly captured her heart. "So cute," she exclaimed, her voice full of delight as she made her way toward them. Seeing the beautiful female human approaching, Blaze quickly puffed out his tiny chest and tilted his head slightly, trying his best to appear even more endearing. With a soft, almost musical purr, Blaze gave Riella a look so heart-meltingly innocent that it could soften the sternest of hearts. That Riella's smile widened as she reached out to stroke Blaze's fur, her fingers gently brushing through his soft, silky coat. Blaze stretched out his tiny paws as if asking for an embrace. "Oh my goodness," Riella giggled, utterly charmed. Without hesitation, she gently took Blaze from Rowan's arms, cradling the little creature. Blaze responded by snuggling deeper into her embrace, letting out soft purrs akin to that of a cat. Rowan couldn't help but watch with amusement and helplessness. "You little traitor, you're not even a cat," he muttered. Riella continued playing with Blaze for about 30 minutes before leaving him with Rowan and heading off to start what they had discussed the previous night. Rowan left afterward as well. That he repeated his usual morning routine of visiting the farms with Brandon and Roland. Afterward, he went to train the soldiers. Unfortunately, they couldn't have long sessions as usual, as they had to go collect wood from the southern forest. This time, no one complained since it was still morning. And monsters are always inactive during such periods. They were also confident that any threat arising would be easily handled by their lord. This trust gave them a big boost in confidence and motivation. Rowan decided to take 300 men this time around to make the work faster and avoid working until evening when monsters become active again. When they arrived at the South Forest, they were greeted with a grotesque scene of numerous corpses lying on the ground, various scavenger animals, and birds had already gathered to feed on the corpses. The soldiers who hadn't been there the previous day were shocked to see the bodies. Even those who had been present stared with wide eyes at the gigantic corpse of the Rayax general. Their admiration and confusion at how Rowan was able to kill the gigantic monster earned Rowan more than enough evolution points. After the initial reactions and conversations, the soldiers began working diligently. Some worked together in groups to fell trees. Others joined the captains in bundling the fallen trees, while others carried the bundled wood back to the village. It was still morning, and the weather was ideal for work. The sound of sword attacking wood echoed across the forest constantly. Rowan joined in the work, using his sword to fell as many trees as he needed and assisting the other groups. Their work continued for hours. Some soldiers got tired, rested briefly, then resumed working, and one was ready to laze around and let others overshadow their efforts. The harmony as they worked together made Rowan smile proudly as he watched them. After more than 7 hours had passed, the workload finally began to lessen. The required amount of trees had been acquired, and now all that was left was bundling them and transporting them back to the village. "Good work, everyone," Rowan complimented them. His praise added more bliss to their work, and they continued with renewed joy and motivation. Another hour passed, and the trees had been bundled into manageable sizes, and the soldiers began carrying them. Some wood was very heavy, requiring 3 soldiers to carry, while others were quite light. One by one, all the wood was taken away, and everyone strolled back home on the way. Those without would help those who were worn out. It was the early hours of the evening, and the light of the day was still bright, making their journey home much easier. At the south border of Winterseed, the farmers and soldiers observed the large amounts of wood arranged into 2 tall pyramid structures with fascination. "Did you guys really do all this yourselves?" some of the farmers asked in disbelief. "There are so many, I can't even count. They also look very big and heavy. How were you able to do all this alone?" they continued, with doubt and fascination in their voices. Even the soldiers couldn't believe they had accomplished all this with their natural strength. It seemed too incredible to be true. Rowan could only smile at their reactions. His super voice played a significant role in the soldiers' motivation and work efficiency, thus boosting their work output significantly. Of course, none of them were aware of this miraculous skill in his possession. "You all did a great job today. Tomorrow, after morning and afternoon training, we'll start working on these woods, splitting them into the needed sizes and also laying out plans for the guardhouse," Rowan announced. The soldiers agreed with a smile, and the farmers rejoiced inwardly. They were all eager to see what Rowan had in store for them. Meanwhile, as Rowan and the villagers gathered at the south border, the soldiers stationed at the north border noticed a strange structure moving toward them. From afar, they could only make out a horse and a large wooden structure behind it. Nevertheless, the sight made them panic, as they weren't expecting any visitors. Quickly, inform Lord Rowan. Oliver, the captain with them, ordered immediately. Rowan had just finished addressing the villagers when 3 young soldiers sprinted toward him, their faces etched with exhaustion and worry. The 3 of them came to a halt in front of Rowan and gasped to catch their lost breath. "What is it?" Rowan asked with a frown. "Captain Oliver sent us. There is something coming towards our village from the north," the soldiers reported. "Something coming towards us." "What is it? A monster?" Rowan asked, uncertain about their report, wondering if it was monsters. "We haven't confirmed yet, but we can describe it for you." One of them answered and began describing the structure they saw. "A horse-driven carriage," Rowan muttered inaudibly as his mind pictured the perfect imagery of their descriptions. Carriages are sophisticated structures in the world of Emperor's Domain. Only wealthy territories with rich and powerful nobles could own them. Even Glenwood, which is far superior to Winterseed, doesn't possess one. The sight of one approaching his village set Rowan's mind racing. Was this a sign that a powerful lord had turned his gaze toward their small village? Or perhaps a wealthy noble, intent on exerting their influence and taking what they wanted from the weak? "How close is it to the village?" He asked the necessary question. "We can't tell exactly because it was moving really fast. IT should have arrived at the north border already," they answered. "Run back to Captain Oliver and tell him I'm on my way right now." The soldiers nodded and ran back to the north border. Brandon, Bryce, and Roland exchanged uneasy glances as they stepped closer to Rowan. Despite being part of the oldest people in Winterseed, even they hadn't seen any structure similar to what the soldiers described in their minds. They pictured a gigantic horse with a strangely shaped hunchback. The other soldiers around Rowan also became really curious and somewhat scared. A box on wheels pulled by horses. What kind of creature is that? What does it even look like? Could it be an evolved monster with the appearance of a horse? Why am I thinking of a horse with a large wooden hunchback? Hearing their doubtful comments, Rowan shook his head pitifully and decided to explain the structure of a carriage to them. As he explained, their eyes widened with interest. "It is called a carriage. What a cool name. If we had one of those in our village, moving harvest from the farm to our houses would be pretty sweet and easy," a farmer said with dreamy eyes. "With a carriage, we can move more than 10 persons at the same time, with just 2 horses? That is too good to be true. Why haven't I heard about this until now? If it can move more people with fewer horses, then it could be carrying some powerful soldiers to our village as we speak. Oh no, IT is an amazing structure, but it is also a weapon in the hands of our enemy. What should we do now? Lord Rowan, what should we do now?" After hearing Rowan's vivid explanations, they reacted just as Rowan expected. First starting with curiosity and interest, then slowly migrating to thoughts of what or whom might lie within the carriage approaching the village. Without taking time, Rowan gave a few orders to Bryce, Roland, and the rest of the villagers before taking the horse and riding down to the north border. Oliver stood in front of his soldiers with a brace expression on his face. He clutched his sword and observed the strange structure being dragged by 2 horses, which was just a few meters away from them. As Oliver observed the structure, he noticed a strange human figure sitting on its roof. As the structure drew closer, he noticed that it was a man, and his mind relaxed a bit. Glad it wasn't a monster. "You are in the territory of Winterseed," he quickly yelled at the man on the roof. "Stop this thing and tell us why you are here." He continued, but there was no response. Seeing that there was no response, he turned to the soldiers behind him and gave a quick signal. The soldiers adhered immediately and lifted their weapons at the carriage, ready to attack if it crossed the border. They were still confused about the strange appearance of it, but they were ready to defend their village. Suddenly, the horses neighed and came to an abrupt halt just a small distance away from Oliver, who stood in front of the others, the breeze as. The horses came to an abrupt stop, blew against Oliver's face. But Oliver kept his stance and pointed his sword at the man on the roof, whose figure became clearer and stranger at the same time. He was a really handsome man, with long white hair tied in ponytails. Nevertheless, he was sitting in a strange sitting position, and his eyes were closed, seemingly in a sleep-like state. Seeing him, the soldiers couldn't help but frown and look among themselves, and numerous questions appeared in their minds. The first was how the horse came to a stop without any movement or instructions from the strange man, and secondly, how he was able to remain calm and stable on the roof of a structure that moved with a speed they hadn't witnessed before. The appearance of everything in front of them was clouded in mystery. "You there, get down and explain yourself. Who are you and why are you here?" Oliver's voice boomed, cutting through the silence. But there was no response. Not even a slight movement from the horses or the man on the roof. "Hey you, stop playing deaf ears and answer me." Infuriated, Oliver demanded again, and he got the same treatment. What the heck is wrong with this guy? Is he even alive? Oliver pondered. Oliver turned to look at the horses. They looked as real as they could. He could feel the movement on their faces as they moved, and their eyes, which gazed at the soldiers, looked real as well. But that man up there, he looked too unreal. Even his handsomeness didn't appear natural. He looked more like a character out of a wonderful painting. And the atmosphere he radiated was impossible as well. If Oliver wasn't surrounded by soldiers right now who shared the same reactions as him, he would have concluded already that he was in a dream, as his mind wandered with different thoughts. The man's eyes snapped open, a grin spreading across his face as he stretched and yawned loudly, before giving the soldiers a casual wave. "What's up, y'all?" Underscore before arrival underscore, it was the middle of the night, and a horse-drawn carriage sped down the lonely, broad path leading to Winter Seed, and on top of the carriage sat a gorgeous man with long white hair tied in a ponytail, seated in a lotus position, his eyes closed as he absorbed mana from the surroundings. That knock knock suddenly. Knocks came from within the carriage, causing DeAndre to open his eyes, with a signal from him. The two horses pulling the carriage halted immediately. He floated down from the roof and approached the door, opening it to find Lierra standing there with her usual serious expression. "We're getting close to your village, pretty lady," DeAndre said with a smile, but he's aware that the women still didn't fully trust him. "I know," Lierra replied. "That's why I stopped you." "Huh, I thought you wanted to return to your village. Don't tell me you've changed your mind so soon." "It's not that," Lierra responded almost immediately, her serious expression crumbling into one of worry and pleading. "I need to ask you for a favor." DeAndre found her sudden change in demeanor strange, but signaled for her to continue. Lierra began speaking, her voice and tone sincere as she made her request. After hearing her out, DeAndre smirked and nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I'll do exactly as you asked. I won't deny it. You're a truly intriguing person, and I'd like to discover more about you." He smiled sweetly at her, but she only responded with a wry smile before retreating to bed. DeAndre locked the door, returned to the roof, and signaled the horses to continue on their way. "What's up, y'all?" Oliver and the soldiers watched in surprise as the strange man suddenly opened his eyes, yawned, as if waking from a deep sleep, then casually waved at them as though they were old friends reunited after a long time apart. His friendly greeting left the soldiers exchanging puzzled looks before they quickly turned their focus back to him. "Who are you, and why are you in Winter Seed territory?" Oliver demanded, pointing his sword at him. "Me? I am your friendly neighborhood superhero, DeAndre Dragarath." DeAndre introduced himself, his introduction leaving everyone even more confused. DeAndre Dragarath? What a strange name, Oliver thought, his brow furrowing slightly. "State your intention for stepping into our territory," he quickly demanded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the stranger. "And what exactly is it that you have inside that big box you're sitting on?" "My intentions are nothing but pure. I assure you, as for the content of my carriage, I can only reveal it after speaking with your lord." DeAndre replied with a sweet smile playing on his face. Though DeAndre exuded an imposing presence, his words were entirely the opposite, friendly, with no hint of ill intent. "What is he planning? Why does he want to see Lord Rowan before revealing what's in the box? Could it be some kind of weapon, and he's planning to ambush Lord Rowan?" Oliver's mind raced with these thoughts as he continued to scrutinize DeAndre as his thoughts wandered, considering every possibility. The galloping sound of a horse approaching reached his ears. He quickly turned around, greeted by the sight of Rowan riding toward them, a frown on his face. Rowan halted his horse beside Oliver, gave him a nod, and dismounted before using God's eyes to inspect DeAndre. Name, DeAndre Dragarath. Power, a rank, occupation, merchant title. Harbinger of prosperity, special skill, trading, SSS-Rank, uncopyable status. Curious, who is this guy? He's got an SS-Rank skill I can't even copy, a power rank high enough to crush my village with a flick of his finger, and a title. NPCs aren't supposed to have titles. Rowan's eyes narrowed as he studied DeAndre. Rowan wondered about the true identity of this person, why he held a title only players could possess, and why he was here in a small territory like his even though his power and skill far outranks it. Naturally, someone with such high power rating wouldn't gain much even if he plunders the whole of Winter Seed. So why was he here? Even with God's eyes, DeAndre remained a mystery to Rowan, that he was like an open book written in an ancient and indecipherable language. Everything was visible, but understanding it was impossible. Nevertheless, Rowan decided not to antagonize this person, as it could bring more harm than good to his village. He also had a sudden urge to dig deep into this character and discover who he truly was. He also had one question. Could he be a player who transmigrated just like me? As for DeAndre, when he saw Rowan arrive on horseback, he immediately recognized him as the lord of the territory, and a smile crept across his face. A new customer, he exclaimed merrily in his heart as he observed Rowan. He watched as Rowan dismounted, noticing the strange look on his face as he assessed him. That's not the proper way to welcome a visitor, DeAndre thought. Maybe this one isn't friendly, he concluded, and proceeded to introduce himself. You must be Lord Rowan of Winterseed. Your subject's name is DeAndre Dragarath. I have many things that could help your territory develop rapidly. You should welcome me. Rowan narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. You claim to have things that could help my territory develop rapidly. What exactly are these things, and why should I trust a stranger who suddenly appears in my land? DeAndre chuckled, clearly unfazed by Rowan's stern demeanor. Oh, come on, my lord. You wound me with your suspicion, but I understand. It's not every day you meet someone as extraordinary as me. I have wares and knowledge that could turn your humble village into a thriving hub of prosperity. Oliver and the soldiers found DeAndre's words too impossible to believe. Lord Rowan, we should not trust this person, they suggested. Rowan could have agreed with this suggestion, but he had already seen enough to understand that DeAndre's claims weren't a scam. However, despite this, Rowan did not trust him completely. DeAndre's identity remained a mystery, and his reasons for coming to the village were far from satisfying. Why would an SS-Rank merchant choose to trade with a small FF-Rank village when he could easily establish connections with powerful kingdoms and empires? Moreover, anyone who possessed a badass title like Harbinger of Prosperity was far from ordinary. Oliver, lower your weapons and let him in. Rowan commanded after further contemplation. In Winterseed Village, there exists a very large building used for welcoming visitors and holding important meetings. Nevertheless, the last time it was opened was during the last meeting Dragon Winterseed held with his strongest soldiers 3 days before leaving the village. The details of the last meeting remain unknown, and all the participants of the meeting have been slain by goblins and Glenwood soldiers. At this moment, Rowan, his captains, and DeAndre could be seen walking toward the entrance of the building, which stood alone opposite the village square. It was still nighttime, and around 20 soldiers accompanied them, quickly forming a defensive formation around the building upon arrival. Rowan and DeAndre walked in front of the captains. Rowan opened the door, revealing the large hall within the building. With Rowan's night vision, he was able to observe the hall and notice the wooden chairs arranged properly in a circle. He also saw the cobwebs and dust that had settled in the room, indicating it had been untouched for quite some time. The air inside was musty as well. No one has ever thought of cleaning this room since Dragon left. Rowan sighed that he was a bit frustrated as this was the only place they could use in accepting DeAndre. His hut, while being the second biggest house in the village, is only as big as a medium-sized bedroom on Earth. He couldn't entertain anyone with that. While Rowan swam in his mental frustration, DeAndre observed the room as well and noticed everything instantly. He whispered a few strange words into the air, and suddenly, a magic formation appeared, glowing brightly and drawing the attention of everyone, including the soldiers guarding the premises. They all reacted the same, shocked and amazed. Magic! Rowan's eyes widened in shock as he saw this. He had used magic in games and watched a lot of movies featuring magic, but he had never seen anything so close and realistic. The feeling he experienced right now was akin to living out a dream in real life. Nevertheless, there was a bit of curiosity and greed within him, but he activated God Eyes and entered the detailed stats, where all of his skills would be displayed before him, and then he could copy them. However, after activating it, a frown appeared on his face as he observed the window floating in front of him. Skills, trading, SS, light magic, B, fire magic, mana breathing, A, voice of prosperity, A, sweet tongue, D, ding error, you cannot copy skills from this character. Ding error. Seeing these messages made Rowan's heart skip a beat as he observed DeAndre. Who the hell is this guy? I can't copy any of his skills, not even the D-rank ones. Rowan exclaimed inwardly. This was the first time any of his skills had failed to activate on a target. According to the function of his copy skill, he could copy skills from anyone below SS rank, and DeAndre wasn't even S rank, so why couldn't he copy his skills? As Rowan pondered and wondered, the magic formation DeAndre had created began to manifest its purpose as a strong wind suddenly appeared, drifting inside and across the room. Under his control, the wind acted as a cleaner, wiping away all the dust and cobwebs in a matter of seconds. The captains behind Rowan watched all of this with their mouths wide open in shock. This was simply extraordinary. Throughout their lives, they had only heard that elemental magic existed, but had never seen any before. In fact, according to their forefathers, manifesting elemental magic could only mean one had been blessed by the heavens and accepted by the elements, making them one with them. The young soldiers who had left their positions to come watch were shocked beyond description as they observed with wide eyes and open mouths. As for DeAndre, he kept a smile on his face. After cleaning the room using wind magic, he made a ball of glowing crystal appear midair and used his wind magic to make it float into the room, letting it hover in the middle to provide lighting for the meeting. After setting everything in place, he turned to Rowan, who was standing beside him, and nodded at him as if to signal, he's done. Rowan, still confused about DeAndre's identity and the situation with the system, could only nod in response. I will get to know your true identity very soon, he swore to himself. He then signaled the guards to return to their position and the captains to come inside with him. The soldiers obeyed and did as he commanded, and the captains entered the room. After 5 minutes, everything settled down, and the 8 of them sat inside the room. The glowing crystals floated in the air, providing more than enough light. The doors were securely locked, ensuring the details of their meeting remained within the room. Rowan faced DeAndre, who sat opposite him with a slight frown on his face. You expect me to believe you just felt like coming here? Prove it, Rowan demanded, his eyes narrowing that he knew DeAndre's answers were nothing but a smokescreen for his true intentions. Rowan could literally see with God's eyes that whenever DeAndre answered most of his questions, his status changed from cheerful to dishonest, indicating that his answers were lies. How and why should I prove it to you, Mr. Rowan? A merchant would venture into any territory he finds attractive and try to build up a successful business connection there. IT is the norm of the business world, and I'm sure you're smart enough to know that, DeAndre replied with a smile. Your captains find DeAndre suspicious. Your captain's trust with DeAndre has increased by 50%, current trust level 30%. From the system notification, Rowan could tell that DeAndre's answers were smart enough to convince the captains, but he knew they were fake as usual. What is this guy hiding? He thought, but kept a straight, outward expression. There's Glenwood village nearby, and they're at least 3 times more prosperous than Winterseed. If you were really the skilled merchant you claim to be, wouldn't it make more sense to build connections there? Besides, my village barely has any purchasing power. So, what exactly do you expect us to pay for whatever you're offering? He asked. Your captain's trust with DeAndre has decreased by 80%, current trust level minus 50%. DeAndre and Rowan went back and forth, debating, each of them trying to outsmart the other with every word they spoke. Their back and forth left the captain shocked and amazed. This was the first time they had seen their beloved lord battle someone verbally. He was able to contrast all the points DeAndre gave and use them for further interrogation. Meanwhile, DeAndre was astonished. Is this the same guy Lierra described as young and naive? He wondered, recalling his conversation with Lierra before arriving at the village. I've spoken and made deals with dukes, kings, and emperors, but none of them have ever made me question my own wit. Yet this guy, a mere village head of such a small place, is outsmarting me at every turn. Who is he really? A group of 15 soldiers riding on horseback could be seen in the middle of the night, moving along the path that lead from Glenwood to Winterseed. It was the darkest and calmest hours of the night, and only the sound of their horses galloping could be heard across a wide radius. Stannis was riding at the front, his eyes cold and reflecting the anger that boiled within him. That Diamond Fatso thinks he can order me around as he pleases. Very soon, I'll change all that and make that bastard pay for all the humiliations, he muttered angrily. The soldiers riding beside him overheard his words and couldn't help but swallow hard. While they supported Stannis in his aim to overthrow Lord Fagin and become the new lord, they were aware that accomplishing this was almost impossible. Stannis would be going against the decree of the ancestors, which always bring deadly curses and bad luck. In the past, 5 soldiers, much like Stannis, had thought highly of themselves and schemed to take over the rulership of Glenwood from the lord of their time. Nevertheless, they all met dark ends after succeeding in their schemes. 2 died 2 years after from a deadly disease. 1 was mauled to death by a bear, and 2 were arped and killed by hobgoblins. Nevertheless, despite knowing all of this, none of the soldiers dared speak to Stannis. They feared that, in his current state of anger, he might cripple anyone who dared contradict him. Stannis continued riding, muttering to himself as they pressed forward. Halt! Stannis suddenly commanded after they reached a certain point. He brought his horse to a stop and instructed the others to do the same. He dismounted and tied the reins to a sturdy tree nearby. The night air was cool, and the surrounding forest seemed to close in, With darkness thick and almost palpable, Stannis glanced around at his men, his cold eyes scanning each of them as they dismounted and secured their horses to the nearby trees. "We go on foot from here," he said, his voice low and commanding. "We can't afford to draw any unwanted attention or suspicions from Winterseed before the war." The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. Doubt flickered in their minds, but none dared to voice it. They had heard tales of the dangers lurking in the forests at night, wild beasts, goblins, and other monstrosities that ruled the night. Traveling on foot seemed like a gamble with death itself. But they were helpless and could only obey his command without reporting. Stannis, seeing their compliance, gave a curt nod. "Good. Stay close and keep your eyes sharp. We have a long way to go, and the night is unforgiving to the careless." With that, he turned and began to lead the way down the narrow, overgrown path that wound closer to Winterseed. The soldiers followed, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of leaves and pine needles underfoot. After walking cautiously for about 2 hours, they finally spotted Winterseed village from afar. Sadly, the thick forest and bush ended there. Any further step they took would reveal their location to the soldiers guarding the border. Thus, they could not move any further and could only try to spy from that distance, which was almost impossible. Nevertheless, Stannis brought out a strange object from his pocket, which had a cylindrical shape with glass attached to both ends. If Rowan or anyone from Earth were here, they would recognize it as a spyglass, mostly used by pirates in the 18th century. Stannis squatted and proceeded to use the spyglass, which made the village appear 4 times closer. With the dim glow of the moonlight and magnification from the spyglass, he could see a group of more than 10 soldiers guarding the border. He could also see a few huts beyond the border. He tilted the spyglass in other directions in search of a clue, but there was no clue at all. "This is bad," Stannis muttered to himself. "To really confirm if those women have returned, I will have to enter the village, but that would be stupid, and it is almost impossible." He continued. He could have attacked right away and kicked the soldiers guarding the border, but it would only draw attention that he was confident about killing 10 soldiers. But what if 30 surrounded him at once? He would be gone for sure at this point. He was stuck in a dead end with his mission. As he was about to give up and put away the spyglass, he noticed a group of soldiers walking toward another group guarding the border. After the new group arrived, the old group quickly left. Nevertheless, Stannis paid particular attention to one of them as he recognized him. He was the spy who had divulged information about Winterseed to Lord Fagin. "I have to get that bastard to tell me all he knows. He is my only chance to find out if those women have returned to the village," Stannis smirked. The other soldiers with him couldn't help but wonder what their captain was talking about. From their position, without a spyglass like Stannis's, they could only see figures moving around close to the border. They wondered to themselves. Stannis suddenly put away his spyglass and brought out a small flute that the soldiers quickly recognized. It was a special and traditional gift handed to the best captains of the Glenwood army, passed down from generations. It was the identity of captain, serving as a staff of authority to a lord. However, unlike the staff of authority, which only served as proof of identity and authority, the flute had numerous purposes. Ignoring the curious looks the young soldiers gave him, Stannis began to play the flute, a smooth tone drifting slowly into the surrounding area. Its tone was soft and almost inaudible even to the soldiers standing close to him. Nevertheless, magically, the sound drifted toward the Winterseed border, and beyond. 3 soldiers stood gallantly at the Winterseed border, discussing DeAndre. "Are you for real?" one exclaimed, shock etched on his face. "Yes, Judu's. I saw it with my own eyes that he used magic," the other replied. "I was there as well." Even Lord Rowan and the captain were shocked beyond description. Another joined in. The one named Judu's looked at the two with regret in his eyes, wishing he could go back in time and witness DeAndre use magic. But suddenly, "What does that sound?" one of the soldiers said, confusion on his face. He could hear a tone, like the whistling of the wind, but it came with a sweet, musical quality that bored deep into his soul. "I can hear it too. So smooth. It sounds like the sound of wind blowing and music at the same time." The other replied, but a deep frown quickly formed on Judas's face as the sound reached his ears. "What are they doing here?" he muttered under his breath, his voice laced with panic, shock, and fear. The 2 soldiers with him turned, casting puzzled looks his way, having caught the distress in his whispered words. Judas quickly waved his hands dismissively. "Don't mind me. I was just recalling something," he said, forcing a casual tone. The soldiers, though still curious, returned their focus to their watch. "That's the signal Stannis told me, and the captain about it. It can only mean he's nearby. But why is he here so soon? Is there an army with him?" Judas's thoughts raced as he panicked. "The captain is with Lord Rowan and can't be disturbed. which means I have to deal with this myself. And immediately. Knowing Stannis, he might lose it and slaughter everyone just to get to me. Guys, you've been working hard since morning and you look really tired. Why don't you guys go to sleep? I should take your place and watch instead while you guys rest. Remember, tomorrow there will be a lot of work to do. After a few minutes of pondering, Judu went to his colleagues and said with a smile. The two of them looked at him strangely for a few minutes, as Judu wasn't the type of person who usually volunteers to help others. Nevertheless, they finally agreed and left since they were already feeling sluggish and sleepy. After they left, Judas let out a loud sigh of relief. He waited a few minutes before sneaking towards the forest area, running with all his might to make it there before anyone sees him. After running for a few minutes at his top speed, Judas finally arrived at the thick, bushy area and scanned his surroundings. Where is he? He muttered to himself as he searched for Stannis. Over here, a thick voice sounded from behind him. It was so abruptly that Judas almost jumped in fear. Nevertheless, he quickly calmed down when he saw who it was, but then a serious and curious expression appeared on his face. Why are you here at this time? This wasn't the date we agreed on, Judas complained. Stannis only scoffed at his complaint. I am not here concerning the war. Idiot, I am here for something else. Lierra and the other women we took from your village killed 3 of my soldiers and escaped. Huh. Judas was dumbfounded. Are you sure of this? How can those women, who don't know how to hurt a fly, kill your soldiers? That is impossible. Judas knew Lierra and all the women who had been taken from the village by Glenwood. All of them were as polite and innocent as angels. So he found Stannis' report really strange. On the other hand, Stannis' expression turned cold as he heard the doubting questions. Do you think I would leave the comfort of my village and travel for long hours through a deadly path just to come tell lies? Sorry for doubting you. Judas immediately apologized. Have you found them? He followed up with a question. Though it was a foolish one that annoyed Stannis, he clenched his fist and punched Judas in the face. The punch came with so much force that it sent Judas staggering 2 steps backward. He clenched his face with his hands and looked at Stannis with a pained expression. What did I do? I only asked a question. Can't you answer with your mouth, or is it the tradition of Glenwood to answer with their fists instead of words? He retorted. Hiding inside the bush, the soldiers who had come with Stannis couldn't help but shake their heads in pity after hearing Judu's retort against their captain. Rest in peace, brother, they muttered at the same time. Before Judu realized the situation, it was already too late. Stannis had already landed another punch on his face and swept his feet off the ground, causing him to fall back. He didn't stop there and began kicking him in the balls. Judas cried out for help and pleaded for 2 minutes before Stannis finally let him be. Heaving a sigh to calm his raging heart, Tell me, have those bitches returned to the village? Tell me everything I need to know, or I will chop off those bean-sized balls you have. Stannis demanded. Judu was in pain, but he couldn't afford to get more, so he immediately answered, telling him that the women hadn't returned to the village. He also told him about DeAndre. Unfortunately, his story about DeAndre seemed too impossible to be true, and Stannis kicked him in the balls again for lying. I am not lying. I am telling the truth. Judu pleaded, clenching his crotch with tears dripping from his eyes. After all those kicks, he believed he would never be able to enjoy life again. Who are you kidding? I have been to more places than you, and I have never seen anyone use magic, and you claim to have seen one. Liar, you don't deserve those balls anymore, Stannis berated. Inside the bush, the soldiers grabbed their crotches with both hands as if defending them from an invisible enemy. They all had pale expressions as they watched Judu lose his balls gradually. Judu continued trying to make Stannis believe him, but Stannis paid no attention as he unleashed all the anger he has been holding it on Judu. Each time Judu tried to speak more, he would kick him in the balls. It was as though he had traveled down from Glenwood just to destroy Judu's balls. I will be back tomorrow night. Make sure to come here and meet me, Stannis said with a scoff before turning his back and disappearing into the bush. He signaled his soldiers, and they left with him. Judu remained on the ground, clutching his destroyed lower half. Tears dripped down his eyes continuously as the pain intensified every second. After crying his heart out for a few hours, Judu struggled up and began making his way back to the village. Fortunately, no one was at the border to see him approaching. When he reached the border, he found a place to sit and stared at the moon with a vengeful expression on his face, swearing to himself, I will kill you myself, Stannis. Meanwhile, at Glenwood prison, Lierra sat on the rough ground inside a dark cell, her hands and legs bound by chains to the walls. A stinking smell drifted around the cell continuously, indicating its bad state. The stench was a mix of rotten food, decaying animal remains, and other rubbish that made it unhealthy to live in. Nevertheless, Lierra had no choice but to stay there. She couldn't free herself. And even if she could, she would be met by a large number of prison guards who would make her life hell without killing her. She sat there, staring into the darkness with tired, almost lifeless eyes. It had been more than 24 hours since she was locked in this place, and more than 72 hours since she had anything to eat. At this point, she had given up on life. As long as Lierra and the others make it to Winterseed and inform Lord Rowan about the plot of these evil people, I will be able to rest in peace after I die, she resolved. She recalled her youthful days back in Winterseed, remembering the beautiful scenes that reminded her of how wonderful life had been before Dragon disappeared and their village fell into the hands of Glenwood. Back then, life was blissful, with plenty of food for everyone, and the villagers always had smiles on their faces. As her mind reminisced about the good old days, a creaking sound came from the door, causing her to dart her eyes in its direction with a dreadful expression on her face. Lierra saw two figures at the door, one holding a torch and dressed in the uniform of the prison guards, the other a middle-aged man whom she immediately recognized as one of Lord Fagin's advisors. The prison guard stood outside while the middle-aged man walked inside. After he walked in, the guard locked the door from the outside. Seeing this, Lierra's eyes widened, and she began desperately trying to free herself from the chains, even though she knew it was impossible. "Stay away from me," she cried out, her fear evident in her voice. She was aware of the excessive lust the men of Glenwood had for her and the other Winterseed women, and how they saw them as nothing but items to be claimed at any time by anyone. "I'm not here to hurt you, young lady," the man said, his words contradicting her fears, but the darkness in the cell made it hard to see his face and expression. "Stay away," Lierra retorted again, looking at his shadowy figure in the darkness. She heard him let out a disappointed sigh. She also noticed his unclear silhouette reaching for something, which made her eyes widen and increased her efforts to free herself. Lierra struggled even harder to free herself from the chains binding her as her eyes kept a cautious watch on the figure standing in front of her in the dark cell. "Stay away," she cried continuously, terrified of the possibilities that awaits her. She was trapped, and there was no Lierra to help her now. She also had no freedom of her own, no chance to escape whatever fate awaited her. "Stop stressing yourself, young one. I am really not here to hurt you," the middle-aged man said as he tossed something on her lap. "Here, something to eat." Lierra ceased her struggles and stared at the silhouette, confused and wary. "He is giving me food to eat? Why?" she asked herself, but soon her gaze tightened once again as mistrust took hold of her thoughts. "He wants me to have enough energy for the evil he is going to do to me." The middle-aged man observed Lierra in the dark and saw that she wasn't going to touch the food he had given her. "My name is Rowan," he introduced himself softly, trying to bridge the gap between them. "Young lady, do not consider me the same as my people. I can't even abhor such evil thoughts against someone younger than my own daughter. It's disgusting. I'm not here to interrogate you for Lord Fagin or harm you in any way. That I only want to help," he continued, making sure to convey his true intentions. Lierra listened to him, and from his tone, she could tell he was sincere, but she still couldn't trust him. She couldn't trust any man from Glenwood. The IT was a defensive mechanism that her mind had developed after all she had seen, and she would rather die than let any of them defile her. "You all say the same thing. You claim to be better and different from each other, but you show your true side the moment you get the chance you've been craving," she responded in a low and weak voice, almost sounding like a whisper. "I understand you, but think about your condition and your sister's. Do you think they would want to come back to find their sister dead? Do you know how much pain it would bring them? You better eat now that you have the chance." Lierra quickly rethought his words and couldn't help but imagine the pain one would feel from losing loved ones. But at the same time, she became even more confused. "Aren't you that fat bastard advisor? Why are you helping me, and why do you believe my sisters would return?" Lierra asked, her voice tinged with skepticism and suspicion. She heard Rowan sigh before replying. "Glenwood is on the brink of collapse, and I want no part in its downfall. I'm helping you because, in times like these, siding with the righteous is the only way to survive because they are prone to succeed more. About your sisters, I know it might be hard to believe, but I actually saw them leaving the village that day, and you playing the role of distracting the soldiers at the gate by luring them away. I know you killed those 3 young soldiers." The last part of his statement uncovered a memory Lierra had been fighting to forget. "You knew," she reacted, her voice filled with guilt, sadness, frustration, and many other traumatizing emotions. She couldn't believe her dark secret wasn't actually a secret. "What if this man decides to report me?" she thought as her heartbeat intensified. "Then I would surely be tortured and killed. Those young men were clouded with lust and would have done a lot of evil things to you if you hadn't killed them. I believe you were only saving yourself and nothing else." You shouldn't feel guilty about that, Ren responded with a sigh and continued to convince her to eat. Lierra refused. She didn't believe him at all. She suspected him for a lot of things, showing kindness to have his way, adding aphrodisiac to her food to make it easier for him. She accused him of a lot of things, each one more desperate than the last. The more he heard her malnourished and pained voice accusing him of those intentions, the sadder he became. Run had daughters older than Lierra, and he wouldn't even dare to imagine them going through half the torment Lierra had had to endure. After more than half an hour of convincing her, she finally agreed to eat what he had given her, but only on the condition that he leave the cell. Having no choice, Rin bade her farewell and proceeded to leave. He knocked on the door, and the guards quickly arrived to open it. Lierra watched him leave before turning to look at the bread on her lap. She stared at the bread for a few seconds before picking it up with her chained hands to eat, satisfying her raging belly while her bleeding heart kept wishing for her village to be okay. In Winterseed, a few hours had passed since Rowan and DeAndre began their meeting. A lot had been discussed during this period, but most of it was just heated back-and-forth exchanges between Rowan and DeAndre. Rowan's ability to use DeAndre's vocal strategies against him made DeAndre even more appalled. Lierra was very wrong. This guy doesn't look or show any feature of a dumb and naive lord as she described him to be. With this much knowledge and skill, he could even handle Blackstone Empire more effectively than its current emperor. That guy's nothing but a cuckolded prick, thought DeAndre. He turned to look at the 7 captains, whose eyes were focused on him. Sadly, even as wise as he is, he can't tell that one of his captains is feeding juicy information to his enemies. He shook his head and turned to look at Rowan with a smile. Lord Rowan, why don't you send your captains out of the room for a few minutes? I have something really important and secret to show you, and only you can see it. DeAndre let out. Almost immediately, Bryce, Roland, and Oliver stood up and glared at him. We can't leave our lord with you, they said in unison, their hands on their swords, ready to engage at any time. Guys, I can handle this. Rowan waved his hands, and only then did they retract their weapons. But Lord Rowan, why do you want to stay alone with him? He is not trustworthy enough that I can't leave you alone with him. Bryce let out with a stern look on his face. The other captains agreed and joined him in a futile attempt to talk Rowan out of it. I am strong enough to defend myself if anything should happen, Rowan claimed, even though he knew this statement was a straight lie. You guys shouldn't worry about me. I am sure he wouldn't waste time, right? He directed his last question at DeAndre. Absolutely, just a few minutes, DeAndre replied immediately. The captains hesitated, exchanging wary glances before reluctantly leaving the room. As the heavy door closed, the room fell into an uneasy silence, leaving Rowan and DeAndre alone. The glowing crystal ball floated peacefully, and the breeze blew calmly in the room as the two figures faced each other. So, you're transmigrated too, aren't you? A deafening silence sprawled across the room as DeAndre and Rowan observed each other with smiles and frowns on their faces respectively. After a few seconds passed, DeAndre finally smiled and let out. So, you're a transmigrator too, aren't you? The room descended into more intense silence after his question, but Rowan's eyes furrowed as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. I think I misheard. What did you say just now? He queried, his voice laced with disbelief. Maybe you haven't heard about transmigration before, so let me explain in simple terms. You were suddenly transported to this world while playing Emperor's Domain. Am I wrong? DeAndre asked, raising an eyebrow. Rowan's expression crumbled at once. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Another transmigrator. How was that possible? Rowan had only been in this world for less than a week and had already concluded in his mind that he was the only one. But now there was another. It was really confusing, though it all made sense now. Rowan wasn't able to copy DeAndre's skills in the beginning with copy, and DeAndre also has a title which was strange for the real characters of this world to possess. But how did he know that I'm also a transmigrator? Even with my god eyes, I couldn't tell he was one. Rowan wondered, and he didn't hesitate to ask. How did you know? DeAndre laughed out loud after hearing his question. It took me some time to confirm it with my system, to be honest. But before that, you raised my suspicions in many ways. When you came to the border, the way you observed me was way too unnatural, and I started to suspect if you were a weird one or someone who has inspecting skills. DeAndre went on giving points of how he became suspicious. He mentioned how Rowan was always twisting his words in order to make him divulge his own identity, and how Rowan's experience and knowledge about kingdom building was too much for someone who is said to have just recovered from a 6-year-long coma and doesn't possess knowledge of how to handle his own village. I'll be honest, the way you argued baffled me. It made me feel less of myself thinking I was being outsmarted by an SSS-Rank village lord, but it all made sense now. DeAndre concluded with a smile. Rowan couldn't help but look at him at this moment with a deadpan expression. It turned out both of them were playing the mind game with one another all along. One was trying to decipher the other's true identity, while the other was fighting hard to see why he suddenly became inferior. Now that you know who I truly am, and I know your true identity, can you cut the bullshit and cut straight to the actual reason you came to my village? Rowan asked without wasting time, that he was amazed that there was another transmigrator like himself, but he couldn't let that distract him from keeping his village safe. Come on, Rowan. Why are you still acting distant and cold despite knowing we are from the same world? If it were the others, they would run and hug me and cry their heart out about how they felt so lonely and missed Earth and plead for my help. There are others? Rowan asked with shock. It was already a big surprise that there was one transmigrator, but the fact that there are others made him really confused. Of course, and I have met with 3 of them already. You're the 4th one. I believe there are more than 1,000 players in this world who are transmigrated like you. My main goal aside from completing my mission is to get to meet all of them and build a strong connection with them. DeAndre responded almost immediately. He told Rowan almost everything he knew and even went as far to tell him the different people he met, their profession, and even told him he made out with one of them as though he was speaking to his long-lost brother. Rowan didn't understand why someone would divulge so much information about themselves without hiding anything. It was just too unwise. The only saving point DeAndre has is that he is already powerful enough to defend himself from most people. On the other hand, while DeAndre's information was too excessive and personal, Rowan was able to get more details about the world and the other transmigrators. I got along with the other 3 just fine, and we made a lot of progress. And I see no reason why we shouldn't build a good relationship as well, if not as friends, then as business partners, DeAndre let out. Rowan only nodded slightly as he found the statement true and logical, but it didn't take him from his main concern. You still haven't told me why you came to my village, he said to DeAndre could only let out a loud sigh. I found 5 of your villagers on my way through the forest and brought them back with me. He finally told Rowan the real reason he was here. Dude, can you stop the bullshit and tell the truth? No woman has left the village in a long time, and you claim to have 5 of them in your possession, Rowan retorted, frustrated by the constant lies. Dishonesty is a passive skill all businessmen possess, but using it too much is really annoying. For all Rowan knew, no woman had left the village, and no one had traveled past the north border in a long time due to the dangers lurking along that path. It was almost as intense as the southern forest, but with more versatile monsters than goblins and Rayax. This time, DeAndre didn't bother to defend himself with words, as he already knew Rowan wouldn't buy any of it. Inventory, he called out. His inventory appeared before him. If any of the captains were there, they would think he was crazy, but Rowan wasn't fazed, as he already knew DeAndre possessed a system. Sadly, he couldn't see his inventory. DeAndre brought out a golden slip from his inventory and closed it. He held the golden slip and tore it, causing a small vortex to appear in front of him. The small vortex quickly transformed into a portal, and from the portal, 5 women walked out. The women had been briefed beforehand about the portal, so none of them were fazed by its extraordinary appearance. Lierra was the first to walk through the portal, her eyes immediately darting toward Rowan as she entered the room. Her gaze was cold, and Rowan felt the chill instantly. The other women followed, their eyes fixed on Rowan as well. Some of them frowned, while others seemed genuinely surprised at how much Rowan had grown. With the help of the floating crystal ball, Rowan was able to observe their faces and recognize them from the memories of the original Rowan of this world. He also noted their expressions, which were far from friendly. There was unmistakable hatred and disappointment in their eyes, and the system even confirmed it. Your follower Lierra is pissed at you. 3 of your followers feel disgusted by your calmness. 2 of your followers are confused about what to feel. As Rowan focused more on the women, a memory fragment was triggered in his mind. In the memories, he saw Lierra and the other women being dragged away by Glenwood soldiers at the same time. Their stats were revealed to him. Name, Lierra. Occupation, farmer, special skill. Farming. Status, pissed. Name, Sansa. Occupation, cook, special skill. Master of ingredients, F. Status, disgusted, as he studied their stats. Rowan noticed that 3 of them were farmers, while the other 2 were cooks. Given the village's lack of development, tailoring, cooking, and farming were the main occupations for women, while 70% of the men were farmers. As he mentally noted this, he couldn't help but be concerned about the expressions on their faces, which clearly displayed hate and disgust toward him. What did I do to deserve such hatred from these women? I can't recall anything in my memories where I offended them. Rowan wondered as he looked at their faces. Lierra, I have fulfilled my promise, DeAndre said to Lierra. Lierra only nodded in response, then returned her sharp gaze to Rowan. Seeing her sharp gaze, DeAndre couldn't help but pity Rowan. Lord Rowan, did you really agree to become friends with Glenwood after all they have done to our people? Lierra couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and spoke up. Rowan looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. He was about to reply when she cut him off, continuing to berate him. Why would you make such a decision despite all they have done to us? You were supposed to take after your father and become a notable ruler who wouldn't cower in the presence of strong enemies. Do you have any idea what those people have done to us? They made us nothing but slaves to fulfill their wishes, making our lives miserable, and yet you decided to accept their vassal decree. Lierra went all out, speaking her mind on the issue. The other women joined in as well, revealing their disgust toward his decision. Rowan listened to them with a deadpan expression. He wanted to tell them that their perception of him was just a misunderstanding, but seeing how angry they were, he thought it better to hear them out as they continued ranting about Glenwood. Rowan picked up bits of useful information they dropped. As he was gathering the information, suddenly a challenge was triggered. A minor challenge has been triggered. Challenge: improve relationship with the returnees. Details: 5 of your followers' favorability has dropped to hatred, minus 80% favorability. You must raise their favorability to surpass friendly level, 80%, to earn rewards. Reward: 500 evolution points. Deadline: 3 hours. Note: favorability updates will be reflected regularly until the quest is completed or the deadline is reached. Rowan didn't pay much attention to the challenge, as he already planned to improve his relationship with them. And to do that, he just needed a few minutes. Calm down, he said with a light sigh. Following his words, the women stopped talking, their chests heaving with visible anger as they looked at him. You didn't even give your beloved lord a chance to welcome you back from that damn place. So now that I have your attention, welcome back, he smiled at them. Your followers look at you with dumbfounded expressions. Your followers wonder if their lord is saying minus 5% favorability. Favorability has dropped to 85%. As expected, they were all shocked, giving him puzzled expressions. Even DeAndre couldn't help but wonder what sort of plan Rowan was scheming to handle the situation. He already knew that Rowan wasn't a dumb lord who couldn't handle situation, so he was really interested on how he was going to solve this issue. This is a serious matter, Lord Rowan, Lierra said, her voice wavering slightly. We need answers, not welcomes. Answers to what questions exactly? Since you returned, you've been speaking nonstop, and you've asked more than 10 questions, so be specific about which one you need answers to. Rowan responded almost immediately. Minus 3 favorability. Minus 2% favorability. Favorability has dropped to 80%. Did you really agree to the vassal decree with Glenwood? One of the women asked. Do you really think I'm so naive as to agree to such a relationship? Rowan asked. That's exactly what they think of you, bro. DeAndre thought to himself, looking at Rowan with an amused expression. As for the women, they were shocked. But the soldiers said you agreed to the decree and even intended to invite their lord to our territory for a feast. Lierra said, shocked. She clearly recalled the conversation between Waga and Lord Fagin that day. Those were all lies I told that day, to prevent the soldiers from taking more of our women, Rowan replied. Your followers are shocked by your unexpected schemes. Your followers feel bad for praying that you get eaten by bears, plus 25% favorability, plus 20% favorability, plus 15% favorability, plus 15 favorability, plus 5 favorability. Favorability has improved to 0%, neutral. The women were all smiles after hearing his response. This is a great relief, Lord Rowan, one of them sighed, placing her hand on her chest. We thought you had given up on our people. We're glad that wasn't the case. One by one, the women smiled happily, but Lierra kept the same expression on her face, refusing to break her frown as she still wasn't fully convinced. What were your plans for us, Lord Rowan? She asked. This one's going to be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't look friendly at all. Rowan sighed as he prepared his answers. He started by telling them how he had only recovered from his illness less than a week ago. Then he went on to inform them of how he had been worried sick about them, how he worked hard to train the soldiers, and how they had been preparing to storm Glenwood and free them. He even went so far as to lie about how he didn't get any sleep and skipped all his meals just to ensure their safe return. His story was so emotional that some of the women began wiping their tears with their shirts, their eyes red with remorse and regret. They regretted not believing in him sooner and laying all sorts of diabolical curses on him. Even Lierra, who was emotionally strong, became weak in the face of such a wonderfully crafted story. Her eyes turned red, and she regretted hating him. Plus 70% favorability. Favorability has improved to 70%. Seeing their reactions and their current favorability toward him, Rowan smirked and decided to drop the bomb that would solve it all. He made his expression as sad as it could be, clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red with revenge and other emotions. He stood up from his seat and declared in a firm voice, "They have wronged our village by committing such evil against you, and we will make them pay with their blood. I personally shall bring that lord too. You've 5 to do as you see fit, so he will realize that messing with our beautiful ladies is something he should never have considered." The more Rowan spoke, the more emotional the ladies got, and the more the tension in the room increased. Lierra and the ladies' eyes dripped with tears of different emotions ranging from sadness to regret. With a little hint of joy and pride, 2 of them got so emotional that they even knelt on the ground to cry their hearts out. DeAndre watched the scene unfold in front of him and couldn't help but wonder about the kind of magic Rowan possessed to be able to elicit such strong emotions from the ladies. Meanwhile, Rowan remained standing with a crafty smile on his face, watching their favorability towards him grow by the seconds. Favorability +5, favorability +5, favorability +10. Ding! Challenge completed. Your Ritternee's favorability of you has surpassed the friendly level. Reward has been sent. Ding! 100x rewards activated. 50,000 evolution points have been added. The amount of evolution points he received made him smile even more. Although it wasn't much, receiving rewards for something he would have done on his own was still a good thing. The glowing crystal floated in the room, highlighting the emotional faces of the women, especially Lierra, whose eyes were fixed on Rowan, tears dripping down. Rowan stretched his hands out with a calm smile on his face, and the women immediately rushed to hug him. Lierra was the first to approach him, and she hugged him tightly while crying her heart out. "Be at peace, beautiful women of Winter Seed. Your beloved lord is back and will take the village back to the peaceful paradise you once knew," Rowan declared as he embraced the women. His eyes darted towards DeAndre, who sat and watched with a cringed expression on his face after hearing Rowan's emotional speech. "This bastard," Rowan scoffed inwardly. The ladies cried in his embrace for more than 3 minutes before finally letting go of him. "Please take a seat, ladies. We have a lot to discuss," Rowan said to them. The 5 of them sat down on the free chairs in the room and stared at Rowan. The past hatred and anger on their faces were gone, now replaced with respectful and interested expressions. DeAndre also looked at Rowan with an interested expression, ready to hear what he had to say. Rowan cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. "Once again, welcome back to Winter Seed," he began, looking at the ladies who smiled and nodded in response. "When you ladies complained earlier, you mentioned a lot of concerning words like Glenwood coming to attack, one of your sisters getting left behind, and others. I would like you to go deeper into those topics," he prompted. His words were met with an immediate response from the women. "Lord Rowan, we have to prepare for war in 2 days," Lierra revealed, her expression turning serious in an instant. "War? Why exactly?" "The way I acted in front of the soldiers didn't show any form of confrontation," Rowan inquired, wanting to know more. Lierra quickly explained all she had heard, starting by informing him about a spy from Winter Seed who always released useful information to Glenwood. She then went on to talk about the last meeting between the spy and the Lord of Glenwood, which resulted in him preparing to take over Winter Seed. Rowan wasn't that shocked about the first part, as he already knew about ITDAS for the last part. He wondered what information the Lord of Glenwood might have received to make him want to kill him so badly and take over his village. "This information will be the core of our battle strategy. I'm glad you were smart enough to gather such vital intel. You should be proud of yourselves," Rowan complimented, causing the ladies to smile blissfully. "But I wonder, what would you have done with this information if I hadn't cleared up the misunderstanding?" he asked. Lierra was the one to answer. "Nothing. We would have tried our best to talk you out of it." Rowan nodded and continued. "About that spy you talked about, can you recognize him if you see him?" "I'm sorry, my lord, but I wouldn't be able to recognize his face as I never got to see him. Lord Fagin always sent us out each time the spy arrives. However, I know that he is one of the new captains, and I can also recognize his voice," Lierra replied. "One of the new captains?" Rowan's eyes narrowed slightly. Who among the 6 captains could this person be, and why is that person trying to betray his own village? He wondered. Among the captains, Rowan was very close with Roland and knew Bryce and Oliver AB. ITDAS for the other captains. He had only communicated with them during training and hadn't been able to speak more with them to understand their character. Considering that Rowan had only been in this world for less than a week, it was pretty understandable why he didn't know his captains that well. "She knows his voice. We will be able to fish him out very soon," he concluded and replied to Lierra without wasting time. "That's great. Lierra, with your help, we'll be able to catch him before he leaks more information to Glenwood. I'm happy I was able to help, but I have one request to make. It's about Lierra, the one who sacrificed her safety to grant us a safe escape." Lierra's voice became low and moody as she spoke, She told Rowan about Lierra and what Glenwood would do to her after finding out she aided their escape. She even mentioned how they had been trying to defile her and how she was always there to protect her. The other women joined in as well, emphasizing how lustful the men were and how they feared for Lierra's safety. As Rowan and DeAndre heard the details of the matter, ugly expressions appeared on their faces and anger boiled in their hearts. Though DeAndre wasn't a part of Winterseed, he made up his mind to aid Rowan in exacting revenge on those people. Rowan discussed more with the ladies and got to gather as much information as he wanted from them. He learned about the number of soldiers under Glenwood, their current plan to attack his kingdom, the strength of their soldiers, and others. Each detail sharpened not only Rowan's understanding of the enemy's capabilities, but also stirred a complex brew of emotions within him. Concern for his people, a strategic resolve to protect them, and an underlying fear of what failure might bring to them. With this much information, Rowan crafted a new battle plan in his mind. He mapped out possible defensive positions and escape routes, imagining each scenario that could unfold. The discussion lasted for more than 1 hour. He could see this moment. It was already a few minutes past midnight as daylight drew closer. I could see this point. The ladies were already getting dizzy and wanted to rest. Sadly, Rowan couldn't send them to rest as he doesn't have any place for them to stay. And even if he did, he would not be able to send them away as it would lead to confusion among the soldiers outside who didn't see them enter the room. Also, if the betrayer in their midst sees them, he might run away to inform Glenwood. Rowan's mind raced as he considered his limited options. The safety of the village hinged on maintaining the secrecy of this meeting. Not wanting to take such a risk, Rowan asked DeAndre to let them stay in his carriage for the night, and then explained why he said so to them. The ladies understood his intention and agreed without further ado, but it wasn't the same for DeAndre. I will help you, but you have to agree to do business with me, DeAndre requested. Deal, Rowan agreed without wasting time. DeAndre smiled profusely, and then he brought out another golden slip from his inventory and tore it. Just like before, a small wisp appeared in the room, swirling speedily before turning into a portal. Good night, Lord Rowan. Lierra and the ladies bade Rowan farewell as they walked into the portal. Have a nice rest, ladies. Rowan smiled in response. The women entered the portal and it disappeared immediately. Now only Rowan and DeAndre were left in the room once again. Meanwhile outside, the captain stood alongside the soldiers guarding the meeting hall with frowns on their faces. It was really unwise of us to leave Lord Rowan with that man. Oliver let out with a deep frown on his face. Yes, that man is untrustworthy. Who knows what he might do to Lord Rowan now that he is alone with him? Another captain added. The other two captains refuted as well. They regretted leaving Rowan. It was the command of Lord Rowan. Were you going to disobey his orders? Roland asked them with a frown. His question caused the other four to go silent for a minute before Oliver finally replied. Our Lord is still very young and inexperienced. Sometimes we have to do the opposite of his commands to prevent him from making a grave mistake. Our Lord is inexperienced. Roland asked with raised eyebrow. Are you saying the same Lord who brought a lot of positive developments in the village in less than 1 week is inexperienced? The same man who is able to learn sword skills just by watching and is able to pass that skill to others is inexperienced? The more Roland questioned, the more short for words Oliver became, and he quickly regretted making those statements. Inexperienced or not, it doesn't change the fact that he is still very young, he commented, trying to remove the shame for losing the previous argument. Nevertheless, this only added to his embarrassment as not only Roland but the other captains disagreed with his comment. Fine, you guys are right. He waved his hands and ended the argument, seeing that there was no chance of him winning. Roland and the others relaxed as well. Roland turned to look at the meeting hall. He could still see the light from the glowing crystal ball that DeAndre had summoned earlier. He wondered what sort of discussion they were having in there, but at the same time, he tried not to bother himself about in the history of Winterseed. Those who dared to sneak closer to the meeting hall to hear what's being discussed always end up cursed with deadly diseases that claim their life months after. Roland wasn't trying to make the same mistake as those people. Excuse me, you guys. I have something I want to take care of. I'll be back soon. Oliver excused himself. The other captains only nodded at him and returned to watching the area. Without wasting time, Oliver left, walking towards the northern border. Roland watched as Oliver disappeared into the darkness, wondering what he was going to do. But his thoughts didn't linger on him for too long. He shifted his gaze back to the meeting hall. The light from the glowing crystal remained, casting faint shadows on the ground. Inside the hall, Rowan remained seated, his mind racing as he processed all the information he'd gathered. The weight of Glenwood's plans to attack kept lingering in his mind, and he knew he had to act fast. Turning to DeAndre, he asked, You mentioned you could help my territory in many ways. Now is the time. What can you do to help? A lot, DeAndre replied. I am a merchant. I sell everything you desire as long as you give me something of the same value in exchange, he continued, explaining his class to Rowan. Everything I desire? Rowan asked, a little bit confused. If what DeAndre said was genuine, then he would be an important asset to grow his territory. Yes, I can get you whatever you want, but you'll have to pay with something of equal value. And just so you know, my class has a restriction that doesn't allow me to give out anything for free, even to friends, DeAndre explained with a smile. Rowan nodded his head and quickly ran through all the things he wanted in his head. I want weapons, skill books, food items, blueprints, food pills, and monsters cores. Can you get me all of these? And what do I have to give in return? Remember, my territory doesn't possess any sort of purchasing power. Exchanges can be done with other things of value. It doesn't have to be coins and money slips. DeAndre quickly removed the doubt that Rowan had about the process. Since you're a transmigrator like myself, then you should have evolution points, am I wrong? He asked. Hearing that, a smile crept on Rowan's face. If evolution points can be used as a purchasing power, then his purchasing power should be really powerful considering that he has millions of evolution points currently in his possession due to 100x rewards that has been multiplying his evolution points. Of course, I have evolution points, he quickly responded with a smile. Before the mention of evolution points, Rowan was lost in thoughts thinking about what he could exchange to get his hands on what he wanted. But now that it was mentioned, Rowan became really excited that on the other hand, DeAndre also got really excited as he would get to do business with yet another transmigrator. I wonder what impressive rewards I would get for getting another transmigrator customer, he wondered. As long as you have evolution points, we can do business, DeAndre replied. But he quickly recalled that Rowan was only the village head of a FF rank village, which means he shouldn't have enough evolution points to get what he wanted. So he quickly added, with evolution points as purchase power, you can obtain items of up to 1 million evolution points for credit with a 10% interest per month. The system will keep deducting from your balance each time you earn until you pay off. Rowan understood why DeAndre added the last part, and a smirk appeared on his face. That's great. Then, now let's get to business. I said I want weapons, skill books, blueprints, food pills, and monster cores. Which one of these do you really have? He asked. All of them, DeAndre replied, his face wearing a smug expression. But it all boils down to how much you can purchase. Monster cores and blueprints are really expensive compared to the others you mentioned, he continued. Anyway, enough talk, let us start our trade. He smiled, then muttered something to himself. Following his mutter, a holographic window appeared in front of Rowan. Rowan was really shocked when a large holographic window appeared in front of him. His shock intensified when he saw what was on the holographic window. IT was similar to his inventory in the fact that it had slots with items in them. However, unlike his inventory, which only had 10 slots, this one had more than 100 slots, and under each slot were the prices of the items that IT was almost like the shopping websites on Earth. What the heck? Rowan couldn't help but voice out his surprise. Seeing his reaction, DeAndre smirked and took the opportunity to boast. That is one of my stores, and this one is specifically for FF rank territories. There are other stores for each territory rank, so you can just imagine how many I have. The last transmigrator I did business with had a rank D territory, and even he couldn't afford everything on the FF rank territory list, he added, his voice growing even more arrogant, revealing his pride. This is amazing, Rowan commented, ignoring all the arrogant remarks. His eyes focused on the window in front of him. Weapons, common grade saber, 600 E.P. Common grade short sword, 500 E.P. Common grade sword, 700 E.P. Common grade shield, 800 E.P. Common grade leather armor, full, 1000 E.P. Weapons. In the list of weapons, there were only common grade ones and nothing more in terms of quality. However, the number of weapons listed were over 10 in numbers, which made Rowan even more amazed. Luckily, he was able to interact with the window and could view the stats of the weapons. After studying the stats, he discovered that all the weapons gave a 50% boost in attack power, which was 5 times the boost of a basic greatsword at AS. For the defensive weapons like the shield and armors, they gave a 50% boost in defense. Impressive weapons, right? DeAndre remarked from a sideline. Indeed, Rowan nodded, without even looking at him. After observing the weapons, he went on to explore the monster core and food pills sections. Just like the weapons, the food pills were also common grades and could prevent hunger for 72 hours to AS for the monster cores. They were all F rank and not much else. Can't you give me something more than these? The F rank monster cores are not motivating at all, Rowan complained as he moved on to the blueprint shop. Sadly, I can't because of restrictions. The highest grades I can offer to FF rank territories are F rank and common grade items that I can come back again when you're done evolving your territory to F rank. Then the restriction would reduce, and you'll be able to purchase items up to D and C rank, DeAndre replied. However, in his mind he thought, I'm not even sure you will be able to purchase more than 100 items from the available ones, and you are asking for higher grade ones. Do you really think you can afford them? Rowan could only sigh. He really needed high-quality weapons, but knew it would be impossible. In fact, being able to get enough common-grade weapons and armor for his soldiers was already more than enough, considering his village lacked everything. If it wasn't for fate leading DeAndre to the women, he would never have gotten his hands on this many weapons. I should explore the blueprint section and skill section before finalizing my purchase, Rowan thought to himself as he moved his gaze back to the window. DeAndre observed Rowan with a slight frown, wondering why he was entering the most expensive section. Blueprint, simple weapon crafting blueprint, 100,000 E.P. Simple sewing machine blueprint, 200,000 E.P. Simple windmill blueprint, 300,000 E.P. Blueprint. Upon seeing the number of blueprints, Rowan couldn't help but frown and turn to DeAndre. You have only 3 blueprints? He inquired. Huh? DeAndre was clearly confused, his usually smiling face turning to one of extreme confusion as he looked at Rowan. Did you take a look at the price? He asked. Of course I did. They're not that expensive. I just need more blueprints, Rowan replied. They're not that expensive. DeAndre's expression crumbled. They are not that expensive considering that the price matches their usefulness, Rowan gave a straightforward answer. Ah, that is good. DeAndre sighed internally. I thought he would say they aren't expensive because he has enough money to pay. DeAndre explained to Rowan that the blueprints were too advanced for FF-rank territories to handle, which was why there were only a few simple blueprints available. Even these, he noted, were quite advanced for such a low-level territory. Rowan could only sigh. The more he realized that he was restricted from obtaining better assets due to his low-rank territory, the more his determination to evolve his territory increased. Nevertheless, he didn't allow the stressful thoughts to distract him and proceeded to go through all the lists. He moved on to the food item section, which was divided into 3 categories: seeds, raw, and processed. In the processed section, Rowan was surprised to find canned foods and drinks similar to those on Earth, including canned sardines and various canned beverages like beers and sodas. Nevertheless, he made up his mind not to get the processed items and only opt for the seeds and raw ones. After reviewing the food, he quickly visited the skills section and discovered some impressive skills. These were FF-rank and F-rank skills suited for various occupations ranging from farmer to warrior. Sadly, there was nothing related to magic. When he asked DeAndre, he received the same frustrating reply, that he couldn't lay his hands on them due to the restrictions, which only irritated Rowan further with DeAndre's system. After going through the entire list, Rowan proceeded to pick the items he wanted. He first returned to the weapons section and selected the most crucial items: swords, spears, bow-and arrows, shields, and armors. Common grade sword selected. Enter number of items to add to cart. -0 plus. Common grade spear selected. Enter number of items to add to cart. -0 plus. Common grade bow and arrow selected. Enter number of items to add to cart. -0 plus. Common grade shield selected. Enter number of items to add to cart. -0 plus. Common grade leather armor selected. Enter number of items to add to cart. -0 plus. 3 windows popped up simultaneously. Without wasting time, Rowan entered 510 in each of them. As he entered the numbers, DeAndre's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. How is he going to pay for all that? Rowan was so focused on his purchase that he didn't notice the ugly expression on DeAndre's face as he stared at him. Confirm purchase of 510 common grade swords, spears, bows, arrows, leather armor, and shields for 2,075,000 evolution points. Yes/no. Rowan's finger hovered over the yes button. As his hand moved closer, DeAndre's eyes grew wider with alarm. Time seemed to slow down comically at that moment. In a last-ditch effort to stop Rowan from making such a reckless decision, DeAndre shot up from his seat and sprinted toward him, his mouth slowly opening as he let out a loud no-oh. Time still moved comically slow as the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned tense. Rowan's finger was just 2 inches from the yes button. DeAndre was 7 feet away, but despite his desperate attempt, he couldn't stop Rowan in time. Ding. Purchase complete. 2,075,000 evolution points have been transferred to merchant DeAndre Dragarath. Purchased items have been transferred to inventory. These messages flashed before Rowan's eyes. Trade completed. 2,075,000 evolution points have been received from customer Rowan Winterseed. Congratulations, you have received a transmigrator business reward. These appeared in front of DeAndre, who was now only a foot away from Rowan. Time resumed its normal pace. Yet the tension in the room remained palpable. Rowan blinked as the notifications vanished from his view, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. All done, he muttered, clearly pleased with himself. DeAndre, however, stood frozen. His arm remained outstretched mid-sprint, and his face was a twisted mixture of horror, disbelief, and betrayal. His mouth hung open like a fish gasping for air, yet no words came to it. It was as though his brain was still trying to process the sheer absurdity of what had just occurred. Rowan casually turned toward him, completely unaware of the internal meltdown happening just a few feet away. "What's up with you?" he asked, his brow furrowing slightly. "How did you afford all that? You're only an FF-rank territory lord." DeAndre's voice trembled, a mix of awe and horror, as though Rowan had just revealed a treasure trove of gold. Rowan gave him a puzzled look. Does being an FF-rank lord come with some kind of curse that makes them poor? DeAndre could only stare at Rowan, dumbfounded. He alone knew the true value of what Rowan had just spent in the world outside Winterseed. Currency was based on coins, with the lowest denomination being the copper coin. 1 copper coin held the same value as a $1 bill on Earth, and was equivalent to 1 evolution. 10 copper coins made a silver coin, and 10 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. That a single gold coin was enough to feed a family of 4 for 2 weeks, with some copper left as change. Rowan had just spent the equivalent of feeding over 20,000 families of 4 for 2 weeks. Ignoring the dumbfounded DeAndre, Rowan continued to select more items to purchase. As the merchant and owner of the system window Rowan was operating, DeAndre could see all his choices, and his eyes widened with every purchase. His earlier arrogance had vanished. He was no longer confident that Rowan would run out of funds after a few purchases. Initially, he expected Rowan to beg for credit, which would have allowed him to make more money by adding a 10% interest every month. This can't be happening, he thought with a deepening frown that he recalled Rowan telling the ladies that he had recently recovered and hadn't been in this world for more than a week. This meant his transmigration was less than 7 days old. Naturally, DeAndre hadn't expected Rowan to possess even half the evolution points he had just spent. Even if Rowan was a grinder who slaughtered monsters and completed quests as many and fast as he could, his total points should still be under 10,000 by now. Yet here he was, spending over 2 million like it was nothing. At this point, DeAndre, once a figure shrouded in mystery, began to find Rowan even more enigmatic. What was his secret? How did he accumulate such an absurd amount of evolution points in such a short time? Thoughts raced through DeAndre's mind, but he managed to calm his heart. Maybe he got a huge bonus from his newbie rewards and has already spent them. Surely he can't afford anything else after that first purchase. However, not even 2 seconds after thinking this, Rowan clicked on his second purchase. Confirm to purchase food items for 800,000 evolution points. Yes/no. Just like before, Rowan wasted no time and made the purchase. The usual notifications were sent to both of them. When DeAndre saw this, a sharp pain shot through his chest as his last shred of arrogance crumbled. This time, he didn't even react. He just stood there, watching Rowan. Rowan, for his part, ignored the overdramatic merchant in front of him and continued with his purchases. Confirmed to purchase 100 skill books for 435,000. Yes/no. Confirmed to purchase 100 common grade food pills for 10,000. Yes/no. Confirmed to purchase 3 blueprints for 600,000. Yes/no. Confirmed to purchase 20 F-rank monster cores for 50,000. Yes/no. One by one, Rowan confirmed each purchase, a calm smile playing on his lips. Thankfully, he had the inventory feature in his system. Otherwise, the room would have been filled to the brim with all the items he had just bought, especially the food, which was far more abundant than the other goods. That he made sure to buy everything he needed without worrying about how many evolution points he had spent. He knew he could earn more than that within a week. In fact, he could hardly wait to see the positive reactions he would get from his followers tomorrow morning when he miraculously presented them with the food he had bought. In his mind, he was already calculating a profit of over 5 million evolution points, which would easily cover all his expenses in one go. Rowan turned to DeAndre, who was frozen in place. He wondered why he was acting too much. A few minutes passed, and DeAndre came back to his senses. He immediately told Rowan that he wanted to go back to his carriage to sleep, as he could afford to get more shocked than he already was. Rowan narrowed his eyes. Just remember, my women are in your carriage, that you'll have to find somewhere else to crash. DeAndre gave Rowan a really annoyed look. Excuse me, since when do you get to make rules about my carriage? And for the record, do you think I'd touch your women without permission? What do you take me for? Rowan shrugged and replied, you don't exactly seem like the type to be interested in women, but still, they need privacy. DeAndre's eyes bulged. What? I'm a guy that of course I like women. What are you insinuating? Are you calling me gay? Rowan shrugged once again. I didn't say that, but if you say so, then so be it. Thou art gay. DeAndre's jaw dropped, and he was short for word for a few seconds. He tried to argue back by giving out points, but was quickly interrupted by Rowan. Say no more. Your secret's safe with me. The next 5 minutes was spent with DeAndre trying to clear himself of the new title, but it was impossible. Each time he makes a point, Rowan uses it against him. After arguing for a few more minutes, he realized Rowan was only joking and finally relaxed. Afterwards, both of them made a deal, and DeAndre was given the room of one of the soldiers on duty to sleep on. After settling the whole issue, Rowan went back home to sleep for the short time left till the next morning arrives. Morning arrived pretty quickly, and the sun was already active, hanging in the bright sky and smiling over the world as usual, illuminating it with its divine, brilliant glow. In Glenwood prison, Lierra could be seen sitting on the ground inside the rough and dimly lit cell. The only light sneaking into the room was filtering through a few small holes in the walls. Lierra now looked way better and healthier than she had several hours ago. Her eyes were no longer lifeless and dim like someone who had given up on life, but were now filled with hope and a willingness to continue living. Her pale expression had become rosy and healthy. Though her face still displayed an uncomfortable expression, there was a hint of willingness in her features. She could still recall the interaction from several hours ago with Rowan. She had mistaken him for one of the vile and lustful men of Glenwood, but she had been proven wrong. If it hadn't been for the bread he gave her, she didn't think she would still be alive by now. If it hadn't been for his intervention, she might have already given up and taken her own life by now. SH still recalled his kind words as he spoke to her like a father to his daughter. It made her think of her late father. I will make sure to keep him safe when Lierra and the others return. Good people like him do not deserve to be punished with the bad, she resolved in her mind. Almost as though her thoughts had summoned him, the cell door creaked open, and Rin appeared outside with the same guard who had opened the door for him earlier. Rin walked into the cell with a joyful smile on his face, carrying a small basket in his hands. The guard gave Lierra a nod before closing the cell door behind Rin. Lierra couldn't help but wonder about the guard's position in all this, and why he was allowing someone to feed her, even though Lord Fagin had clearly ordered no food should be given to her until she revealed the whereabouts of Lierra and the others. You look much better this morning, young lady, Rin greeted with a smile. This time, Lierra didn't try to fight the chains binding her, and instead returned his greeting with a faint smile. Thank you for the bread, she responded, her voice filled with sincere gratitude. Haha, no need to thank me. It was just bread. I brought something better this time. Rin lifted the basket in his hands. I asked my daughter to prepare this for you, that it's filled with vegetables. It'll help you recover much faster. Rin brought out the food from the basket. It contained 3 large plates, one with boiled potatoes, another with soup filled with vegetables and hearty-looking proteins. As he set them down, a sweet aroma wafted across the room, and Lierra almost began to salivate. Thank you. Her voice softened as she thanked him again, more genuinely this time. Rin simply waved it off and gestured for her to eat. The guard returned with 2 bowls of water, one for washing her hands and the other filled with clear drinking water. Lierra quickly washed her hands and devoured the food as fast, yet gently, as she could. After finishing, she thanked Rin once more. Rin remained for a few more minutes before bringing up an important topic. Lierra, do you really think your sisters will be able to make it to Winterseed in time and prepare your people against Lord Fagin? He asked. They will surely make it, Lierra replied. Rin sighed at her response, then informed her of Lord Fagin's plan to start marching his soldiers toward Winterseed in just a few hours. This is not good, Lierra said, her voice tinged with worry. Lierra and the others won't make it to Winterseed in time. They're traveling on foot, she added, distressed. According to her calculations, Lierra and the others wouldn't reach Winterseed until the next day if they continued on foot. With horses, they could have traveled faster, but they had none with them. Lord Fagin's strong horses and soldiers would likely catch up with them if they began moving soon. Lierra became lost in thought, worrying about the predicament her people faced. Rin made a suggestion that left her wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. Winterseed, it was the brightest part of the early morning. However, unlike every other day when the villagers would leave to carry out their daily tasks, today they could all be seen heading toward the village square. 3 beautiful middle-aged women could be seen making their way down to the village square. 2 of them carried babies, while the third held her 7-year-old son's hand. This is the first time Lord Rowan has summoned the entire village since he recovered, one of them said, her voice tinged with curiosity. I'm a little nervous, another added. It must be something really important that I just can't tell if it's good or bad news. My husband mentioned last night that a stranger came to the village, that he said the man could use some kind of strange powers He said the man was able to clean the meeting hall that has been abandoned for a long time with just the swipe of his hands. Can you believe it? Are you serious? That's unbelievable. If someone like that is real, then this meeting must be about him. Probably. Behind and ahead of the three women, other villagers could be seen heading toward the village square. Some were running, while others walked at a steady pace. To the village square, Rowan stood with DeAndre, Riella, Brandon, and the five captains in the central part of the vast space, which was now filled to the brim with villagers. It's been less than 30 minutes since the announcement was made, and everyone is already here. Even the strongest president on Earth wouldn't be able to control his people like this. Rowan thought with a sense of pride. He glanced to his right, where Riella stood, staring at the crowd with an amazed expression on her pretty face. Apparently, she had never seen this many people gathered together before. Rowan had invited her to stand beside him when she came to deliver his morning meal, as usual. He told her to get used to it, as she would be standing by his side more often in the future, of course. This sentence created an awkward but romantic moment, and Rowan didn't miss the chance to taste her lips before they left for the village square, hand in hand like some teenage couple. Rowan smiled as he recalled the kiss, then turned back to the crowd gathered in front of him who stared at him with eyes filled with adoration, respect, curiosity, and panic. He tilted his head, observing their faces. His eyes fell on a particular young man with bruises all over his faces. He wondered what might have resulted to such ugly bruises, but did not concern himself too much about it. He cleared his throat and began his speech, unaware of the danger moving towards his territory. The people of Winterseed gathered in the village square, standing attentively, ready to hear the speech from their beloved Lord Rowan. Men, women, teenagers, and little children all stared at Rowan with adoration in their eyes, as though they were gazing upon a messenger from heaven. However, the villagers couldn't help but also feel curious about the strikingly handsome man standing beside their lord. Some of the teenage girls couldn't take their eyes off him. His white hair, striking blue eyes, tall and slim physique, and the confident smile on his face made many of them blush profusely. While the teenage girls focused on DeAndre, the young women couldn't help but wonder why Riella was standing beside Rowan. They began to speculate about the nature of their relationship, ignoring the emotions swirling in the crowd surrounding him. Rowan cleared his throat and began his speech. Welcome, people of Winterseed. May your day be blessed by the graceful mercy of our ancestors. Rowan began, his gentle tone drifting like magic across the village square. He continued his speech, praising the efforts of the villagers for the good work they had done in the past few days and thanked them for not giving up on him, even while he had been unconscious for a long time. Since this was his first meeting with all the villagers, the last one having been only with men eligible for the army, Rowan decided to praise them all as much as possible to farm evolution points. He praised the efforts of the men, the virtues and charm of the women, and the purity of the children, complimenting as much as he could. The crowd reacted just as Rowan had expected, with his carefully chosen words and super voice, which naturally boosted his followers' motivation. He was able to farm a massive amount of points. All your followers are touched by your words and are on the verge of tears. 3,000. Followers smile happily after your graceful words. 2,500 followers are amazed and hopeful because of your presence. Goal: motivate more than 3,000 followers has been achieved. Reward: 60,000 evolution points. Ding. 100x reward activated. 6 million evolution points have been rewarded. Seeing the rewards, Rowan's face brightened, and his zeal to farm more evolution points grew. Nevertheless, even with the massive gain, Rowan wasn't satisfied and continued praising them. Sadly, he couldn't earn as many evolution points from the continued speech as from the first. He earned a total of 2 million, but it was still more than enough. If DeAndre could see how many points Rowan had earned just by speaking, he'd definitely feel the urge to jump into a lake and drown himself. After Rowan finished thanking them, he got straight to the topic of the day, beginning by speaking about the food shortage that had plagued their village for a long time. He highlighted the suffering it had caused, making his followers recall the good old days. His words sparked sad reactions from the crowd, but this was exactly what he wanted. The sadder and more negative their emotions became, the higher the rewards he'd earn by making them positive again. He watched their reactions with calmness before continuing, but that suffering and shortage of food ends today. Thanks to this gentleman standing beside me, who is a divine merchant, we've been able to secure a miraculous amount of food. Rowan gestured to DeAndre, who reacted by waving with a charming smile and giving a gentle bow. That Rowan's words triggered new reactions from the crowd. They turned their attention to DeAndre. To some, he already looked angelic, like a man crafted by the gods, yet they still wondered how this man could solve their food shortage. Your followers are confused. Rowan ignored the notification and silently called out his inventory, giving it telepathic instructions. The villagers were still discussing among themselves, sharing their disbelief, when a small vortex suddenly appeared over the large, empty space in the middle of the square. The vortex began swirling rapidly, expanding into a portal. The soft hum accompanied the swirling, drawing the villagers' attention. Their eyes fell on the expanding portal. Their expressions turned to shock, curiosity, and a little bit of terror. Only Brandon, the soldiers, and Riella remained calm, having seen the portal before. For everyone else, it was a new and overwhelming sight. Nearly 30 seconds after the portal appeared, several large baskets filled with a variety of food, ranging from grains to fresh meat, began floating out of it. This time, not only the villagers, but even those who had seen the portal before stared at the miraculous event unfolding before them, their eyes wide in disbelief. Some began to tremble, pointing toward the portal. What is this? This can't be real. Food is coming out of nowhere. Look at that big chunk of beef. We're finally going to eat meat. Our Lord is truly blessed. In less than a week after his recovery, he's connected with a messenger from heaven. Our village is going to prosper. A miracle. Mom, look, such a big basket of apples. This looks exactly like my dream of the sky, raining down food. The villagers reacted just as Rowan had predicted. Their expressions shifted from terror and shock to acceptance in a matter of seconds after witnessing the vast amount of food floating down from the portal. As the food supplies rained from the sky, the villagers' joy erupted. They began screaming happily. Some shed tears of joy, others danced, while children rushed toward the falling food, their faces full of glee. As Roland saw the food falling miraculously from the sky, his expression turned to pure joy. He quickly recalled his conversation with his wife when they discussed how hard it had become to feed their baby. He remembered the sadness in her voice and the crying of their hungry baby. But now everything was going to change, with emotions swelling inside him. Roland raised his sword and chanted loudly, "Long live Lord Rowan, the Lord who resurrected. Long live Lord Rowan, the Lord who resurrected. Long live Lord Rowan, the Lord who resurrected." The voices of the people of Winterseed thundered across the land, chanting the name of their Lord with joy, pride, and admiration thundering from their voices. Their hands were lifted in the air as they chanted. The village square became intense following the chants, emotions drifting across. Rowan observed the villagers chanting his name with a sweet smile on his face. For the first time, he was getting appreciated by a lot of people. The feeling was blissful and something that would stick in his memory forever. His heartbeat became faster, each beat carrying his joy at this moment. Rowan was so caught up in this emotional moment that he ignored the numerous notifications going off with the system. DeAndre was also shocked as well. While he was a merchant who has been to numerous lands, far greater than Rowan's, he has never felt such a sincerely emotional moment, but a moment where everyone adored and worshipped their Lord as though he was an angel sent out of heaven to save them in time of distress. Their voices were loud and carried their emotions, their faces bright with heartfelt joy, something that is almost impossible to achieve by powerful emperors and kings. With the display of emotions of the crowd, DeAndre realized that Rowan is actually something else. His territory is weak, his power is low, and his village is going through so many crises, but their faith in him did not waver at all, and their love were sincere. This guy has the potential to surpass other transmigrated lords and gain the supreme reward, he thought to himself as he observed the happily smiling Rowan. The chants continued, and the mood was really bright. Rowan enjoyed it for a few more minutes before waving at the villagers as he gave instructions. Due to the unavailability of a storehouse, the food will be stored in the spatial storage device gifted to me by my friends, and every day a nice portion will be shared amongst everyone to prevent the food from spoiling, Rowan announced. The villagers were curious about the strange device that Rowan talked about, but they didn't question him. They had just seen food coming out of a portal, so they believed that such an item existed as long as Rowan said. So, on the other hand, DeAndre wondered how Rowan was able to come up with such a cool lie using his name, but he didn't voice it out and maintained his cool. The next 2 hours were spent distributing food among the people. Everyone received a big portion of food, supplies that was more than enough for a day. With the help of the captains and senior cook, Lierra and Tyora, the distribution of food became even faster. As the villagers got their portion of food, they sincerely appreciated Rowan in their heart, which earned him large amounts of evolution points by the seconds. 2 more hours passed. The villagers had already left to their various homes with their portion, while Rowan and the soldiers remained. Riella, DeAndre, and Brandon stayed behind as well. Rowan had already stored the food supply back in his inventory after the distribution was over, but he stored them in a trickish way. He held a ring and stretched his hands towards the mountain-sized food supplies and pretended to chant strange words while sneakily opening his inventory. This simple trick saved him from a lot of explanations and also kick-started his trap for the Judas in their midst. The soldiers were gathered in the village square waiting for the next order from Rowan at a corner of the village square. Rowan could be seen discussing with DeAndre. "You want to buy more?" DeAndre asked with eyes widened in shock. Rowan responded casually, "Yes, but that will be after we catch the idiot leaking information to Glenwood." DeAndre could only sigh and nod as he noted to himself for the umpteenth time that Rowan wasn't ordinary. "Remember the plan we made last night?" Rowan asked. "Yeah, you want to start it now, or after you're done speaking with your soldiers?" DeAndre inquired. "After speaking with them. We need the captains to be present while we make a quick change of plans. The Judas will get the sudden urge to escape and report. Then we can catch them," Rowan explained. His plan wasn't that complex or smart, but it was good enough to catch the Judas. Both of them discussed more before returning to the soldiers. Rowan gave a lengthy speech to his soldiers, going straight to the point and informing them about their plans to start their attack on Glenwood right away. "What, right away?" Bryce was the first to react. "Lord Rowan, our attack was not scheduled for today. Why the sudden change of plan? Did something happen?" Roland asked with concern. He doesn't doubt the leadership of Rowan, but he couldn't help but wonder why an abrupt change was taking place. The other captains were also curious as well at this moment. All their status either reflected shock or curious, and their faces reflected the same expressions, making it difficult to fish the Judas out. The soldiers' reactions were also the same as the captains. This made Rowan realize that God's eyes wasn't that great with character emotions, but he didn't stay on that thought. A plan was already in place, and that person would be caught soon. "I can't tell you all the reason for my abrupt change of plan, but you will know about it when we get to Glenwood," Rowan let out. His voice sparked reactions in the soldiers. They began discussing the implication of the abrupt attack. Most of them haven't been to a real war with fellow humans before, but they knew that abrupt change of plan could lead to a lot of casualties. Brandon and the captains tried to talk Rowan out of it, but Rowan told them not to worry and trust in him. They could only relax and pray that their Lord's plan works. After the clattering calmed down, Rowan announced the new battle strategies that IT was a lot different from the previous one. In their previous strategy, they planned to wait for the soldiers to return as usual to claim their weekly cut of the village's harvest and ambush them, then use their horses and weapons to charge at the village and catch them at a time when they didn't expect. While the new plan was a lot chaotic, the captains found some perfect attack pattern that would wreck Glenwood. "Go home and take this news to your family. Gather in the next 2 hours that we will leave immediately afterwards." Rowan dismissed the soldiers. They agreed and left for their homes. As they left, Rowan gave a signal to DeAndre, and he nodded before walking towards the back of a tree. Out of sight of everyone, he brought out a golden slip and tore it. Immediately, his body was shrouded in a gentle blue glow, and he disappeared after a few seconds. Rayax, who has been listening to Rowan, walked to his side with sadness in her eyes. "Make it back victorious." "All right." Rowan turned to her and nodded with a charming smile. "Of course I will be victorious. Why will I fail when sexy lady is waiting for me to make babies with her?" He teased. Rayax blushed profusely, but she didn't overly react as she was already used to his teasing, which she cherished.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.